Do you need a whistle?
Yeah.
You're going to have a monitor out there.
Okay.
There's going to be a monitor out there in the meantime.
Okay, we're going to call the meeting to order. We have a lot to do today. Welcome everybody to the kickoff of the interim work for us, recalibration, joint revenue. With that, I'm going to, Matt, take roll, please, or Ted's taking roll.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and take a roll for select recalibration first. Senator Kinski?
Here.
Senator Landon?
Here.
Senator Peterson?
Here.
Senator Rothfuss?
Here.
Representative Connolly? Here. Representative Hirschman? Representative Nicholas? Representative Northrup?
Here.
Chairman Coe?
Here.
Chairman Summers?
Here.
There's a quorum for select recalibration. Moving on to joint revenue. Senator Case?
Here.
Senator Ellis? Senator Kinski is here. Senator Wasserberger? Here. Representative Connolly is here. Representative Dayton? Representative Furphy?
Here.
Representative Hallinan?
Here.
Representative Kinner?
Here.
Representative Larson?
Here.
Representative Obermueller? Representative Paxton?
Here.
Chairman Peterson?
Here.
Chairman Madden?
Here.
There's a quorum for joint revenue.
Thank you, Ted. Defer now to the chairman to see if they have any opening remarks. Representative Madden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to announce a couple of things here. There's a notice about the wireless right behind these people that are crouched down now. I think you look on your wireless for Rusty Guest, G-U-E-S-T, Rusty, and then you put your name and your email address. Other than that, there is no key or password or anything like that. The other thing I'll point out is that because of the crowd, there will be, if there isn't already, there's going to be a monitor set up in the hallway, and we may even find another venue on campus that's bigger than this that we can move to. But in the meantime, will be a monitor out there so that you can watch real time what's happening in here. And you'll know if you need to come in and make or give testimony and things like that. So you won't miss out on much. That's all I have, sir.
Okay. Representative Summers, do you have any opening remarks?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I guess I just want to thank the audience for the participation and the interest, and hopefully we'll have a good, interesting meeting.
Senator Peterson, any remarks? Okay, first item of business is approval of the minutes. Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration of the April 3rd, 2017. Is there a motion? This is recalibration. It's been moved by Senator Roffa, seconded by Senator Landon. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Minutes are adopted. We'll go right to the 810 agenda, general review of Wyoming K-12 public education funding and update on projected funding shortfall. This is going to be Matt and Jed, I think.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committees. For those that are not familiar with me, I am Matt Wilmarth. I'm a senior school finance analyst with the Wyoming Legislative Service Office. And next to me is Jed Ciccarelli. He's the School Foundation Program Supervisor at the Wyoming Department of Education. We're going to spend quite a bit of the morning with you going through quite a few of the materials that were sent out a couple weeks ago. And really the goal of our presentation is to inform the committee members background on the school finance system in Wyoming, how the funding model operates somewhat, and then also how the revenues from local school districts and state revenues are received by both local school districts at the local level and then at the state level in the School Foundation Program account. And we'll conclude this first agenda topic with a preview of the estimated shortfall for K-12 education for the couple next biennia. So Jed will go through, I think it's 4 memos, and then I'll finish off with a couple. And so as we go through each of these tabs, feel free to interrupt us with questions, and I'll just turn it over to Jed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Matt mentioned, included in your meeting materials, there's a series of memos prepared in response to a number of committee requests. I'll begin with tab B. The memo's titled Funding Model Data Inputs and Adjustments. And what this memo does is it details 9 areas that through the administration of the funding model are updated or adjusted each year, where districts receive more or less funding based on the circumstances of those adjustments. So starting with the first one, district average salary adjustments. The Campbell rulings required that the state finance formula account for the differences in teacher education and experience in determining funding for teacher salaries. So compensation amounts for each of the personnel categories in the model is computed individually for each district based on education, experience, and span of control for school and district administrators. So as an example, if a district has higher than average teacher experience, the district's model salary will be increased, all else equal. So for illustration purposes, in the memo, I've limited the adjustments to the model teacher side of the foundation program, but just as a reminder to the committee, there's similar adjustments that are made to other model staffing categories. So more specific to teachers, the district average salary adjustments are based on the years of experience up to 20, years of experience beyond 20, and then the percentage of teachers with master's or doctorate's degrees. The final level for district salaries are adjusted by applying an incremental value per unit to each factor. So for instance, if a district's average experience below 20 years in 2016-17 was 13.7, which is 1 year above the model statewide average, the district would be allocated an additional $839 per model generated FTE for teachers. Similarly, if a district's calculated average was a year below the model average, they would receive $839 less per model generated FTE. So you'll see on table 2 on page 2, excuse me, table 1 on page 2, I've summarized the model average salary and the incremental adjustment for teacher salaries since 2006-07. Each district's average level of education and experience will vary year to year based on the composition of teachers working in the school district at the time. So you'll see in figure 1 on page 3, what I've provided is a statewide weighted model average, which includes adjustments for external cost, regional cost, and of course those education and experience adjustments that I mentioned earlier. You'll note in the last couple of years, those changes are primarily a result of the ECA adjustment. So to further illustrate that impact on the salary adjustment that the model has, figure 2 contains the model statewide average for teachers with masterships and doctorates degrees. And then on the following page in figure 3, you'll find the statewide average for the 2 teacher experience categories.
Just a quick question. What's the y-axis on those? It's unclear. Figure 2, y-axis.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Office, the y-axis is the probability or the average of teachers with experience in those, or excuse me, with the degree level of attainment. So on the doctorate line, you'll see the dotted line. That's the model average of 0.008. And then the solid gray line is the actual model adjustment after you weight the statewide average, which is 0.0086. And that's just for an example on the doctorate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As long as we're on that, I have a question on back to table 1. I understand the increment for years of experience, because that's measured in dollars. But let's look at the increment for MA and above. The average is 0.372. What if a school has an average of 0.472? I mean, how does that 6,000 enter into it then? Is it a proportionate amount of that, or what?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Madden, the $6,131 you see for 2016-17, if every teacher in the district had a doctorate degree, the model would provide an additional $6,131. So it's adjusted proportionately for probabilities above or below that 0.372 mark.
So follow up. Then if your school had a 0.372, what's the 6131 mean then?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Madden, there would be no adjustment if you met the statewide average exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jed, I'm curious, if a teacher has earned a higher degree over the past few years, does the teacher automatically get that increase, or is that up to the districts to implement the increase in wages based on an increased educational level?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, the school districts will adjust the teacher salary through their lanes and their salary schedule when additional education is obtained, and then the funding model will adjust as that data is reported to the department.
Jed, it's a block grant, and so are districts obligated to pass that money through?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, no. Districts are not required to match the way the model allocates resources for teacher salaries.
Mr. Chairman, and we're jumping into something very technical, and some members this may be going over the head, and so I just kind of want to set the stage as to why we're doing this. Some of the requests from the chairman were identify what they term as cost escalators within the model. The experience and education adjustments we do for staff are not necessarily cost escalators in most cases. In more years than not, these adjustments have actually reduced funding in the model statewide to districts due to the number of experienced teachers over time that have left the districts or the state, or that's the majority of it. So as we go through each of these adjustments, think back, or you just want to have back in your mind is, why are these adjustments occurring? In some cases, and we'll get to the health insurance piece at the end of this memo, these are costs that may increase your total cost of education in your funding model. And so as you think from the revenue perspective, how are we going to pay for increased cost to health insurance? And so I just kind of want to set the stage as to why we're getting somewhat into the details of the funding model adjustments. You want to be able to understand what each of these elements, these are not adjustments that the legislature does, but in fact, these are adjustments that are automatically done on the background of the operation of the model, except for the external cost adjustment. And so we just want to set the stage somewhat for the committees to understand that a school district's funding is adjusted regardless of legislative action in most cases. And so the two primary biggest adjustments are going to be your average daily membership and your health insurance cost. And then based upon your students and staff characteristics, those adjust automatically. And it's all based upon prior year data. It's not a real-time update. It's all prior year data. And so I just kind of wanted to set the stage. Some of you may be wondering, why are we going over this information? So that's the basis of this memo, and just try to give some context as to these adjustments that occur regardless of legislative action.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll pick up on page 4, the second, section number 2. And as Matt just mentioned, probably one of the largest adjustment factors that has an impact on the funding model is the number of students reported through average daily membership, or ADM. So the model will utilize the greater of the previous year's ADM, or 3-year rolling average, calculated at each school. So just for an example, of the 358 schools that were funded through the model for 16-17, 194, 54% of them were resourced using prior year ADM, and approximately 46% of those schools were funded using a 3-year average. So you'll see in figure 4 on the top of page 5, we've summarized the reported ADM before adjustments, the 3-year rolling average, and the model ADM, which is the greater of the two calculated at that school level. And as Matt mentioned, I'll try to avoid going into too much detail, knowing we have a lot to cover in a little bit of time.
Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Figure 3, just to clarify, that even though it's not a direct representation of average years of experience, that's what it gets at. Is that correct? As the lines are declining, that is representative of the average years of experience declining, therefore the cost driver associated with experience in the model declining. Is that accurate? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Office, that's correct. Continuing on with number 3 for utilities adjustment, the model provides resources for utilities using school district reported expenditures from 2009-10 school year as adjusted by the external cost adjustment. And since 2011-12, the model has provided additional utility funding for districts that have added new educational gross square footage. And you'll see that I've summarized these amounts in Table 2 since the first year after recalibration when that statutory provision was added. The next adjustment that Matt mentioned earlier that has a large impact on district funding is the adjustment for model health insurance. So funding for health insurance is calculated using a composite amount that is based on district participation rates as they relate to the state's health insurance plan. So each year, district reported staffing data is used to determine the weighted participation based on the reported full-time equivalency. So Table 3 is a summary of model health insurance funding. However, I'd point out that this does not include transportation and special education expenditures that are covered under the 100% reimbursement process for those two components.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I guess really this will be to Matt later on, but Matt, when we get to this part in the projections, talk a little bit about how you determine where you're at on future increases in health insurance. You don't have to do it now, but that'll be, this is all over the map. You can see how these things run, and it's hard to make projections, so I'll be interested how that happens.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'll just address it now. Prior to the projections that we did in our, I think it's tab H, we contacted the Department of Administration information to see what they were estimating for the state's budget for the 1920 biennium. And we have historically used a 10% increase in health insurance costs. They agree with that, and it might be somewhat conservative. And so we have projected a 10% increase to the state's rates for both fiscal year 1920 and then 21-22. And so you're absolutely correct. These increases are all over the board. The highest you can see in 2011-12 was 22%. And remember, these are based on the state's composite rate, and those go into effect January 1 of each year. So these amounts that are put into the funding model for school districts lag about 6 months. And another key point on that is school districts do have the ability to opt into the state plan. There's only one school district that has chosen to do that, and that's Natrona County School District number 1. And so while the state may experience a 0.5% increase, a local school district may, within their health insurance plans, experience a larger increase or a decrease that the state doesn't experience. But another key point on this is these amounts are resources school districts on model-generated FTEs, not necessarily employees that are actually partaking in their health insurance plans. And so in some cases, a school district may have a surplus in this area. For example, up in Campbell County, quite a bit of their employees are married or a spouse of a coal miner or a person in the oil and gas industry. And in most cases, those health insurance plans are more attractive to be in rather than the school districts. And so school districts' enrollment in their health insurance plans vary greatly between districts. And so the health insurance amount that's actually generated may be in excess or may be less than what their actual health insurance plans are. And again, as Representative Connolly alluded to earlier, these are block grant dollars. They don't have to be spent as allocated in the block grant. And so districts make those choices on their health insurance plans, whether they want to have a Cadillac plan or a plan similar to the state of Wyoming. And so I just want to, again, give some context as to why the amounts fluctuate and so forth.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I guess and maybe you could just send me an email on this, but I would like to know what percentage of the total allocation goes to healthcare. So is it 1%, 0.5%, less? Just a curiosity. I see 185 million, but that's over a long time period. So,
Mr. Chairman, are you referring to the percent of the model or the percent of a district's budget?
percent of the model. So we have about, what, $1.5 billion a year we spend, and so what percentage of that is healthcare?
About 9%. I'm going to go to Senator Landon first.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Matt, have we done anything since the 2005-06 timeframe that would have impacted the cost on our health insurance program, or have we stayed pretty consistent throughout? In other words, these big jump years, did that have anything to do with what we have done?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, the amount resourced within the funding model was modified in the 2005 recalibration, so effective school year 2006-07. Prior to that recalibration, in the 2004 session, or maybe it was the 2005 session, there was a one-time appropriation, I think it was around $33 million to school districts for health insurance costs. It wasn't necessarily built into the model, but that appropriation was to try to align school districts to the state's health insurance plan. What ultimately did happen was the decision by the legislature to align the model health insurance amounts to school districts similar to the state of Wyoming employees. And so that decision there really effectuated any increase that the state group health insurance plan had would be passed along to school districts. It's not done on a reimbursement basis, and so one decision point this legislature has is, you could just fully reimburse it or reimburse it up to the state amount, but that's the only decision that has been made, is to align it to the state's health insurance plan. So any increases or decreases to that plan will be passed along in the model.
Representative Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am curious about how we measure the efficiency of administrative staff. Some school districts seem to operate with fewer administrators. Others seem to have excess administrative staff. So how should we as a committee take a look at that and compare?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Furphy, we as the legislature or you as the legislature and the Department of Ed staff put together a report annually comparing the allocation of resources in school districts. And so we have the ability to identify model-generated administrative staff as recommended by your consultants or as funded by your legislature and compare that to actual staff. In most cases, it's aligned pretty evenly. And so districts hire about the same number of administrative staff that the model recommends. That could be a discussion point as a recalibration committee continues their work this summer, and they work hopefully with some consultants on what those recommended staffing levels could be. And so that may be an area where this legislature could look for efficiencies, but overall, based upon the current allocations, it's pretty much aligned to what the model recommends in most cases.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll pick up on external cost adjustment, and as Matt mentioned earlier, this is one of the areas that through the block grant monitoring process is reviewed on an annual basis. I've listed the model categories and the recommended cost indices as well as a summary of the ECA values that have been applied to the models since 2006-07, starting on page 7. But again, knowing that most of the committee members are fairly familiar with that process, I'll kind of jump into the next section, which is the regional cost adjustment. The regional cost adjustment is used to account for regional cost differences between school districts and provides additional funding for salaries in areas of high relative cost. And these adjustments are based on the greater of the 2005 hedonic wage index, the average of the past 6 semi-annual WCLI or Wyoming Cost of Living Index calculations, or a minimum of the statewide average. Table 6 on page 8 summarizes the number of school districts using each index since 2006-07 through estimates for next year. Mr. Chairman, if there's no questions on the regional cost, I'll jump right into student demographics.
Are there any questions on regional cost? Okay, please proceed.
So section 7 is the adjustment for student demographics. The model provides additional resources for at-risk students using an unduplicated count of students within a school that are free or reduced lunch eligible. English language learners or mobile grades 6 through 12. So each year the department updates the at-risk proxy count using school district enrollment data. And a summary of those at-risk counts are included on the last page of the memo. So you'll see for school year 2015-16 that was used to make funding determinations for 16-17. We have the fall enrollment of 94,000 students and a total at-risk unduplicated count of approximately 37,500, or a little less than 40% of the fall enrollment. The last two adjustments listed in the memo are routine updates to operations and maintenance funding for groundskeepers, staff, custodial staff, maintenance workers, and supplies. And that update is done annually using school facilities data. And then the final section, number 9, are updates to funding model data information that primarily come as a result of school finance audits conducted by the Department of Audit.
Okay, Representative Madden first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to back up to the student demographics section. I didn't know it was going to go so fast, but I need to know how this actually works. I've known forever that if you have at-risk students, you get a bonus in your block grant. But how does that work? I mean, here you've got, this is the statewide average of 9.9% for 15 and 16. Now, if you have a school district with 100 students in it and 39 of them are at risk, what's the adjustment? How many dollars is that one at-risk student worth?
Mr. Chairman, the at-risk count will be used to provide additional resources in the way of pupil support positions. It's also used to allocate staffing resources for summer school extended day programs. So those additional resources are based on a student count at the school level that provides those staffing resources.
What's the value of these resources? And it is part of the block grant, so it could be used for what the block grant says to be used for, or it may not be, right? In other words, I want to know how many dollars this translates to and what is the final disposition of that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Madden, the amount's going to be based on a teacher's salary. Unfortunately, I can't give you a specific amount because it's going to vary by district for the actual salaries and the staffing resources that are generated. Matt can correct me if I'm wrong, but I recall that the pupil support positions, I think, are allocated at a ratio of 1 teacher FTE per every 100 at-risk students. And you're correct that those resources are unrestricted for the pupil support category. I would add that up until this upcoming school year, those Bridges extended day summer school programs were restricted as far as those resources. They had to be utilized for those programs. But with those programs being rolled into the block grant model, those will be unrestricted starting with next year as well.
Representative Summers?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Could you tell me what the threshold is for free and reduced lunch? Some level of poverty, but I don't remember.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, that amount is determined by the USDA income eligibility guidelines. You'll also notice that for free and reduced lunch, around 2009-10, there was a fairly dramatic increase in the number of students eligible. That had to do with the way the USDA would approve students for the program through direct certification, with sharing information for students who are eligible for SNAP benefits. There was also a change in the program for provisional students that allowed what we call the community eligibility program, where if a certain number of students were direct certified, it would carry a percentage weighting, which would allow the school to be counted as a particular count or an adjustment factor for free or reduced lunch counts. And this was pretty consistent with the nation as a whole in 2009, 10, 11. Those income eligibility guidelines, I believe, are updated each year. And I can certainly follow up and get those sent to the committee after talking with our nutrition folks.
Follow up?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Matt or Jed, maybe either one of you might know, is free and reduced lunch pretty common factor between most states listing of what at-risk students are? Is that fairly common around?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I believe so.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker.
Is this working? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to back up to table 6 on regional cost adjustment, just what's the total cost of that? Is it 30, 50 million somewhere? And then that's my first question.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's around 30, 35 million.
And then if you could, not that you need it now, but for each one of those, you can see how many districts fall into each of the categories. The held harmless at the minimum of 100, and then the WCLI or the 2005, just kind of how much each one of those, is it divided pretty evenly, 10 million each, or is it more or less? I know we've...
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, it'll fluctuate year to year. For example, next school year, Teton County School District will see a dramatic increase of about 6%, just because the increase in WCLI. And so that cost will change based upon the RCA value, but it also change based upon each of the staff's characteristics as well. I haven't looked as to what values associated with each RCA option, but it'll fluctuate from year to year for those various reasons.
Senator Landon?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Real quickly, Matt, can you give a percentage figure or an idea of how much of the model is devoted to operations and maintenance? The reason I ask is that we have that other smaller elephant that we need to deal with along the way here, which is facilities and CapCon, major maintenance. But there is some maintenance in the formula. How much is that? Can you give us an idea?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, the routine, so we're talking about routine maintenance and operations. This isn't major maintenance and operations. The routine maintenance and operations within the block grant is around $100 million. And then when you add on utilities funding, that's another $35 million. So we're talking about 135 million, which is just under 10%, I think. My math's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, please proceed, Jed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's no further questions on tab B, I'll move on to tab C.
Oh, I got a question.
Representative Matt.
Yeah, thank you. Before you move to C, where in these pages does it tell what the actual number of instructors that would be included, or teachers or personnel that would be included with the model given the size of the student body? In other words, I think there's so many dollars, or there's so many instructors per 16, one person per 16 in some grades and some in others, and that works its way out, and that turns out to be part of the block grant, as I understand it, and whether or not they hire these teachers at that ratio is nobody's or everybody's guess, I guess. And that, I want to know if the calibration committee is going to flesh that out a little bit. And then, I guess as long as I have the microphone, the other question I had outlined in here is, you know, I've been involved with 3 of these recalibration things, just not on the committee, but because I was in the legislature. This would be the 4th one, I think. But this Wyoming Cost of Living Index measures the cost of living in a community, regardless of whether they live in the community or not, or the school district or not. And it also, you know, simply looks at what the cost of living in a place, not the difficulty or ease in which you hire somebody. And it's my understanding, as I go through the hedonic wage index, that is a way of measuring relatively how much you have to pay in that community for this class of educated people and so forth. So I'm just wondering, on the part of recalibration, is there any thought of removing that weight, WCLI? And then the other thing I wanted to know is the logic behind nobody being less than average. Is that going to be re-examined as far as what that's costing us? Whether or not.
Chairman Madden, on your first question regarding the staff allocations, we didn't provide any analysis within the memos today or the materials today regarding what the model provides versus what school districts receive or how those formulas are generated. We can certainly pass that along to the committee after the meeting, but that information isn't contained in the materials today. Regarding the regional cost adjustment, the WCLI, or the Wyoming Cost of Living Index, is a measure that the Department of Administration Economic Analysis Division does semi-annually, and it's based upon the U.S. Bureau of the U.S. Census Bureau's weights for housing and cost of shelter and food, gas, and so they use the same weights as the U.S. Census Bureau's. I think it's the CPI, and so they've utilized that measure for a while now. It is not the recommendation of our school finance consultant, Dr. Lori Taylor, to utilize the sole index, the WCLI. She had developed in the 2015 recalibration a separate measure, a comparable wage index, utilizing, but it did utilize, using the hedonic method, it did utilize WCLI as one component of that. But it also looked at the distance to a large city. It looked at the number of at-risk students and had a regression analysis that looked at many other factors. And the recommendation is to utilize that index solely. And I think she referred to it as a Lake Wobegon effect. Our current approach is nobody's or everybody's average or above. And her recommendation would be to adjust for costs above and below average. And so it'll be up to the recalibration committee on how they want to address that single component. So that's been a discussion point for many years now as we have gone, and this has been the compromise to use the greater of approach out of these two indices, but assuming everybody's average.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Office.
Just one follow-up point. Oh, that's loud. Just one follow-up point on that. I don't remember which Campbell decision it was. Matt will remember, but there's specifically language in one of the Campbell decisions that says that the regional cost adjustment can't go below 1, which is a bit strange, and it was surprising to see it there. So it can technically be rebased so that you start at 1 and go up from 1. And that's something that we discussed during the last recalibration. But the number can't go below 1 according to the language in the decision, which is a little bit awkward.
Michael Donald, do you have any comments on this?
Mr. Chairman, what Senator Rothfuss just said, Michael Donald, State's Council of School Finance. What Senator Rothfuss just said is indeed correct. The Supreme Court, in a bizarre twist of logic, decided that indeed the Lake Wobegon effect would be the law of the state of Wyoming, that nobody could be below average because of how we had structured our system. If we want to restructure our system and base it at the lowest district and then work up from there, I think it solves that problem. I'm not sure the problem would continue now, but the language of the Supreme Court has existed for 15 years.
Representative Summers?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I'm not sure the logic's all wrong. The logic, the way I read it in the decision was whatever number you come out with is the minimum number. That's what they said in the decision. It was the minimum number. That's the way I read it.
Indeed, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Chairman, the reason I say that their logic was tortured is because the number they used that they called the minimum number wasn't the minimum number. It was an average. And so from every average, there are some below and some above. It just got a little confused, I think, at the Supreme Court level. It is capable of being cleared up mathematically, politically. That's up to you.
Other questions? Jed, please proceed. Senator Wasserberger. Somebody help him out over there, would you, please?
Oh, it's a button.
Would anyone on the right side of the room?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to go back to page 5 and figure 4. And when I'm looking at the total ADM by the model, we have 93,971 students. Is that correct? And that's what the model funds? But our actual ADM in the districts is 92,733. And I think, if I remember correctly, the way that that's figured is we use an average from the previous school year or a 3-year average prior to that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Wasserberger, the calculation will either use the prior year's actual or the prior 3 years.
Right.
So if you look at that same column where you see 93,971, if you look just to the left where you see 2015-16, the model ADM was 93,102. With the model lagging in a year, districts in 15-16 were funded for 93,102, and their actual ADM count was 92,733. So if you kind of look to the right and to the next column down, you'll see kind of where the connection is between the 2 years. But Senator Wasserberg, your calculations are correct on how the 3-year average works in the model at the school level.
So does does that mean that we should look at a more accurate way of counting students? And the next question would be, Mr. Chairman, the next question would be, what do we spend per student ADM in our state right now? I've got us at 15,500. Is that relatively close?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Wasserberger, to your first point, you could make a policy decision to say we're just going to fund on the prior year actual. That's a policy decision that you could make. The kind of the logic behind the 3-year average is that for districts who experience a decrease, it's phased in. It gives them some ability to adjust that decrease. But what happened in the 2000, so we used to do the 3-year average, just fund them off the 3-year average. In the 2006 or the 2005 recalibration, the legislature chose at the school, and it used to be on a district basis. We moved to a school level model where this decision point was made at each school. So each school gets the decision of the prior year or the 3-year average. And that provided for districts or schools that were increasing would have the benefit of that prior year increase, and for schools that were decreasing would have the phase-in decrease effect. But what that does is it really overfunds the number of students statewide that were actually enrolled the prior year. So that could be a decision point for this committee, is you could just say we're going to fund on prior year ADM. But what it does is it changes the funding dramatically. The other option you could do is you could say for each district, if your total district ADM is greater than the prior year, or greater than your 3-year average, every school in that district gets the prior year average, or the prior year ADM. But if your district ADM is decreasing, so if it's less than the year before, then every school gets the 3-year average. That would decrease the difference between actual and model ADM. Does that make sense? And so that could be a policy decision. Rather than make that decision at a school level, you can make that at the district level, saying if the district is losing ADM, then it'll get the 3-year average for all the schools. And it would stop some of this duplicating ADM across schools, because you do provide more funding than there are actual students.
Mr. Chairman.
And just to answer your last question, it is about 16,000 per ADM.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How accurate are we on predictions on a district or school basis? I mean, would it be unreasonable for us to basically tell a district, all right, you're going to make a projection of what your ADM count's going to be next year, and then you'll be responsible for that being an actual the following year, if that makes sense? So you'll have to remedy any miscalculation. So if you calculated 1,000 students and you ended up with 1,002 ADM, that would be worked out. If you calculated 998 and had 1,000, that would be worked out. So in other words, fund an actual based on a projection.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, I don't know how good the calculator or the projections would be. Prior to the 2005 recalibration, in the instance where the 3-year average was only used, there was an adjustment done in February. If a school district's enrollment was 10% greater than the prior year enrollment, they did some type of an adjustment in the current year. So that could be an option that you could look at. States do this very differently. Some states just fund on actual average daily membership. They fund on a certain day of enrollment. The membership calculation allows to account for students that come and leave throughout the entire school year. And so if you do have a student that's there for half the year, you do get credit for that half the year for that student. And so, I mean, states do average daily attendance. They do membership as enrollment. And so there are various ways that states have taken this approach. Well, I mean, just, again, kind of uses the greater of approach for each of those schools.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, just what is the cost of this dual adjustment? Is it about $10 million a year, or what?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, I don't know, but we could identify that. Are you talking if we were to make that decision at the
Right,
district
I mean,
level?
It's gonna cost one way or the other, but I think doing them both, there is a cost, I think, and it seems like just working on memory is around 10 million a year from the last recalibration.
Yeah, Mr.
That's
Chairman.
all I'm asking.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, we can surely run those numbers. Yeah.
Other questions? Okay, please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, back to tab C, or starting with tab C. At the request of the Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration, sorry, let me back up. The memo that we'll be reviewing is titled School District Budget Reduction Survey. Tab C again. So at the request of the Select Committee, the department conducted a survey of Wyoming school districts on how budget cuts have been implemented for school year 16-17 and how districts anticipate implementing budget reductions for 17-18. With the help of the School Finance Data Advisory Committee, we developed a survey with 38 questions that collected information in 4 topic areas, those being budget and reserves, reduction to program areas, reductions to personnel or salaries and benefits, and then lastly, reductions to non-personnel and operations. 46 of the Wyoming's 48 school districts responded to the survey as of May 17th. I'd point out that Teton, one of the districts that did not respond by the deadline, did make an effort to provide information to the committee and submitted a response on June 1st. However, that data had already been analyzed and compiled and sent to the committee, so therefore Teton's responses are not included in this analysis. But I can make Teton's information, or any other districts for that matter, available at the committee's request, and I do have copies, paper copies of Teton's responses with me today as well. As I'm sure you're aware, the budget development process is a collaborative process involving many stakeholders, including district leadership, school personnel, and the Board of Trustees. Districts make decisions about the allocation of resources based on a wide variety of circumstances that weigh upon those local decisions. And a district's budget is driven not only by model allocations, but also contractual obligations and district-wide policies and initiatives. So we've attempted to provide a high-level summary of the information provided through the survey, but would note that school district business officials may be able to provide additional details specific to their district. So starting with the first category, budget and reserves, as we just discussed, changes in enrollment have a direct impact on the level of resources available to school districts for budgeting purposes. So districts were asked to estimate the % change in enrollment from October of 2016 to October of 2017. That change in enrollment ranged anywhere from a negative 5% decrease to an increase of 4%. With regards to the change in budgets for school year 16-17, the change in budgets ranged anywhere from a negative 10.39% to an increase of 4.5%. And that dollar change ranged anywhere from $2.6 million decrease in budget expenditures to an increase of slightly more than $3.4 million. For school year 17-18, the change in district budgets ranged anywhere from a negative 12% to, again, an increase of 4.5%, and that dollar range was anywhere from a $6.4 million decrease to an increase of a little more than $500,000. You'll see a noticeable change between 16 and 17, where 42 districts reported a decrease in general fund budgets, where only 3 districts reported increases for that same year. So I'll draw your attention to attachment 1, which provides a summary of those district budget reductions for both years. And for committee members who'd like the information for Teton, for 16-17, the percentage increase was 1.92%. The dollar change was an increase of $923,637. For 17-18, that percent increase is 2.84%, and an increase in budgeted expenditures of $1,394,424. So within that survey, districts were also asked specific questions about the use of both general fund and special reserves, and we'll have additional information on reserves in a later memo. But for 16-17, 11 school districts reported using a total of $8.5 million in general fund reserves for operations. And the number of districts anticipating using reserves for 17-18 increased to 23 for 17-18 and projected use of reserves of $7.7 million. 26 school districts also reported having a separate special reserve fund authorized under statute. Of the 19 school districts without a special reserve fund, 4 anticipate that they'll be creating one soon. We also asked questions on how those special reserve funds were used. With regards to transfers, the amount that they estimated to be transferred from the general fund to the special reserve fund was $3.5 million for 16-17 and $2.1 million for 17-18. So you'll see in Table 1 that the statewide special reserve fund balance at the end of 15-16 was a little bit more than $78 million, and districts estimate that that will decrease slightly to $74 million for at the end of school year 16-17. You'll note that the statewide balance for 17-18 shows only $62 million. I would just note that 4 districts were not able to provide estimates for 17-18, so that would make that number appear a little bit less. So continuing on with the questions on the purpose of the special reserve fund, districts were asked to select from 5 predefined purposes, or they could provide additional information on other uses for the fund. You'll see here on page 5 that more than 73% of the school districts with special reserve funds reported that they use the fund as a depreciation reserve for equipment. 64% stated that they use the funds to purchase or replace specific equipment, and 12 of the 26 districts that responded to this question indicated that the fund may also be used to enhance or maintain enhancements on construction projects or as a depreciation reserve for building repair. Some of the additional categories that districts provided information on for the use of the fund were for teachers, technology purchases, land purchases, and equipment for new school openings and for renovations.
Representative Connolly?
Okay, I'm curious about any statutory limitations on what districts can do regarding their statutory reserve. And I'm also curious about the use of reserves as it relates to the obligation for equity among the districts.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I can probably address your first question as far as the reserve limitations. And we do have a memo further down in the agenda that will address the general fund reserve limitations, and then the special revenue fund limitations are that a district can only transfer up to 10% of the budgeted amount per year. There's no limitations on the amount that it can accrue year to year in those special reserve funds. The only time that a district might feel the consequence of those funds is if they're transferred back to the general fund and they exceed what we call the general fund cash reserve balance. Those could put them over the 15% limitation at those instances where that could count against them. But for the special reserve fund, the only limitation is that they can only transfer up to 10% of each year's budgeted amount.
Follow up.
Thank you. Jed, actually, I'm getting to, and it might be with a later one, so I don't remember this, but I am curious, and actually it goes to Representative Furphy's original question about administration, and where I don't see the actual number of administrators off model, I do see salaries that seem to be quite inflated in comparison to what the model suggests. So I'm curious if districts should pay, for example, off-model salaries or increments to salaries out of reserves, if that's a possibility.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, the special reserve funds are limited, at least for equipment and building depreciation and facility-related costs. The cash reserves that districts can carry over year to year are unrestricted. They could certainly use those funds for a number of different purposes. They could maintain salary levels, increase steps and lanes. They could use those for health insurance premiums. Those funds that they carry over are unrestricted. I can tell you that a lot of districts would say that it's fiscally prudent to maintain those reserves for a lot of uncertainties. They use them for cash flow purposes. Those reserves, certainly for recapture district, help them bridge the gap between the primary county treasurer payments that come in the fall and the spring. They also use those special reserve, cash reserves for unforeseen expenditures for a high need student that might cost the district a higher placement cost in a year. So those funds are available for them. But direct to your question, Representative Connolly, there are no restrictions on how those reserves can be used.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And somewhere in, when you discuss these reserves, I've never really understood on major maintenance, districts can hold 10% for enhancements. And I don't know if that goes into a reserve fund or how that's held. So I'm just interested how that fits in with where money's held.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Summers, the 10% carryover for major maintenance isn't included in what we'll discuss for the cash reserve amounts or the special reserve funds. Those are separate, but I will get into the mechanics of how we calculate the cash reserve carryover amount. There are a few exclusions and hold harmless provisions that go into effect that impact that cash reserve carryover amount that essentially raises the ceiling for districts in certain instances. But as far as the major maintenance portion, it's not considered as part of those.
Please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll pick up on the program areas where we collected information on reductions to education or student programs. And I'm picking up on page 5. 9 districts reported making no reductions to educational programs in 16-17. We had 2 districts that reported making no reductions to programs in school year 17-18. The comments collected through the survey identified reductions to a number of educational programs outside of what was predefined in the survey. Some of these programs were community education programs, reading support, media centers, etc. But you'll see on figure 4, beginning on page 6, that the most commonly reported reduction was to instructional facilitators and summer school extended day programs, followed by cuts to extracurricular activities and increases in class sizes. So you'll find that summary in figure 4 of the district's responses to the 2 years of those questions. Specific to the categorical grant funding, as we spoke about earlier, instructional facilitators and summer school extended day programs had been funded as a separate categorical grant to school districts. Beginning next year, those will be incorporated into the block grant model. So we asked districts to respond how they would administer those programs going forward. They were allowed to choose from 3 predefined selections. The first being that there would be no change, that districts would follow the model allocations in the same manner as when it was a categorical grant. The other option was that they would decrease the program, so essentially maintaining the program but at a reduced level. And the final option was that the district would eliminate the program altogether. A majority of the districts, more than 30, reported decreases in both programs. 2 districts reported that they would eliminate summer school extended day programs. 6 districts reported eliminating instructional facilitators. 12 districts reported maintaining the summer school extended day programs in the same manner as when the model would allocate the resources in a categorical grant. And 9 districts reported maintaining instructional facilitators in the same manner as when they were categorical grant. The third section of the survey collected information on reductions to personnel and salaries. So 42 of the districts responded that they were making reductions to personnel, including salaries and benefits for both years. For certified staff, the most common response was reductions through attrition for both school years, and then followed by reductions to employee benefits. You'll see a summary of those responses on page 8 of the memo. District's responses were similar when they were asked the same question for classified staff. The number of positions reduced through a reduction in force ranged anywhere from 1 to 11 positions per district for both school years, which was approximately 102 positions in total. And the composition of that 102 was 52 reported as certified teachers, or certified staff, and then 50 for classified. And then this number changed, as you'd imagine, significantly when asked for a staffing count for the number of positions reduced through attrition, which was approximately 475 total positions for the state. The makeup of the 475 was 303 in certified staff and 172 in classified. And as you can imagine, the number of positions reported by district varied greatly, and it was heavily dependent on the actual size of the district as far as those counts.
Representative Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me get a definition between classified and certified. Once again, here I'm headed towards administrative staff. Does it look like they're planning on cutting any administrative staff? So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Furphy, certified staff are credentialed staff. That would include teachers, speech therapists, school psychologists, nurses that require licensure or certification. Classified are going to be typically your hourly paid staff. That could be clerical, instructional assistants, paraprofessionals, custodians, etc. With regards to district administration, we did not ask specific questions on reductions to district level staff. Some of the district level staff could be certified, some could be classified. In hindsight, we probably should have asked information on district level administration cuts, but unfortunately we did not collect that information here. There are some districts that responded in the comments that did identify that they would be reducing FTE in certain administrative level positions, but I don't have a count, at least for this analysis.
Please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, picking up on the table at the bottom of page 8, we asked districts to respond to information about salary reductions. 33 of the districts responded to this question with the information you see in table 2. You'll see that there's close to even reporting between no adjustments to base salaries for both certified and classified staff, as well as no movement in steps or lanes. And for both classifications, we had 4 districts that reported that they would not be making any reductions to salaries for certified or classified staff. Districts were also asked about reductions to benefits for both certified and classified staff. The most prevalent response was a reduction to retirement contributions paid by the district. What this would indicate is that the employee is going to pay a larger portion of their retirement contributions, followed by the second most common response, which was reductions to health insurance. This could be in the form of co-pays, increased deductibles, changes in rates, or movements to high deductible plans. District also reported reduction to other staff benefits programs, such as retention programs, whether that be bonuses or payments, wellness days, and in some instances, reduction to leave allocations. And then moving on to the 4th category of the survey, which was the non-personnel and operations section. We asked districts to respond to a number of different personnel or operations categories. The most reported category was reduction to supply budgets. Second most common was reductions to capital spending, and you'll see this in figure 9 on page 10. The capital spending category could include a number of capital outlay costs, such as curriculum, bus purchases, and technology equipment. 16 districts made reductions in this category for 16-17. That increased to 33 districts that will be making reductions to that category in 17-18. And as I mentioned before, districts were able to provide open-ended comments to each one of the survey sections. You'll find a complete listing of all those responses as attachment 2 to the memo. that begins and has a table of contents right after the first attachment, which has the budget breakout for the percentage change and dollar change. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to address any questions on the budget survey.
Any questions? Okay, let's move on.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll be reviewing tab D now. The memo is titled Local School District Resources. So as we've spoke about earlier, the school finance system relies on a system of sharing of resources between the state and local school districts. The School Foundation Program compares amounts guaranteed through the block grant model to school districts' access to local revenues, primarily generated through the collection of property taxes assessed at the district and at the county level. So as we all know, as assessed valuations decline, lower district resources increase demands on the state to fund the guarantee. And similarly, if assessed valuations were to increase, the state aid portion to fund the guarantee would decrease. So for school year 16-17, local school districts generated approximately $739 million, or a little more than 50% of the statewide guarantee. This does not include off-model programs at this point. The state contributed the remaining $719 million, which was a little more than 49% of the guarantee. And this is probably in stark contrast to the prior year, 15-16, when school district resources were $898 million, or more than 62% of the total funding model guarantee. That contribution level can also vary significantly from district to district. So just as an example, Sublet 1, which is a recapture district, generated 351% of their guarantee through local resources, compared to Fremont 38 that generated only 5% of their guarantee for a little less than, or a little more than $485,000 of their total guarantee of $9.7 million. The figure on the second page depicts the total funding for school districts. That does include the total guarantee and off-model programs. These off-model programs are separate programs such as National Board Certified Teachers. We fund the retirement contribution outside of the model through a separate reimbursement process. There's also other grants for CTE and voc ed programs, distance education grants. Those amounts have been included in the total funding in Figure 1. The local resource components can be accounted for, or are accounted for, in two categories. The first is the property taxes that are anticipated to be collected in the current year, and the second is miscellaneous revenues that were actually collected from the prior year. The largest of these resources are through the property taxes collected through 25 mills levied at the district and 6 at the county level. So these anticipated tax collections are based on the assessed valuation of property certified by the State Board of Equalization in August. And in certain instances, the amount of revenue collected for these taxes can be more or less than what was estimated originally for entitlement and recapture payments. And this can be a result of changes in valuations, abatements, delinquent or protested taxes. So to ensure that the school districts receive the proper level of resources, each year the department reconciles the amounts estimated for the prior year's payment with actual tax collections reported by school districts and county treasurers. If the amount that was originally estimated is less than the amounts reported, the tax shortfall is made up through a series of or through a payment or tax shortfall grant to the school district on or before October 15th of the current year. If the reported revenues are greater than what the previous year's estimate was, that excess will count as a local resource in the current school year, effectually increasing the school district's recapture payment or decreasing the entitlement. So for eligible, for payments made, or adjustments for 16-17 based on 15-16 foundation payments. The Department of Education generated $8.7 million in tax shortfall payments to school districts and collected an additional $1.7 million in local resources for those excess tax collections. So you'll see in Table 1, we have a comparison between the estimated tax collections and those tax excess shortfall adjustments. And you'll see for 16-17, the difference or the net deficit between the total tax excess and tax shortfall is the greatest since the table included with 2005-06.
Representative Summers?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And this is, I guess, a question for Matt. I kind of know the answer, but I think people need to understand. One reason, I want to make sure I'm right, one reason that districts have to have reserves is because in some of districts, like my districts, where you have a lot of mineral production, you can have these tax adjustments that can go south, kind of, and then you kind of, if you're budgeted already, you're kind of in a pinch. And so that's kind of where the reserves came from at one time. Matt, isn't that one reason for the justification I think I heard from you at one time?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Summers, that's one reason why districts do have reserves. It's a little bit different in the case of a recapture district. If they experience a tax shortfall, it really means the state school foundation program is going to be shorted that year. In the case of an entitlement district, it's a different issue in the fact that the state's only obligated for the current year to pay for what we estimated, and then that'll be reconciled the following year. And so the cash reserves in that instance probably become a little bit more important to a school district. A recapture district would have the ability to appeal to the state superintendent, hey, I didn't get my taxes collected. Can you hold off until October when you reconcile my tax shortfall payment to then I can make that tax short or the additional recapture payment. I think that answers your question. While I have the microphone, I think on page 2, figure 1 does a good job of illustrating why we have the two committees here today. Not since 2003's 3-4 school year has the state's share been 50% or lower. This is the phenomenon that we refer to as the double whammy effect. When property valuations or assessed valuations decrease, it not only hits local property taxes from the 31 school mills, it also, and you'll see in the memo for myself and Tab H, it'll affect the school foundation program's collection from federal minimum royalties and the 12 mil. And so that these two lines combined, you'll see the guarantee amount hovering around the $1.5 billion mark. Districts are guaranteed that amount. In school year 2019, 79% of that funding was provided by the local 31 mills or their local revenues, majority of it. It has dropped down now to 49% in school year 16-17. Districts are still guaranteed that funding level. The state's now required to make up that large difference. And so that's why we see ourselves gathered here today. So I think that graph, if you take anything out of this meeting today, this is the graph that you can point home back to your constituents and say, we're still required to fund that. This is why this meeting is important.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, and just a couple questions on the state share. Is the 10% statewide mills, right? Or 10 statewide, it's 12 statewide mills, and then primarily federal mineral royalties. Right. Two other things, but just real quick, kind of percentage. Are the 12 mills a little over half of that? It's actually about 70% or so of that, and then the FMRs below and above the cap. That was my first question. Kind of the state share is made up then of those two, the 12 mills and the FMRs, and what percentage roughly, or dollar amounts you can give us so we can figure the percentage. That's my first question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, I'll have to do some math on the side here.
Then follow up, Mr. Chairman, just where does the drop in It's really, I mean, the old days, this was a double whammy, but it's really, since recapture, it's kind of a triple whammy because we have these reduced recapture payments. And how much is that is that in the local, is that, or is that, I mean, where do you show that reduction? That would be in the local?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, the recapture is included in that local resources line.
Okay.
And so it's not, we, for purposes of this graph, I believe, Jed can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's in that local resources amount. We did not back it out because that recapture is collected and then just redistributed through the entitlement payments. And so we assume that that recapture is considered a local revenue.
That's local.
Or Jed can correct me if I'm wrong. Jed says I'm right. So we looked at that as a local revenue in this instance and showing that the recapture is part of that 51% for 16-17.
And so then, just last follow-up, Mr. Chairman. So really, that triple whammy with the recapture, and as you'd mentioned, then the 12 mills obviously are going down, and the FMRs. And
Yeah.
Really the whole thing's in a whammy.
Yeah.
So, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker, when we get to my memo in tab H, you can see, and I probably should have put in percentages of what revenue source made up the total foundation program or revenues, but you can see the amounts for each of the biennia, how much was recaptured, 12 mil and FMRs.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Wasserberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a real quick question. And I know that recapture districts, the number of them changes from year to year. So how many recapture districts do we have in our state now?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Wasserberger, there's 5 for the current fiscal year.
Representative Connolly?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt and Jed, one of the things that I've been thinking about with going through the materials is how complicated it is in terms of transparency and thinking about the public looking at it. And I'm curious, for example, how did we come about and have 3 different mill levies? The 25, the 6, the 12. And honestly, thinking about if there's a way to make it simpler.
Chairman, Representative Connolly, it goes back a while. The reason why we have 3 is the Constitution requires the 12 and the 6. And then there's a separate provision in the Constitution really outlining the legislature has the ability to tax however much they want for education. And that's where the 25 mil comes in. And the 25 mil is a mechanism through the Constitution. I think it's Article 7, Section 9, that the legislature really, I think, put that in place after the Washakie case. We're really now at the 12 statewide, the 6 county, and the 25 school district post Washakie. And it's been that way. And I think Jed has a pretty good illustration in his bonding and mill levy memo on kind of the evolution of the multiple mill levies that school districts have available to them. But really, the structure has been in place since the Washakie case in 1980. And so it is complicated, and it gets even more complicated when you look at the state school foundation program side of it. And that may take a while to get through that memo, but school finance is a very complex monster. And really, if you want to simplify the 43 mills and just bring it up to the statewide level, it would have to require a few constitutional amendments. You could argue we're not going to change the tax amount, but if you want to simplify just the 43 school mills, I mean, that's one option the legislature has, is just we're going to levy 43 mills. It's not going to change your tax bill, but you could bring everything up to the state. But it would require constitutional amendments.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the second local resource category that I mentioned is based on prior year revenue actually collected by the district These remaining revenue sources comprise approximately 12%, or a little less than $90 million of local resources. These include revenues from a number of different areas, railroad car company taxes, motor vehicle fees, certain tuition payments to school districts, or the sale of personal property which was not owned by the school district before July 1st of 1997. There are also other revenues that are not counted towards model allocations. These exclusions are relatively minor and include impact aid payments, student activity income, transportation fees, or interest earned on school district funds. I've included a summary of the amounts not counted as local resources for the most recent school year on the last page of the memo. You'll see that the largest of the $30 million, or a majority of the $30 million that is not counted as a local resource is impact aid funds, which is a program that's provides payments in lieu of taxes to school districts that are impacted by federal lands. A majority of those funds flow to Fremont School District 14, 21, and 38.
Senator Rothfuss.
What are I was curious when I was looking at table 2, the first two, the 1 mil authorized by the board with an amount of $2. What's the story there? Maybe we don't even want to talk about $2, but.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, from time to time, districts will receive delinquent taxes that are significantly past the current year. These originate from the optional mill levies that we'll talk about in a moment here.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask a question about the services provided to other governmental. Not much money, but it's a intriguing category for me, because I've had a thinking that school districts could contract and provide services to other school districts, and we could all be better off. For example, why does every school district have to have a transportation system? Two could do it and run it together. So, with this exclusion from local resources, would that include other local school districts, or is it just other types of governmental?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, I believe the majority of these funds are in Laramie 1. I believe they run a print shop within the district that provide services to the schools within the district, and there's some revenue exchange. I don't know the mechanics of how that works, but to your question about cooperative services, the school finance system does provide an incentive for school districts to partner and provide cooperative services for transportation and special education programs. And what the program does is allows districts to retain half of the cost savings if they were to partner to perhaps hire a single speech pathologist and share those services between school districts. They get to retain half of those savings. For the most recent school year, we only had 2 school districts partner, that's Laramie 1 and Laramie 2, and I believe the cooperative incentive payment was $500 to each of those districts.
Mr. Chairman, follow-up?
Follow-up.
Well, I guess it's not exactly a question, Mr. Chairman. It seems like there would be enormous opportunity in this area, and I'm very surprised that there's almost no cooperative provision of services. I hope we can explore that more.
Mr. Chairman, I'd add that there is a cap on that. I believe it's $50,000 for the sharing between the 2 districts for that incentive payment.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Okay, let's go on to the next tab, but it'd be B on your agenda sheet, if I'm correct here. General review of historical K-12 statewide school district mill levies and school district bonding capacity.
Mr. Chairman, you're correct. So we're on agenda subtopic B on the 810 agenda item. And this will be in tab E as in echo.
Mr. Chairman, this tab E, the memo is titled School District Mill Levies and Bonded Debt. And as we've been discussing, the largest contribution to the guarantee is through those local property taxes received in the current year. As we got into detail earlier, an additional 12 mil statewide school taxes collected by county treasurers and forwarded to the state for deposit into the school foundation program account. the 25 mills at the district, the 6 mills at the county, and the 25 mills levied at the state level are primarily designed to support ordinary K-12 operations, and these do not include additional special school district tax levies for additional programs like debt service, boards of cooperative educational services or BOCES, rec districts, or adult education. I've included a table of tax levies supporting general school operations on the second page. I just point out a minor correction on the 25 mil statute that I cited in the table. That should be 2113-102A instead of 302. So in addition to these 31 mills, school districts also have access to mill levies for these other educational related programs. These are restricted to the programs as they're authorized under statute. As I mentioned earlier, are debt service, BOCES, rec mills, and adult education. On Table 2, I provided a summary of the additional property tax levies available to school districts under the current law, and then the current number of school districts with levies in each of those programs. I've also included in Attachment 1 a summary school district mill levies beginning with school year 2001-2, and that is detailed to the district level. Before the Campbell 1 case, districts had access to as many as 6 additional mills to supplement district operating revenues or for capital maintenance purposes. These mills were considered outside of the foundation program. They were not counted as local resources towards what we call our entitlement and recapture payments, and they were structured in 2 ways. The first mill could be levied by the local board of trustees without voter approval, and the final 2 mills in each of these categories could only be levied with the approval of district voters. The optional mills for operations were largely unrestricted. However, the maintenance mills were limited to facility repair, maintenance and renovation, but they could not be used for capital construction programs. It's important to note that not all school districts would levy those full 6 mills. For instance, in 1996-97, the last year before the special session, for the operations mills, 39 school districts levied the board mill for operations, and then only 11 districts levied the additional voter-approved mill, and many of those were less than the 2% maximum. On the maintenance side of the optional mills, for that same year, 37 districts levied the board-approved mill, and only 8 levied the voter-approved portion. Again, some of those less than the 2% maximum, or excuse me, 2 mil maximum.
Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quickly, Jed, can you give us some sense, those of us who were not in the legislature at that time, was that removal of those 6 mills, was that the result of a Campbell decision, or was that a result of revenue that came in at that point, coal bed methane, or can you give us a little bit of context there, please?
Yeah, Chairman, Senator Landon, this was a result of the Campbell cases. These optional mills provided inequities across school districts, and that was one of the key points within the Campbell cases, and really it goes back to the Washington case. These mills did not count against the local revenue. That wasn't offset from the state portion, and so that's really the basis of eliminating them. And again, just if you look at the top of page 4, there's a note in there about not all school districts levied these 6 optional mills, and it's very akin to the 3 pennies that locals don't have to provide for sales and use tax, and also not every county in the state levies the 12 mills for counties. And so districts, if they wanted to go above the 1 operational and 1 maintenance, had to go to their voters and get approval for those. So even though history tells us that there were 6 mills for operations and routine maintenance and operations, not all 6 mills were in play at that time, except for the very last year when the legislature gave them carte blanche authority to not go to the voters and put them on. So while we look back at the history, while we have 43 mills today, it wasn't 49 always in place. It was less than that, and it changed from year to year based upon voters' will.
Representative Madden?
No, that was the same question that the Senator just asked.
Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have spreadsheets that just kind of give us a historic perspective of those 6 mills and which counties utilized them, how they fared voter-wise? I'm just kind of curious what kind of dollars that generated historically.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, we can pull that information and provide it to the committee.
Okay, let's move on.
Mr. Chairman, I would just point out in Figure 2 on page 5, as Matt spoke to a moment ago, in 1997, districts were authorized to access those full 6 mills without voter approval. You'll see this reflected in Figure 2 that depicts the statewide average mill levy for school districts since 1980-81. You'll see that spike for that time period where all but 3 school districts authorized those additional mill levies, and most of those school districts authorized the maximum of 6 mills under that statutory provision. But to clarify the graph a little bit, the dashed blue line, or the top dashed line in your copy is titled School District Mills. This represents all mill levies for the K-12 programs, which includes the capital construction-related mill levies. The general operations line only includes the mandatory 31 mills and then the optional mills, but doesn't include the additional mill levies for capital construction-related activities, so that would be debt service in the building fund. Through Wyoming school finance history, there's also been a number of statutory mechanisms that would adjust or supplement property taxes, such as power equalization, recapture limitations, and then additional excess mill levy rebates for debt service or a mill levy supplement also supporting debt service. And those are summarized on page 6. I would just point out that all 4 of these have been repealed. More specific to bonded debt, prior to the creation of the school facilities division, funding for capital construction came from 2 sources. The issuance of school district bonds was the primary source, or in some cases an appropriation from the legislature. And as you know, the financial responsibility for major maintenance and capital construction has moved to the state and is no longer primarily placed on school districts. However, since the state assumed responsibility for these costs, a number of districts have continued to issue bonds for enhancements or school capital construction projects. So for the most recent school year, fiscal ending June 30th of this year, 8 school districts had outstanding bonds of $62.8 million. You'll see this in table and figure 3 on page 7. And you'll note that this has decreased steadily since 1995-96, when 33 school districts reported bonded debt of approximately $187 million. The final table on page 9 summarizes the interest payments associated with the bonded debt serviced through additional mill levies. And you'll see the same change reflected from 96 to 2016, as well as the average mills that were levied and the number of districts that have outstanding mill levies for bonded debt. I've also attached 2 tables detailing bonded debt and mill levy information from 95-96 to current by district, and then a summary of the school district mill levies that we covered earlier in the memo. Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, if I'm reading this right on table 4, we've got 8 districts that currently have bonded debt, and the high interest rate there, we've got a 7.23%. A portion of that debt is financed at 7.23%. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Office, that's the mill levy amount.
Oh, my apologies. Okay. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just, sorry, Mr. Speaker, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman? I couldn't quite hear Senator Office. I think I got it. But my question is just to, on table 4, so the 197 mills is now down to 29 mills. And so my question is really on the assessment ratio. Has that changed at any time since 1996, the 9.5 and 11.5 on these levied mills?
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Archman, are you talking about the assessment ratio to the valuation of properties, so like the 9.5? Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Dean Timpty on that.
Mr. Chairman, the assessment ratios of 9.5% and 11.5% have been the same since 1989.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, just for the folks out in the back there, these assessment ratios on assessed valuation have been the same since 1989.
Mr. Chairman, my main was really so it's an apples-to-apples comparison.
Yeah.
That's the main deal. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, just for members who, again, the reason for this drop from 197 to 29 is the state is required to provide the facilities now of each school district. And so prior to the Campbell 1 decision, school districts made that decision on their own. And so the responsibility was shifted at that time back to the state. And so really these mills, and Judd said it are really for just enhancements above the statewide adequacy standards. So for example, in Albany County, their voters approved, I think it was around a $25 million bond to enhance that facility down there. So again, I just wanted to give some context as to why that decrease has dropped, or why the mill levies have dropped.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move on to my final memo. I believe we're on subsection C of the agenda, today's agenda. And I'll kick that off with tab F for school district reserves. Mr. Chairman, correct. Mr. Chairman, school districts are allowed to maintain a general fund operating balance or cash reserve amount not to exceed 15% of its computed school foundation guarantee. So using audited financial statements, these cash reserve amounts are reviewed annually by the department to identify any amounts that exceed that 15% limitation imposed by statute. So these cash reserves that may be in excess of that 15% limit are considered local revenues for purposes of the entitlement and recapture payments, which effectively reduces the state payments to entitlement districts or increases the amount due to the state for recapture districts. The unrestricted fund balance that is used to determine cash reserve computations represents the amounts that do not meet the classification of legally restricted, which would be your committed, assigned, and unassigned general fund balance that I've summarized in Table 1 on page 2. So before the total of those three fund balance categories for the general fund are compared to that 15% limitation test, there's a number of exclusions that are removed from the calculation before we determine if a district is over that 15% threshold. So beginning on page 7, these exclusions are essentially, these three exclusions are essentially held harmless. The first is protested tax revenues. Districts are allowed to request that any amounts for protested taxes that are received are excluded for 1 year following the year that they were received, as they could potentially be a windfall in revenue for the district. This is the smallest of the exclusion categories when it comes to cash reserve calculations. The largest is impact aid, which I mentioned earlier is a federal program that supports the lost tax base imposed by federal property. These payments are required by federal law to be outside of the state school finance system. In certain instances, and very rare circumstances, the federal government has allowed states to equalize these funds. I believe there's only 3 states currently that have received U.S. approval for treating these funds as local resources or part of the school finance system. In order to even be able to apply to the federal government for what they call an equalization status, the state would have to prove that there's less than a 25% variance between the 5th and 95th percentile for districts for per pupil expenditures. And in Wyoming, that disparity is considerably larger. So we've never been able to qualify for any exclusion for equalization with impact aid. So these funds are commonly used as operating funds. 7 school districts reported impact aid balances for the most recent audited school year, totaling a little more than $65 million, or 50% of the amounts excluded from that unrestricted fund balance. The next category or exclusion are cash reserves for fiscal year ending June 30th in 1997. So by statute, these have been excluded from cash reserve calculations and are to be excluded until fully expended by school districts. So the previous year's fund balance is carried forward to the following year for calculation purposes. So the only way that a district would reduce their pre-97 reserves is if at the end of the year their unrestricted fund balance fell below that amount that's carried over from the prior year. So since 2005-06, the pre-97 reserves have decreased by $7.2 million, or approximately 13%. Within these pre-97 reserves, there was also a carry forward amount or an adjustment for a half-day kindergarten error. So in 1998-99, there was an error in the ADM calculation for kindergarten funding. School districts were underfunded approximately $13.9 million from the state. So there was a one-time appropriation that was allocated to school districts to make up for that funding error. And this amount was required to be excluded from cash reserves. And since that time, that amount has been included in the aggregate for the 1997 carry forward balance.
Chad, just help me with this impact aid category. I'm having a little trouble getting my arms around. It's located nearby, most of it, but why would it jump so dramatically in these last couple of years? What carried that balance? For example, from 14 to 15, 16, it jumped by over $11 million in fund balance. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, I don't know if I can capture the reason that the impact aid reserve amount increased by $10 million from the prior year. The way that that's operationalized in a sense with the department is those funds are typically commingled with the district's general fund operating funds. So districts will account for those impact aid funds separately. And they might make budgetary decisions to use those impact aid reserves or move those over or not. They receive, I believe, approximately $25 million a year through the program. But I would probably have to defer to the 3 Fremont districts to maybe explain why those fund balances increased over the prior year.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we leave this pre-1997 reserves, and it's not being counted as, it's a reserve that isn't counted as a reserve, more or less. What was the legislative intent, if you can answer that, that would set them aside? Because it looks like they might be there until kingdom come. I don't know. Is there any end plan for this, or what?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Madden, I don't have the historical context for that, but my only thinking behind that is, we kind of changed the financing scheme in that 1997 special session, and so I think the thinking behind that is those optional mills prior to then, districts collected and at their own voter approval process. And so I think they wanted to protect or isolate those funds from when the state changed the game in the 1997-98 school year. It's been 20 years now. Districts do spend those down throughout the school year, but then it gets built back up at the end of the school years. And so it's kind of a first in, last out accounting methodology. if you look at it that way. And it's not a real-time calculation. It's at the end of the year at that fund balance. And so, I don't understand all the policy decisions behind that, but that's my understanding from kind of looking at the financing scheme and the change at that time. I'm sure there were 90 different reasons back in 1997 why they did that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, just to further clarify a little bit of how how that calculation works. If a district had a guarantee of $10 million and they had pre-97 reserve carryover of $500,000, a district could maintain an unrestricted fund balance of $2 million, which would be 15% of the $10 million guarantee, plus that additional carryover of that $500,000 from the pre-97 reserves. So you'll see in Table 2 and as well as Figure 1, we've included the statewide cash reserve amounts since school year 2005-06. I'll briefly walk you through the calculation for 15-16. The statewide guarantee was approximately $1.4 billion. That unrestricted fund balance before we accounted for those exclusions was $275 million, or approximately 19% of the guarantee. So after the exclusions for impact aid and pre-97 reserves, the district fund balance, the net balance, I guess, was $161 million, which was 11% of the statewide guarantee. I've included as attachment 1 a breakout of school district cash reserve amounts for the most recent school year, completed 15-16. For the most recent school year, there were only 2 districts that exceeded that 15% limitation that we collected additional local resources on as a result. And Mr. Chairman, I won't repeat the rest of the memo. It's the special reserve information that we went through with the budget reduction survey earlier. So at this point, I'd be happy to address any questions the committee might have on the cash reserves.
Jed, I apologize. Can you remind me, what are districts allowed to carry over now? Is it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, 15% of their calculated guarantee for the same fiscal year.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more memo on tab C. I'm going to finish up that, and then I'll go to subsection D. Tab G is a memo I authored at the request of the select committee and the chairman of revenue. Yeah, G is in girl. Mr. Chairman, this memo provides a little bit of context as to the number and the amount of enhancements school districts have completed in their school district since the state has taken over responsibility of capital construction. And again, an enhancement is defined by statute as a construction project that's in excess of the statewide adequacy standards. And so the School Facilities Commission has adequacy standards for elementary, middle, high schools, and tracks and so forth. And so if a district wants to, for example, build a pool, that's beyond the state's adequacy standards. And so they can fund that through many means. They can use their general funds that we provide through the block grant. They can bond for it. They can use impact aid. And so they can use donations. And then there's another mechanism that Chairman Summers alluded to earlier, separate from capital construction for enhancements. Districts can utilize up to 10% of their major maintenance payment from the state to maintain those enhancements. And statute has allowed that for many years now. And so really the crux of this information is on pages 2 and 3 of the memo. Table 1, I analyzed the enhancement data on the State Construction School Facilities Division's website regarding each school district's estimated or their actual cost of enhancements. And in total, about $198.5 million is going to be expended on enhancements according to this data. And you can see each of the districts, and for example, as I talked to earlier, in Albany 1, they passed a bond in, I think, 2012, maybe a little bit sooner, as part of their capital construction project to enhance that project. And so Albany 1's a little bit more cleaner to identify how that revenue source came from. It was through a bond mill levy. The other districts in the attachment 1 to this memo, the School Facilities Department hasn't done a deep analysis on. Sometimes there are multiple revenue sources for an enhancement. So a district may utilize their general fund or a special reserve fund where they transferred funds from their general fund, or they may use a combination of sources. And so I would refer you to the attachment to look at this specific project and its revenue source as to how they funded that, because it varies by project, and a project can have multiple revenue sources. Another question that was asked and is reported on page 3 are how many projects has the state completed since the Campbell cases? And in total, the state has either renovated or built new 190 facilities, and this is broken down by 114 new school buildings, 41 renovated buildings, and 35 ancillary buildings. And ancillary buildings are either administrative offices, a bus barn. And so since the Campbell cases, the state's invested over 2.3 or close to $2.3 billion on capital construction. And since fiscal year 99, a total of $752 million has been appropriated for major maintenance purposes.
Matt, if you could just be more specific on the date. So this table 2, you said from the Campbell decisions, but what date is
that? Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, for the construction purposes, this is from 2002 forward.
Okay, and then my next question, follow up, Mr. Chairman, is out of these 190 buildings, 100 from the ancillary buildings, what's the total inventory? It's like 400 and some buildings. Is that kind of, it's like 360 school buildings and another 100 and some ancillary, just kind of memory. But you have that, that should really be part of this memo so we know what.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, I don't have the total percent of buildings.
Okay, maybe up.
Yeah, there's around 358 school buildings. And I don't know the number of ancillary buildings because it'll vary by some instances. The administration building is connected to a school building, but bus barns will be a separate. In some instances, the school facilities division calculates like a stadium as a separate facility. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Kind of back to the 10%. And the question that I asked before, how is that money held? Does it have to be spent the same year that it's withdrawn, or can it be built up over a period of time? And how's that accounted, and what kind of a fund is that held in?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Summers, statute requires that major maintenance funds are kept separately. So there's a separate account in each district for major maintenance purposes. The department, or the State Construction Department School Facilities Division, accounts for those funds separately. They can accumulate those funds. There's no limit on how much they can carry over from year to year. But what they do is they identify that 10% amount for each year. And so they keep a tally on the balances of the total major maintenance amount. And then they also keep a tally of how much a district is allowed of that allocation to be used for enhancement purposes. Okay, Mr. Chairman, and then just the attachments to this memo, the attachment 1 is the database that I exported from the State Construction Department's asset management software. And then attachment 2 is just a listing for each school building that has been either renovated or constructed new. It just breaks out those 190 projects since 2002. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I will then finish up with subsection D on the agenda and tab H. I won't spend too much time in this memo in the beginning, but really this memo provides a lot of background on the flows of the education accounts. And the purpose is really to just give some context of how all they flow between one another. And then we end up with a kind of a bottom line projection of where we think the school foundation program account and the capital construction account will be at the end of this current biennium and the next 2 biennium. There are currently now 8 accounts, and if you go to page 2 of the memo, there's a flow chart in figure 1 that illustrates how each of these accounts kind of flow back within one another. I'm on tab H on page 2. And so within the permanent land fund, there's the common school account within that permanent land fund. And it makes up a majority of that permanent land fund. And that's the corpus of your education account. And that corpus generates revenue through interest, and it also so that interest that is generated is deposited into the income fund, the common school land income fund. And it receives the interest, and it also receives bonus and lease payments that are deposited then into the school foundation program account. And within that land income fund, there are certain spending policies that the legislature has enacted to flow in and out of the school foundation program account. And so on page 3, this shows the revenues into that income fund since the 2005-06 biennium. And it shows those revenues estimated out to the 2021 biennium. A majority of that revenue comes from investment income, and those are, this account is invested by the state treasurer. There is an anomaly in the 11-12 biennium. You'll notice that the lease and bonus income was extremely high, and this was all the oil and gas leases in that biennium. In the 2000 budget session, as I talked about, there are spending policies that are associated with this income fund. And so when it is deposited into the school foundation program account, currently for fiscal year 17, up to 5% is that spending policy account or spending policy amount. And that is calculated 5% of the 5-year average market of the corpus or the common school account within the permanent land fund. And so that's your spending policy account. Investment income above that 5% is transferred to the common school permanent land fund reserve account. For this fiscal year only, this is last year, we'll do it, this school foundation program account keeps 3%. So the 5%, the first 3% are kept in the school foundation program account. The next 2%, so the 4th and 5th percent, if you achieve a 5% investment return, are then deposited in the school foundation program reserve account. Anything over that 5%, as I said, is then transferred to the common school permanent land fund reserve account. So looking on table 1 on page 4, you can see what that 5-year rolling average has been. And then that second row shows that spending policy amount. So for estimated 2017, the spending policy amount is $149.7 million. We're estimating based upon the January Craig investment income of $93.1 million, there would be no transfer to the reserve account because it didn't achieve that 5%. And I'll talk to this at the end on what the April forecasts have shown. And then at the very bottom of the road, you can see we're estimating a transfer of $3.4 million to the School Foundation Program reserve account. So we're just over 3% in our projections on this common school land income account.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, as a banker, I'm looking at these returns that you've got calculated here. For 2016, that's a 2.81% return. For 2017, a 3.11. Those are pretty pitiful returns. Is there a reason for that big reduction?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Furphy, so these returns are forecast by the state treasurer, but they do not account for any capital gains or capital losses. Those aren't realized until the treasurer says they are. And actually, on the losses side, the policy has been that you don't realize those until your gains exceed that loss the following years. So these are projected by the state treasurer, but they don't assume any capital gains or capital losses. These are kind of just the base amount that they'll receive.
Just to follow up on that, so in 2016, there were no realized capital gains. That's why that number is so low. There is a chance of realized capital gains so that the $93.1 million gets up closer to 149. That's a chance, but that may not be realized. There are unrealized capital gains potentially available, but whether or not those are realized before the end of the fiscal year is just up to the investment strategy in the portfolio. So we don't have control over that. So when you see around 2%, 2.1 seems to be our dividends and interest yield. We project that in all of our calculations. We make no projections based on any realized capital gains, which is why the future numbers often look different from the past numbers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had marked a few days ago when I read this, the CSA 2, that's not a number we're familiar with, but the treasurer uses it, and I'm just curious what is that? Is this another fund that we don't know about or what?
Mr. Chairman, I may defer to Dean Timty, but there is a second common school account that is very small that does have some investment income deposited into the School Foundation Program account, but it does not apply to the spending policy amount related to the common school account. So there is kind of a second smaller one, and I'm not sure exactly. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it has a balance of about $5 million, and I'm not sure when or how it was established. We could do some research for you, but it's a separate common school account too that the treasurer's office calls, but it's not subject to this spending policy amount. And that's, so when you see the investment income to the foundation program account, it includes both the common school account and this common school account too, but it's not subject to the spending policy amount. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I talked about, for fiscal year 17, we have one spending policy, and then for the future years, we have separate spending policies. This was established through legislation this past session. House Bill 55 modified these spending policy amounts, and also House Bill 236, which was the omnibus education bill. It repealed the provision to transfer any income above the 3% on that spending policy to the School Foundation Program Reserve account. And so House Bill 55 requires for fiscal years 2018, 19, and 20, 5% will be deposited in the School Foundation Program account. Additionally, there is in the current year, there's a 2.5% guarantee or a backfill. So if the 2.1% were to be realized, 0.4% would be backfilled from that common school reserve account. And so that policy was changed this past session to guarantee 5% to the foundation program account going forward for the next 3 years. And that decreases to 4.75% in 2021 and 4.5% in 2022 and each year thereafter. And so really what this does is when investment earnings are lower than that spending policy amount, that reserve account is there to buttress it or backfill it to ensure that 5% or that spending policy amount is realized. Table 2 identifies, based on current projections in fiscal year 18, a transfer on that second row from the bottom, a transfer of $87.8 million would be transferred from the Common School Permanent Land Fund Reserve account. And then in fiscal year 19, only a transfer of $21.9 million would be transferred because it exhausts the fund. There's only $109 million in that fund, and so guaranteeing 5% basically exhausted in fiscal year 18. It does fully exhaust it on current projections in fiscal year 19. However, if, let's say this year, we receive 5.5% in investment income, 0.5% would be deposited in the school foundation program reserve account. And so it would increase the balance from 109 by whatever amount is over the spending policy. There is also a spending policy amount on the Common School Permanent Land Fund reserve account as well. And it used to be that that balance could only be 90% of the spending policy amount. So House Bill 55 amended that to increase the balance available in that spending policy reserve account to 150% of the spending policy amount. What that does is allows a greater amount to be deposited in there and allows a larger balance to buttress your school foundation program account in years when revenues from investment income are lower than previous years. Any questions before I move on? I know this is a little complicated.
So really the projection in it, does Craig, is it about a 2.1% investment projection? Is that what it is? So that's why you see the zeroing out in the years ahead. It's based on that 2.1% investment return projection, which of course we hope is upwards over 4%.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Speaker Archman, you're correct. Really, the reason why it zeroes out is that investment projection from the State Treasurer's Office is around 2%, and so it's a little bit higher than 2%. I think you're right, about 2.1.
What's been the historic, maybe Dean knows this, over the last 15 years or so, common school count?
Mr. Chairman, and for Dean, the question is, what's the average return on the foundation program account? Okay. We'll get that for you. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I already discussed the school foundation program account and how that kind of works. On page 6, I've also discussed this. Again, this is the Common School Permanent Land Fund Spending Policy Reserve account. I've already discussed the 90% and 150%. Again, this just provides a historical perspective from fiscal year 2008 going forward. The one thing I will point out is the 90% threshold that it could keep. We have in the past deposited funds back into the corpus, and since 2008, $217.5 million has been transferred from this reserve account to the corpus. And what that does is it allows your corpus to build and receive larger investment returns. Prior to 2008, only $2.8 million had been deposited into that corpus. And so there had been substantial, and you can see in the middle of table 3, fiscal years 13, 14, and 15 were some large deposits into the corpus. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 7, this is the school foundation program account, and this is your main account that funds payments to school districts. And there are 6 primary revenue sources. The first is one we already discussed, is the 12 statewide mill levy based upon the statewide assessed valuation. Then we have federal mineral royalties, and there's a different allocation of how those are distributed to the school foundation program account. For the first 200 million of FMRs that are received, 44.8% of those are deposited into the school foundation program account. And really that boils down, it's $88.7 million is deposited into the school foundation program account. After $200 million in FMRs are collected, the school foundation program account receives 33.3%. The remainder goes to the budget reserve account. Of the statewide guaranteed amount. And the revenue we just got done talking about is the common school land income revenue. Again, this is revenue from leases, bonuses on state lands, and then investment income from the corpus. It transfers from that common school land income account into the foundation program account. And then again, 2 more. We have auto taxes, so auto registration fees, and then there are some minor other revenues from E-rate funds, pooled interest, and car company taxes. Approximately 50.5% of all statewide assessed valuation is attributable, was attributable to mineral production in calendar year 15, and fully 61% of attributable to mineral production in calendar year 14. When we think about, again, how sensitive school district revenues are to fluctuations in assessed valuation, based upon the January 2017 Craig report, the assessed values for minerals are currently projected to be approximately 21.4% less in calendar year 16 as compared to the assessed valuations for minerals in calendar year 15. And when you compare the calendar year 16 to calendar year 14, the difference is 48.1% less. And so really the impact to the foundation program, again, is twofold. It's not just at the state level through the 12 mil levy and FMR revenues, but it's that local revenue, 31 mils to the districts, and the state has to make up that reduction. So 48.1% less just 2 years out.
So about, then Matt, so it's roughly about 65% of revenues that go to K-12 education are derived from mineral production, which is the highest percentage of any government service. 65%, I think, is the number. Is that kind of what you have?
Mr. Chairman, using calendar year 15, it's 61%. So you're close.
61% of K-12 operations is mineral production. And then what, 100%, I guess, of Capcom and major maintenance in the past has been minerals.
Yeah, yeah, Mr. Chairman, Speaker Archman, you're correct. And when we're discussing capital construction, it's really, a lot of it's all mineral related. It's coal lease bonus revenue, federal mineral royalties, and then state royalties on state land.
Mr. Chairman? To clarify this, thank you. The 61% number it was given, that's just ad valorem, right? I mean, we're talking, when you talk about minerals, to get an accurate picture of the impact to the foundation program, you got to look at federal mineral royalties, and that's 100% minerals. Yeah. And then you look at the common school land income account. What's that, 80% of what we get? I mean, the leases on agriculture land is not, I mean,
yeah.
What is the real percent? You know, I've been telling people a lot higher than 61.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think you're right. I mean, the leases and bonus income just of the common school land income account is all mineral related. Federal mineral royalties all 100% related, and then your assessed valuation. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just discussing the ad valorem portion. So, but yeah, you're correct. That's a good point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, can you help me real quickly on the auto taxes line item? There's a lot of confusion sometimes among my constituents about automobile registration and taxation, and does that amount that you're showing there, the 40-some million, does that come directly from the treasurer then to the state, or is that considered a local revenue by a district, for example?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, it comes directly to the state. It's not considered a local revenue to the school districts. School districts do receive some auto registration fees, but it's completely separate than the one I'm discussing here. Okay, Mr. Chairman, on page 8, figure 3 provides a graphical summary of each of these revenues from the 2005-06 biennium all the way out to the 2020 and 2021 biennium. And you can see on the bottom row, the 12 mil levy, the decrease from the high in 2009-10 and 2015-16, and that's all attributable to the decrease in assessed valuation, down to $490.9 million estimated in 2021. You'll also see some large fluctuations in the investment income, the CSLI A line, and recapture and FMRs. That's kind of where we're see ourselves today. The revenues before the current biennium were much larger than they are projected going out. On the appropriation side, there are 4 basic categories that we appropriate funds in. The first one, as we've discussed, are entitlement payments to school districts. So where their local revenue does not meet that statewide guarantee amount, the foundation program account, the school foundation program account makes those payments. Categorical program funding is the second category, and these are for your what used to be instruction facilitators in summer school and extended day. Those have been rolled into the block grant going forward, and there will be entitlement payments. The third is additional assistance outside the model, and these are for your national board cert. Mr. Chairman, I'm on page 8, kind of the bullet points there at the middle of the page. Additional assistance outside the model includes your national board certified teacher payments. Each teacher receives $4,000 each year if they hold a certification from the National Board of Professional Teacher Standards, cooperative service payments, distance education grants, and career technical education grants. Those are the categories. And then there's other funding, and these are all payments to the executive branch for the operations of Department of Education. There's some for Community College Commission. Your Youth Challenge program is paid out of the foundation program account, and so that's what's contained in that other category. And on page 9, figure 4, this illustrates just, again, graphically on the historical appropriations for the foundation program account. You'll notice in the 2009-10, there's kind of a spike. It doesn't really kind of flow. The reason for that spike is there was a large appropriation in that biennium for school capital construction. Rather than transfer funds directly into the school capital construction account, there was just a direct appropriation made from the foundation program account for capital construction. And so that's the reason for that large change, and you'll see that's in that additional assistance line, $394.5 million. That's what that category is. We've also, in the past, on the bottom of page 9, table 4, we have found ourselves in this position before where the state has had to make decisions from other accounts on transferring funds into the school foundation program account. And so this table demonstrates back to the 1993-94 biennium accounts that have been utilized in the past to balance your school foundation program account. For example, in 93-94, utilized water account number 1 the Education Trust Fund, the School Capital Construction Account, and a swap out of highway severance taxes, FMRs, and the general fund to balance your K-12 obligations. Again, this just provides some historical context as to what the legislature has done in the past and gives you an idea of where priorities have been put in each of those accounts. We have also provided in Table 5 on page 11 an accounting of transfers out of the School Foundation Program account since the 2005-06 biennium. I won't go through each of them, but some important ones to kind of keep in mind is you do have your spending policy amount, and so that second line on page 11 in Table 5 is the Common School Permanent Line Fund Reserve account. This is the spending policy amount exceeding 5%. So any funds that have been in excess of that spending policy amount have been transferred out of the foundation program to that reserve account. The next two lines, the Hathaway account and the higher education account and the higher education reserve account, back in 2005 and through 2008, there were substantial federal minimum royalties, and the legislature made the decision to establish two endowments. The first one is for the Hathaway Student Scholarship Account and the Higher Education Endowment Account. Initially, the Hathaway account was funded with $400 million of federal minimum royalties that exceeded the $200 million formula. So they intercepted that from the foundation program account and established the Hathaway Student Scholarship Account. They also appropriated an additional $50 million from the School Capital Construction Account, and that was from COLIS bonuses. And you'll see that here later on. And so the second endowment they established was the Higher Education Endowment Account, and this is for the university and the community colleges for endowed professors. Finally, the last big transfer out was in 2009. The legislature established a policy that at the end of each fiscal year, any revenue in excess or if the balance in the foundation program account was in excess of $100 million, that excess would be transferred down to the School Capital Construction Account. And so you can see some substantial revenues have been transferred. You'll see in the written memo on page 10, that last sentence, of the $1.3 billion that has been transferred to the School Capital Construction Account, there has also been money transferred to the Permanent Land Fund Holding Account. And so really, when you look at this transfer of $1.36 billion, $800 million has been $833.6 million has been transferred down to this Permanent Land Fund Holding Account. So really, you can say $530 million has been utilized of that $1.3 billion for construction purposes. Finally, the Permanent Land Fund Holding Account has been a kind of the education side of the LSRA, and it's been a savings account to ensure that $100 million balance in the foundation program account exists at the end of each fiscal year. In the 15-16 biennium, $44.8 million was transferred up from the PLF holding account to buttress it up to the $100 million. In the 2017 session, you, as a legislature, transferred the remaining balance of $570.9 million from that PLF holding account to the foundation program account. So that PLF holding account will have a zero balance at the end of the biennium. So of all the transfers, a net of $1.38 billion has been transferred out of the foundation program account. So that foundation program account is the main account for your daily operations of school districts. The next account is the school capital construction account, and that discussion begins on page 12. And that revenue primarily has come from COLI's bonus payments. I won't get into the details of how the revenue of that COLI's bonus is distributed, but a majority of your COLI's bonuses have been deposited into the school capital construction account. On page 13, figure 6, this illustrates your revenue to the school capital construction account. You receive for each biennium $16 million or $8 million annually from your state royalties. You receive $10.7 million in FMRs, and then COLI's bonus revenue. Those are your three revenue sources, besides any transfers from the foundation program account. On page 14, figure 7, this illustrates, since 1980, the total COLI's bonus revenue, and that bar, those bars of, in between the line illustrate how much has been deposited into the school capital construction account. So you can see a majority of that COLI's bonus revenue was deposited into the school capital construction account. Page 15, figure 8 shows the appropriations from your school capital construction account. You have historically appropriated over $3 billion for school capital construction, and this includes just not the renovation and capital construction, but those major maintenance payments. Additionally, you fund the operations of the school facilities division and their commission out of this account as well. Going forward, these revenues will be about $27 million. The past session, you did transfer $78 million into the school capital construction account from the LSRA for capital construction projects. But going forward, and again, this is kind of the second lane of this discussion, is how are you going to fund your major maintenance and capital construction projects through the capital construction accounts? You'll traditionally have about $27 million of biennium, and so if you're looking for some decision points, this is one of them, is going forward with, there are projected 0 COLI's bonuses going forward, and so what revenue source will be identified. Mr. Chairman, I'm almost there. I know we've been sitting here long. I wanted to again draw your attention to table 6 on page 16. This is the historical transfers out.
Your office.
Just for clarification, I'm pretty sure this is right on figure 8, Matt. You've got projections of biennia. The last one says 2021. That's 21-22. That's what that means, right?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Office, you are correct. My apologies there.
No worries. Just
yeah, I'm assuming all my tables are probably screwed up because I probably referenced or copied and pasted. So yeah, good catch. My apologies. Mr. Chairman, I again also on page 16, table 6, illustrated the historical transfers out of the capital construction account and the transfers in. And again, the two major ones are the second row, the SFP, that's the transfers in, that's the $1.3 billion I alluded to earlier, the transfers in from the foundation program account, the $50 million to the Hathaway account, and the PLF holding account. There was $833.6 million transferred out of the capital construction account to that PLF holding account. And I also discussed that $78 million from the LSRA for this current biennium to fund out those remaining capital construction projects. Finally, the last account that is associated with the permanent land fund holding account is, or the last account is a permanent land fund holding account. This is, again, kind of the LSRA of the education accounts. And you can see the $833 million from the school capital construction account. And I illustrated earlier, there was $615 million coming back up at the, in total through the end of this biennium. There was a transfer to the corpus of $217.9 billion at the end of the 13-14 biennium. So when you think of all these transfers from the school foundation program account down to the school capital construction account, down to the PL folding account, of all those transfers, $217.9 million went to your common school account within the permanent land fund. One other caveat before I get into this projected shortfall. House Bill 236, the Education Omnibus Bill, has now authorized that the school foundation program account will be made whole up to $100 million at the end of each biennium by the LSRA. And so you will see in attachments 1 and 2, or A and B, that there are significant transfers going forward from the LSRA to the school foundation program account. That transfer ceases to exist when the balance in the LSRA is $500 million or below. And we come very close to that, or if not below that in the first scenario. So, Mr. Chairman, just to kind of set the stage, we were asked to project the estimated shortfall for education going forward. We set some assumptions in our model. We assumed that actual funding amounts for fiscal year 17 would be utilized. We would utilize current law, assuming we don't assume any changes through this recalibration process. We take into account any changes from the 2017 session. We assume a 4% increase in transportation for this next fiscal year, or the current fiscal year we're in, will pay out next year. But we then, under current law, average the 3 transportation years from fiscal years 15, 16, and 17 for each of the years after. Instruction facilitators for fiscal year 19 through 2022 will use 30% of the consultant's recommendation. We assume no external cost adjustments beyond fiscal year 18. We assume 4% for other reimbursement categories in special education, tuition reimbursements, isolation and maintenance reimbursements, and teacher extra compensation reimbursements. We assume the school bus reimbursements to be flat. And as we discussed earlier, Chairman Summers, a 10% increase in health insurance rates to the state plan, and that's again based upon communication with the Department of Administration and Information. The final 3 in the school.
Just Matt, just on a assumption, is that also an assumption on a 2.1% investment return? Is that in there as well going forward?
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, we assume all January Craig assumptions. Okay, and I'll note the one that we do change in the April revenue update. But we do assume all January Craig forecast. Thanks for the question. The regional cost adjustment, for fiscal year 19 and each year thereafter, we assume the Wyoming Cost of Living Index is the only one we have updated. Would assume that the second quarter of 17 is the same as the fourth quarter as 16. We assume average daily membership is flat. We don't assume an increase in average daily membership. And that the appropriations to state agencies in that other category also assumed to be flat going forward. On the capital construction side, we assume the School Facilities Commission operations funding will be equal to $12 million for each biennium. Major maintenance payments will be $130 million in fiscal year 19-20, and then $140 million in the 21-22 biennium. And that may be a little conservative. It could be a little bit higher than that. And then capital construction projects, this one could be changed up or down, whatever the policymakers here would like to see. We just assumed $80 million, and that's based upon what was provided last session. And so again, that one can be changed up or down. The bottom line for your operations school foundation program account is that in the 17-18, we have a $478.5 million shortfall. In the 19-20 biennium, we have a $530.1 million shortfall, or $265 million per year. And then in the fiscal year 2021-22 biennium, we have an estimated of $636 million shortfall, or $318 million per year. I'll walk you through Table 8 because it's set up a little awkwardly, but this is kind of how we estimated those shortfalls. So our beginning balance in 17-18 is $100 million. By transferring the PLF holding account balance of $570.9 million up, that leaves us with the ending balance of $192.4. When you subtract the beginning and ending balance, that's a difference of $92.4 million. When you subtract that 92.4 from the 570.9, your shortfall is $478.5 million. The other consideration you have to think about here is that you also have a spending policy amount, and you're transferring $87.8 million from the Common School Permanent Land Fund Reserve account into the Foundation Program account. And so that's kind of masking a little bit of your shortfall. So if you were to say, I'm not going to consider my spending policy transfer amount the guarantee of the 5%, your true shortfall in 17-18 could be 566.3. But if you're just assuming that it isn't that spending policy transfer, it's 478.5. So that's kind of how we walk through that calculation.
Mr. Chairman, just so I understand, so 17-18 has 1 year of the biennium with full spending policy. And then the reserve account, because you reflect, so basically it's about 80 million less unless if we hit a 5% investment return, that 478 will be 80 million less. If we hit in 1920, if we hit 5% in those 2 years, it'll be 160-ish million less, and so on as you move forward.
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, no, it's actually the opposite. If we hit the spending policy amount, it'll still be 478.5. That bottom line would not exist. So what I'm saying is, if you were to not consider the spending policy transfer as a traditional revenue, your real shortfall is 566.3. If you hit your mark, the 478.5, the 530.1, and the 636 all remain. What I'm trying to, I guess, illustrate is that spending policy transfer, or that backfill, that guaranteed spending policy amount, is $87.8 million for the 17-18 biennium. If you were to not consider that as a revenue, but as a use of reserves, your true shortfall is 566.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. But, Matt, as I understand it, you're using for your future years projections of the value of the Common School Permanent Land Fund Reserve account. So those later values are because you've exhausted the account, where if you actually hit your 5%, it would change the future because you wouldn't have burned it in the present. Is that right? So it's kind of hard to interpret anything past that first year. Is that fair?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Office, the ending balance is going to be 192.4 based on projections, whether you hit your 5% or not. Because anything over 5% is then transferred.
Mr. Chairman, right, but in the later years, you're assuming that you've burned your reserve account. Isn't that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Office, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I have the same kind of question, except a little different one. I don't like this table very well because that 17, look at the bold line there, PLF holding account / LSRA is either or, but in fact, we have the holding account will take care of the 478 that year. Left over, when we 1920.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Madden, the 478.5 is covered by the permanent land fund holding account. The 530.1 and the 636 are covered by the LSRA.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So back on another page, it looked like, you know, we go down to 500 million, so we burn through about $1 billion in the LSRA. Kind of what's left over? Is it exactly 500 million? Is it fairly close to that, or is there some left over for the next year, or a little left over, or a little less than we would have needed? Or I guess it wouldn't be a little less, there'd be a little more left over.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Summers, the balance available at the end of the biennium, according to the goldenrod and the LSRA, is 1.48 billion. So if you look at table 8 here, take 530 off from that, and then take another 636 off of that, and you're just under 500. Now, but this is all dependent upon returns on the general fund side, and so, and also, if the legislature chooses to appropriate funds for other purposes, that'll eat into the amount that would or could be transferred from the LSRA. Really, what we're trying to do is here illustrate that this is the shortfall you're really talking about for the next 2 biennia based on these assumptions for operations. Okay, Mr. Chairman, finally, the last is the capital construction shortfall. And this is a lot more simple to discuss than the operations side because it doesn't have any built-in.
Before we go there, I do have one, I guess, follow-up for clarity. As we're looking forward on table 8, disregarding the first one, but maybe looking at the second and third, this is assuming that we're going to fail to have capital gains. And based on that, any capital gains that we do have between the effectively the 2.1% and the 5% would reduce the loss in each year up to so in other words, it's possible that those losses could be reduced by $140 million of each of those values if we were to fully realize our capital gains. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Center Office, not quite, because we do, well, yeah, you're correct. I mean, it does assume just the 2.1% that the state treasurer, so you're accurate. If the gains are 5% or that spending policy amount, because it decreases going out, because it goes 4.75 in 2021 and 4.5 in 2022. And so if there is a balance in the reserve account to buttress that up, this difference or the estimated shortfall would be decreased.
Well, I think though, Senator and Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss is correct, I think, because the 5-year rolling average increases dramatically. And so the dollar amount stays pretty constant. It's not going to decrease. It's actually going to be a small increase. If you look on, I'm on page 5 of 19, table 2 kind of shows it to you, that amount. See the investment income and the spending policy amount above it on a yearly amount. I mean, it's going to, there's a substantial change if we receive kind of historic investment returns.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, just to finish up this memo, the last estimated shortfall is for the capital construction account. In 17-18, that shortfall was 78.3 million. Again, that was covered by the transfer from the LSRA this past session. Going forward, based upon the assumptions for operations funding, major maintenance, and capital construction, it ranges from 195.3 million in the 1920 biennium to 205.3 million in the 21-22 biennium. The last note I want to discuss is the April revenue update. Income investment income to the common school land income account related to bonuses and leases is estimated to be 25 million higher than the January Craig. And so you can increase the foundation program account revenue by that amount. And then also investment income from capital gains was to be $47.5 million higher than what was forecast. That doesn't go to the foundation program account. That goes to the school foundation program reserve account. And so when you think about all these accounts, everything flows between one another. However, going forward in fiscal year 18, you have your school foundation program reserve account. So a couple options, and these are things to think about as policymakers. You'll have anywhere from 103 to maybe 160 million in that school foundation program reserve account. So as policymakers, a couple options you may have is you can deposit that amount into your school capital construction account to buy you some time. Or another option you have is you may want to stick it into the common school permanent fund spending policy reserve account. And what this would allow is to ensure that you're going to hit your spending policy amount each year in the years where you may have losses or the spending policy amount is not achieved, because remember, you increased that to 150% of the spending policy amount. It's no longer 90%. And so those are just a couple options you have available to you as policymakers as you go forward on to kind of think about how to deal with these shortfalls. So finally, Mr. Chairman, attachments A and B. Attachment A is assuming January Craig report, and it includes all these funds and a total cumulative net balance at the end of each biennia. And then attachment B assumes the April 2017 forecasting or forecast pacing on those 2 points, the co-lease or the leases income to the common school land income account and the investment income to the spending or school foundation program reserve account.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just briefly, I saw that too when I looked at her April forecast. But you remember that that's only for up through March is what the numbers were based on. And the thing was, those 3 months, we had a couple of things happen. The crude oil was higher than it is today. And we have also the natural gas per thousand or per million CFS is a lot lower now than it was over that 3 months. So I think, you know, I don't know if I'm a pessimist or not, but I think that April number is a fleeting memory here pretty quick, that it just is going to sustain itself till it get us to the end of the year.
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Madden, we will update this committee during the October Craig when all those amounts are provided to us, and so more to come on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to summarize then, Matt, what you're saying essentially, if you go by the projections you have here, whether you use January or April, and if we spend LISRA to fund education and capital construction in 3 years, it'll be gone.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I would say 4 years. If you just use it for operations, you'll be about $500 million in the LSRA, and then you have a decision point on the capital construction. If you want to use it for capital construction, you would almost exhaust the entire LSRA. Mr. Chairman, and just the point that Senator Wasserberger just made is that assumes education totally exhausts that. That's not the $105 million you appropriated.
We knew that,
and so that's not assumed in the. That's not in the assumption on the LSRA. So those are the decisions that you guys will have to wrestle with.
go back and reconvene? We're going to our 10:30 agenda item. We're running a little late here. The recalibration update. Oh, excuse me, public comment. Is there any public comment? Even, most of what we have is informational. If you have public comment, please come up and be brief if you could, please.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Beba.
I'd like to make a few comments. You want me over there, or is this all right?
Well, I think we'll let this gentleman go first,
That's
Mr.
fine.
President.
He's one of my constituents.
Is
Let
he?
him speak, please.
Yeah, but he told me he didn't vote for you.
Oh, I thought you were.
I guess this, oh, there it goes, it works. My name's Juan Layden. I'm a resident of Lander for the last 45 years. I used to be a bus driver for a couple of years for the district there. I've also been an adjunct teacher, and I spend a significant amount of my time for the last 50 years over in Denmark as well as here in Wyoming. And in that light, I hate to say it, but United States is the dumbest and most ignorant population in the industrialized world. And the school system here, it's a social problem as well as a money problem. You guys have been counting the beans here. I'm not good at that. I'm a buy high, sell low kind of guy, so I don't work real well with money. But we can't be taking away money from the school system. It's our most important asset, but we also have to look at the school system in a different way. I think our value system in this culture is one of trying to make kids conform rather than and shove information into their heads instead of actually exploiting their natural curiosity and ability to learn. And I just want to get back to this shortfall thing that we just can't be taking money away from educating our youth. They're the greatest resource we have, and we need to get our act together and start competing on a global scale. It's not working this way. And that's about it right now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anybody else? Briefly, if you could, please. We've got a long ways to go today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Committee. Kirby Eisenhower, Campbell County. Two things I'd like to talk about. The first one is RCA. This morning there was some talk about the WCLI, but there was little to no talk about the hedonic wage index. We're still using a 12-year-old index, even though there's a new one that exists. Back in 2015, during recalibration, one of the goals was to get that right. I remember a couple members saying that, getting the RCA right, and we didn't do that. We didn't do anything, so we're relying on the 2005 index, and I'm not sure why. I think when we looked at during recalibration, why we didn't update that was, I think the words we used were, they're winners and losers, but it's really not based on current reality. So I'm not sure why we're waiting, but that's something that probably needs some attention. The other thing I'd like to talk about are reserves and tell a short story about what's going on in Campbell County. This year, we will have a shortfall, so our collection of taxes is short of what we should take in. In the past, that's been $300,000. Last year, it was $2.5 million. This year, it's $9 million. But our school district, we get 40% of our revenue towards the end of this year, and we're short $9 million. If we didn't have our reserves, we would have to borrow that money. So reserves serve a purpose. In addition, when you build a new school, funding for new library, books, computer labs, those things you have to plan for and save for and call on your reserves. In addition to curriculum adoptions, a math series for our elementary is over $1 million in our district. So reserves hold a purpose, but I'm not sure of the purpose of the 15% cap. I don't understand what the purpose of that is. I'm guessing it might be, or the thinking behind that is that you don't want us to hoard money and you want us to get that in front of kids, which we do. But if that's the thinking, the same thinking should apply to the state. As far as I know, there's no cap, and so those funds should go where they're required to go, to the students and the schools. So reserves are important. They play a major role, especially in our district, being a recapture district, as Mr. Summers suggested earlier, the situation that we're in. At one point, we thought that shortfall was going to be $11 million. So it's come down, but I don't know where we would go if we didn't have our reserves to support that. Thank you.
Any question? Thank you very much. Anybody else? Go to testimony. Remind everybody that this is just an informational session, and we're going to take all this stuff up where we'll have more testimony when we start actually working the recalibration process. So please proceed. Janine?
Mr. Chairman, Janine Bateski from Teton County. I just wanted to remind us all why we're here and some of the great things that are really going on. Last week we had our graduations. We had our alternative high school, graduated 15 students. 7 of those students were the first in their families to graduate from high school. We had our regular high school graduation on Saturday. We had a young lady, and this is, we talk about what are some of these ancillary resources. We had a young lady who was one of our 7 4.0 students who started 9th grade not speaking any English and graduated from high school with a 4.0. So those are some of the successes I just want to keep in front of us as we're moving forward and we're talking about why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Anybody else? Anybody else? Public testimony? Don, briefly, if you could, please.
Thank you. Don Daly, Campbell County Schools. I just gave a handout. Sorry for the delay on that. I've got a few extra for the audience as well. But briefly, I've taken a page from the crew report. You're probably pretty familiar with that. And I have some exceptions with some of the information. If you would go to Idaho average salary 2013-14 and Utah for 2013-14, then move over a few columns and look at 1 year later. This says that Idaho dropped about $5,700 on the average, Utah about $5,000. I really believe that that scenario is highly unlikely. This data may have been readily available, but I think it's pretty flawed. Another thing I'd like to point out, Dr. Stoddard frequently talks to us about the lack of pressure on wages. If you would look at Montana on this handout, and I'm going to take you to the 2014-15 column, CWI adjusted. You notice Wyoming is 63,566, ranked 11th in the nation, and we thank you for that, Wyoming legislature. But you notice Montana is 13th, about $95, I believe it is, under Wyoming CWI adjusted. So with the trajectory going upward in Montana for wages and with the current cuts going downward in Wyoming, it's my belief that Montana is going to surpass Wyoming in the CWI adjusted ranking, and probably already have. This information is a little dated. 2015-16 is the most current year available. I understand that. But the reason for my testimony was to give you a little more current information. I have a little excerpt from an Idaho or a Spokane paper, I believe it is, where the Idaho Falls superintendent is talking about recruiting recent graduates from the University of Wyoming, thanks to their legislature and their recent increases. And another article, and I won't go into detail, but many of the Utah districts have raised their teacher base to $40,000 for next year, and many of them were in the low 30s, $32,000, $33,000. So regionally, what the information that you see in the Crew report, I think is pretty dated. You were much more farsighted in putting money into education back 10 years ago, but they're following suit. I'd say the last thing I'd like to say, and I really want you to think about this, quality K through 12 schools are the best economic development tool that you have in your toolbox in the legislature. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I had a question for Don.
Okay.
On the handouts you gave us on the Salt Lake Tribune, that picture, I mean, that was, I just want to, what is that, just so that's just Utah. Okay.
Mr. Hirschman, I have no idea. I simply looked at the print, and when I printed this, it was.
I can tell you what that is. That's from St. George.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Don. Testimony very briefly, please. And I remind everybody, we're just receiving information today. We are not making any decisions on anything. We welcome the input, but please come up.
Good morning. I just want to introduce myself as a retired special ed teacher and a middle school principal. But I want to thank the legislature. I have 4 sons. With your funding in the past, I have 3 that have graduated from the University of Wyoming and 1 from CWC and went on to Casper College. I have 4 young men that are viable parts of our society and our economy. But what is important, what I want to say is, let's don't forget our new generation. I have a 9-year-old granddaughter. It is not her fault that we based our education funding on coal. There's other revenues. And I was at a meeting just not too long ago, with the last week or so, with one of your other legislature, where I brought up the fact that I didn't understand it, maybe I'm too simple-minded, but where beer has not been taxed since the Prohibition, and why don't we look at that to tax beer and give that to for education? And this gentleman told me that the citizens of Wyoming would not tolerate that. And I was kind of speechless, where our citizens would not pay a few more cents on something that is a luxury for some, and for our generation for education. why, I'm originally from Florida, been here for almost 20 years. In Wyoming, you are a wonderful place to raise children. This is why we moved. I took a cut in salary to come here. And I think that's the greatest gift I could have ever given my children, was to bring them to Wyoming and to have this experience. And again, I want to thank you for educating my sons. But I also leave you now with the task of educating my granddaughter. And you've done a wonderful job in the past. And I just want to say thank you.
Very much. Any questions? Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And ma'am, I'm going to put you on the spot, so thank you very much because you were very eloquent. And no, I'm confident that this committee will look at raising beer and cigarette taxes. We'll
great.
absolutely look at those. But I am curious. But they will garner us a fraction of what we need. So when thinking about the real sources of income, raising property taxes, raising sales taxes, how do you feel about those?
You know, I personally, if it's for a purpose that our citizens need, I don't have a problem with that. Because our children, our education is our most precious resource in the state. Because if we do not have educated citizens in this state, what will we have? We need that. We all of us are not going to live forever. We are educating our new leaders of our state. So I do not have a problem paying extra for something important as education. Now, I have a problem when we're doing something ridiculous, but how can, this is our resource. This is more important than minerals and coal, is our children.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Anybody else, public comment? Yes. Your name, ma'am? Okay. Pam Fredericks. Can I ask you one more time? Please be brief, but come on up. We've got so much, we are way behind today, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Wendy Elias, and I'm a teacher in this district, elementary school teacher. In the 90s, I worked for the Department of Defense Dependent Schools in Europe. I managed a $55 million budget for one of the divisions for all of the American schools in Europe under the DODS organization. So I've been slightly, in a little ways, on your side, dealing with all the details of the money. Now I work in a classroom with elementary school children of all abilities, and I am amazed at what I did not know about the classroom when I was managing all that money. Right now, in a classroom, you can have children of so many different abilities, some that can't talk, can't hear, and then you have others that, as far as their cognitive ability, they're way beyond the children at their age, yet they're still in the same classroom with people who can't follow one instruction because of their working memory disabilities. And so I think it was January or February, I was listening to the news about what you all were doing. And I heard something about, well, maybe we could cut back on the amount of special ed people that work in our schools. And my gut reaction was fear, because to have extra help in my classroom is so critical for me to be able to give everybody the level of education that they need that's fair. And I couldn't do it without the extra help that we have in our classrooms in my district. We are so lucky. Over the last 11 years that I've been teaching, I started late as a teacher in my life, we have increased the number of people who come into the classroom who are specialized, who know how to manage the behavior and the learning of children of all levels. So thank you very much for what you're doing. It's really impressive to see the detail you have to go to in terms of the money, but also to notice the gulf, if that's okay to say, the gulf between what you do and what I do in the classroom. And I hope we can keep it going, that we have the support that we need in all schools in the state of Wyoming. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Margie Farias. I am a resident of Fremont County now for a little over 20 years. I don't have children or grandchildren in school, and I'm not a teacher, but I'm a concerned citizen who frankly realizes that after listening to all the numbers crunched here today, there is a problem. And I don't believe that you can just cut it out of the schools. I think it's time for this state to realize we need to have an income tax. And I realize that's a very contentious issue. But, you know, if your decision is to cut all these dollars from the schools, it's easy for you to do sitting there in the legislature. Down on the ground, people like Wendy are going to be fired. Kids are going to be cut out. And I can go on, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Programs are going to be eliminated that shouldn't be. And as a concerned citizen, I'm willing to pay my income tax in this state, and I think there are a lot of other people who are as well. This is a huge part of our local economies, is the education. It trickles down from the schools. I'm self-employed, and a lot of my clients are people like teachers, and it'll affect my life. So that's all I have to say today. I understand you want this brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, public testimony's closed. We're gonna. Oh, Eli. Mr. President.
Did you miss him? Was he?
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't sure if you wanted me to say anything or not. But actually, I'll make it really brief, and a lot of my comments will be made later on when you get into more specifics, but it's more to the Revenue Committee rather than the Recalibration Committee at this particular time. And I've got some thoughts on basket of goods and how we need to look at that, classroom size and all that, but I'll share that later. But specifically for the Revenue Committee, and I went back and looked at priority one, and we really, in our state of Wyoming, we have a spending problem. If we can't resolve the spending problem, we have a revenue issue, and I just hope the Revenue Committee will look at that priority and look at the overall state. Because education is a huge, huge part of it. We all know that. We all know the importance of it. But it's a state issue. And when we look at the revenue side, take it from that global perspective and have education be it's the number one component because it consumes half our revenues. But look at it from that perspective. And let's don't forget, you know, we've been through this before, and Senator Coe's been there, Senator Case has been there, where we had these kind of issues before, where we went through the boom-bust cycle. We always talk about diversification and broadening our tax base, and we never get it done. And members of the legislature, I will share with you that I do not believe minerals will come back and save the day. You know, they're going to be here. They're going to be part of the state's revenue picture. They're going to be a big part of it. We need to do all we can to diversify that and help and add value to minerals, but they're not going to come back like they were for a lot of outside resources that we have no control of. So when you look at that, you look at broaden the tax base. And that, to me, is a real critical issue. I wish I had an answer for the co-chairman as to how you do that. And I know you have on your agenda, you've got food tax, you've got lodging tax, you've got income tax. The lady talked about an income tax. We all have our own personal opinions. But when you look at that, what's that? Wind tax. When you look at all of that, you know, I would hope that you consider that. And the other thing is, I had a question by one of your fellow members about, are you charged with raising taxes? My answer to be, would you work your committee like you always do? If you feel like you need to have a revenue increase, then you bring it, but you really have some alternatives. When recalibration looks at it, and you look at overall structure of the state, what are some alternative revenue diversions? One of the things I think you really need to work on, is Speaker Harshman and I've talked about this, and we talked about our school finance committee, not our school finance, but our capital investments. We need to get a better return on our investments. And we need to do a better job of how our resources are handled so we can better spend instead of all the earmarking. So there's a real challenge out there, Mr. Co-Chairs, for the Revenue Committee, and I just wanted to share that with you and some of the thoughts that I have. And I think you go down, if you really need more revenues, you look at those things, better investments, better return. Maybe there's some things we need to broaden our tax base, but let's don't forget the diversification. If we don't do that, we're really going to miss the boat. And out of these kind of tough times comes opportunities. And there are opportunities for us to really do some great things for Wyoming as we move forward. And Mr. Chairman, that's all I have to say. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. President? Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, now we will proceed with, if there's no further public testimony, we'll proceed with our agenda. And I think next up is the recalibration update, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Ted and I will probably get us back on schedule these next two topics. Mr. Chairman, there's not much news to, I guess, update on the recalibration committee. We thought we might have some news to share at this meeting, but just briefly, Management Council approved a RFP at their May meeting, and so that was let on May 7th. Responses were due June 7th, last Wednesday, and we have received 3 responses, and so the select committee will vet those through an interview process and hopefully make a recommendation to council in the next 2 weeks, and then hopefully we can get a firm or a few firms under contract to complete the work of the recalibration committee. So that's all I have on the update of the recalibration committee, unless Ted has anything else.
And we hope to get the RFP approved and sent on to Management Council.
Yep. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I think we're on your next topic. And this topic looks at surrounding states, constitutions, and revenues and expenditures.
Mr. Chairman. This would be tab.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just one other thing, if I might interrupt. Yep. You know, when you come to Management Council, we really are concerned about getting this RFP moving forward. Has the timing changed any at all, Matt? Are we going to be able to have that as we scheduled earlier so Management Council can make a decision on how we proceed?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, from a scheduling standpoint, through the proposed schedule in the RFP, we're still on schedule. I think we identified a date of by July 3rd is when we would anticipate a contractor being under contract. And I don't know that necessarily council would need to gather for that. We could, it's at the chairman's call. We could send an email ballot based upon the recommendation of the committee, of the select committee, or council can gather in a meeting. So we'll take direction however you want.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, what I'd like to have is a recommendation, I guess, from recalibration, how you want to proceed on that, because we really need to, we don't want to be the cog in the wheel that slows it down. And if we need a meeting, and then I'm the chairman, I'll call that meeting. If we don't, we can do it by ballot, we will. But we really need to have that, and we need the information to be able to make that decision as members of Management Council.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, the hope is that the Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration will have a recommendation to council for council to vet and vote on.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Matt, please proceed. Ted?
Mr. Chairman, Ted Hewitt, LSO staff attorney. As Matt mentioned, we were asked to take a look at how other states fund education, and I took a look at constitutional provisions from other states that deal with education. Specifically, I looked at the constitutions of the states neighboring Wyoming, and the memo under tab I has those provisions and brief discussions of some case law interpreting those provisions. I think what the memo shows is a range of constitutional provisions in terms of how protective they are of students' rights. On the one end, you have Nebraska and Utah, which simply require the legislatures to create a free system of public schools. Moving to the other end of the spectrum, you have Wyoming, which, as you know, requires the legislature to fully fund a cost-based system for K-12 public education. In between, you have other states. You have Colorado, Montana, Idaho, and South Dakota, where challenges to the adequacy of the school finance system have met with varying success. So I'd be happy to stand for any questions about this memo. I think it's important, if you're interested in looking to amend the Constitution of Wyoming, but if you are not, then I think that, you know, what other constitutions have to say about those states' education systems is tangential at best.
Questions to Ted? Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I just wanted to thank Ted for his research on the Campbell decisions for us. He did a really good job, and I just want to thank him and thank all staff for their work, but appreciate that.
Okay. Mr. Chairman. Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't speak long, but for many nights this spring, I've thought to myself, I wonder why other states have not found themselves in the same conundrum as we do, find ourselves. And I'm wondering if you ran into any anecdotal or other things you could share with us with regard to schools in these surrounding states. Have there been challenges to issues like disparity and the ability to fund a particular local school? Because that was really the driver of the Washakie and the Campbell cases, is just this disparity in funding. And driving across South Dakota 2 weeks ago, I just wondered if they've ever run into what we ran into, and our checks and balances within our state have hit us over the head with what we find today. It hasn't been all bad, but it hasn't been all good either. What can you tell me about that, Ted? Did you run into anything?
Mr. Chairman? Certainly, specifically with South Dakota, there was a challenge to the adequacy of the system in that state. The case went up to the state Supreme Court. The South Dakota provisions, the education provisions in the South Dakota Constitution are very similar to ours. The court looked at the challenge, and that state system was based on historical expenditures. It was regularly updated for inflation, and so the court said the challengers had not proved constitutional harm in that case, and so the South Dakota Supreme Court did not rule that state's system inadequate. And so that's a very similar challenge to the initial Campbell decisions. It's just the outcome was the opposite. In Montana, the state Supreme Court ruled that state system was constitutionally inadequate. On page 3 of the memo, there's a quotation in the middle that shows all the problems that the Montana Supreme Court found with that state system. And the Montana Supreme Court did not go as far as the Wyoming Supreme Court did in the Campbell cases in terms of specifying how the legislature should remedy it. But the Montana Supreme Court said, your system's inadequate, go as a preliminary step, define what a proper education is in that state. So, you know, as you expect, there are a variety of opinions on a variety of constitutional provisions. These are the laboratories of democracy. You're going to get different opinions from different states, so it varies.
Other questions? Any other questions? Thank you, guys.
Mr. Chairman, I have two memos, sorry, J and K, and I'll be brief.
Okay.
In tab J, we were asked to look at total revenues across states from all sources, local, state, and federal, and compare that on a per pupil basis. And then we were also asked to look at expenditures. And so this memo utilizes information obtained through the National Center of Education Statistics, Common Core Data, School Finance Survey. And we utilize this survey from 1989 all the way to 2014, which is the most current data available. They come out in the fall of every year. And so on page 3, we have provided a table that identifies Wyoming's revenue distribution from local, state, and federal resources. And according to this survey, total per pupil revenues in Wyoming is $19,214, or $19,214, excuse me. And that's made up of 39.1% coming from local revenue, 54.5% coming from state revenue, and 6.4% coming from federal revenue. And when we consider revenue, this is all revenue from all sources. This includes not only their daily operations, but capital construction, major maintenance, and their federal revenues for their grants, school lunch program, and so forth. So your revenue amount's going to be higher than your what we consider current expenditures amount. I've also provided the national ranking for the total revenue per pupil. In 1989, Wyoming is ranked 7th in the nation, and in 2014 we're ranked 7th in the nation, and it's fluctuated in between there, between those years provided. When we discuss current expenditures, this is more of an apples-to-apples comparison. This is the really daily operations, and we can compare this across states because this are the expenditures on salaries, benefits, and really the day-to-day operations within each school districts. Currently, from 2014, the most recent data available, Wyoming's per pupil amount is $15,903, and that ranks Wyoming 7th in the nation. Back to 1989, it was $5,030 and ranked 11th in the nation. Table 2 on page 4 just provides the U.S. Distribution of revenue sources and the U.S. per pupil average for both current expenditures and revenue. And then on figures 1 and 2, it just graphically illustrates Wyoming and the United States. You'll note in the 2000 year, this is kind of when Wyoming started creeping away from the U.S. average for historical purposes, and we really increased in the 2006 school year or 2007 school year. This is really as a result of our 2006 recalibration effort. The legislature invested heavily in teacher salaries and health insurance, and on the revenue side, this is really where Wyoming's contributions toward capital construction started showing its effect on the per pupil revenues. One note I do have on figure 2, the title on that should be Wyoming United States current expenditures, not revenues. I apologize on that typo. And then just the attachment I've included each year for every state for your reading pleasure. And that concludes tab J.
Questions, Matt? Representative Summers?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And you may not know this right away, but the United States-wide federal funding in 2014 represented 8.7% compared to Wyoming's 6.4%. Is that due to a lower percentage population of at-risk students in Wyoming, or why do we show kind of below the national average in federal funding? Do you have any sense of that, or?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Summers, I don't know. I'd have to look to see which revenue sources from the federal government that is received. I don't know off the top of my head.
Other questions? Representative Madden?
Yeah, just a short one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your study or analysis of this, I'm curious about whether or not other states have the variation in cost per student from district to district. If you look at you know, our 15,000 or whatever, yeah, 15,903, you know, you look at the individual students or the districts, nobody really ends up with 15,903 virtually. They're very much below that or very much above it. This is simply an average. And I've always had the sense that the dispersion among our districts is considerably more than it is in other states. Can you address that or not?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Madden, there are some states that do have a wide variety or wide variation in per pupil expenditures. We were asked to look at Utah variation in April, and I think Utah's per pupil is around $6,000, but they do have school districts that are much larger and comparable to Wyoming, and so there is wide variation among states, and it usually resides in small rural school districts. I think the district we looked at was Daggett County in Utah. Their per pupil cost was much larger than their statewide average, and that borders, I think, Wyoming.
But Matt, that's a small, very small district.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Yeah, the variation is going to be in those small rural school districts, and I'm sure Montana, Texas have very similar per pupil variations.
Representative Summers?
Mr. Chairman, you know, on that note, have you taken a look at how, because Wyoming is very rural, if you think about it, we are a very rural state, period. And so you go to the Salt Lakes or the Denvers and you have these huge districts that have a lot more economies of scale, period. So have you looked at places around the country like, one of the states on the coast that's considered, even though that we wouldn't think of them very rural, they're very rural and they have like one of the highest per student, Vermont. Yeah, they have one of the highest costs per student. So have you done any examinations of what rural means and what it means to have, in a state where a lot of the population is in very urban areas and you have economies of scale? Have we done any comparisons like that?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Summers, no.
Other questions? Anything else for Matt or
Yeah,
Ed?
Mr. Chairman, the last memo, Memo K, this kind of ties into the last memo. We looked at a couple different resources, primarily on how other states finance their public education systems. And really it boils down to a majority of education across the United States are paid by property taxes. And so we utilized a site called edbuild.org. They have a pretty good information on not only school districts' formulas, but how their local revenues allocated and received by each school district. The difficulty in comparing states across one another and even on property taxes is that property taxes are kind of a three-pronged calculation. It's the number of mills, the ratio, the assessment ratio, which within that property, and then the value of that. And so, comparing Wyoming's 43 mills to another state's mills is not an apples-to-apples comparisons because each of those calculations are made up differently. And so it's very difficult to compare Wyoming's even just mill levies to other states. But in general, and we put in a kind of an issue brief from the education commissions of the states that did kind of a how do other states pay for K-12 education. And again, it points to a majority of states pay for education through property taxes. There are some states that utilize income taxes. And it's also very difficult at the state level to compare how states fund K-12 education. A lot of states use their general fund, and so there's not a dedicated revenue source within their general fund for state revenues to education. It's, hey, they make an appropriation out of their general fund, and so it's really difficult to say, well, let's say 30% of their revenue comes from income tax or property tax, it just goes as an appropriation through their general fund. It's not a dedicated revenue source. And so by doing this analysis, it's very difficult to identify kind of an apples-to-apples comparison. But the information at the local level, we can kind of provide you through that EdBuild extraction that we did. So you can more or less look at that. But again, it's very difficult to compare their mill levies to Wyoming mill levies because we don't know their assessment ratios and so forth. So that's just for the committee's review. That's really all I had on that memo.
Questions? Any comments? Representative Madden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. These districts, they all have kind of the same methodology. They figure out how much you can raise locally, and then they pay the rest. But that's only half the question, or half the answer, in the sense that we have the total amount given to us by an evidence-based model, okay? And I have a feeling that most of these other states, some that I'm familiar with, the amount that they add up and distribute, making up for the difference at the state level, is based on what they figure they can afford or whatever. Isn't that right? I mean, isn't it a different, don't we have one more parameter we have to deal with compared to any of these other states?
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Madden, yes. And for brevity's sakes, we did not include the formulaic computations. And this site, edbuild.org, has that information for each state because that is the second prong on how resources, how much are they required to give. And it's a variation of just a flat dollar amount per student across states. And they do have some formulas as complicated as Wyoming. But it is a wide variation, and even on the local level, they can raise up. They're required to raise up to a certain amount, but then they can exceed that and provide more funds. They don't have that same requirement to ensure the equity across school districts, and so the limitation in Wyoming is much different than across states.
Representative Madden?
One follow-up. The other question would be that how many of these states just make it so much per student that they are, to make up this gap, and how many of them, give premiums to at-risk students, depending on the school district?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Madden, I don't know the number of states that provide an additional weight or so forth for at-risk students, but I'm sure we can find that information out.
Okay, other questions, comments? Are you done, Matt?
Mr. Chairman, that concludes that, and I think we're back on time.
Okay, I'm going to go to public testimony on item recalibration update or public education funding outside of Wyoming, if there's any public comment. Briefly, I might add. Thank you.
Did I do it right? Now am I on? Okay. Good morning, Chairman, committee members. My name is Donna Littlecomo. I'm the superintendent in Green River, Wyoming, Sweetwater 2. Just a few comments about the important work that you're confronting, and that is that, taking some consideration to looking at cost per student. Really, when you look across the entire nation, the more rural, the more it costs. There is a clear correlation of that. But I think the thing that we haven't looked at, which I think is important to talk about, is the basket of goods. We have a comprehensive basket of goods, which is really required by our Constitution, that it has to be a good and adequate education. I'm the district that borders Daggett County, and I can tell you we spend about $4,000 less per child in Daggett County. And some folks may say, yeah, well, Daggett's even smaller than you are, and so that maybe makes sense. Partially, but also what makes sense is that their basket of goods is not as rich as our basket of goods. So one of the things I think that we need to be talking about here is, what do we want a Wyoming child to look like? If we don't want sports, fine. It'll cost less. We don't want arts and music, it'll cost less. We don't want the number of years of math in high school, it'll cost less. But I think that what we see when we talk about diversification and folks that I talk to about wanting to open businesses in Wyoming, it's not about the taxes that they're going to save to open here that's the big push. They want an educated workforce. They want their employees to feel good that their kids are going to a school system that's going to educate them well and make them ready for the world ahead. So when we do these comparisons at other states, we need to also ask and examine what is their basket of goods. And are we going to be happy with one that's reduced? Do we not want foreign language? Fine. I'm not saying they're fine for me, but we need to really examine that with our state, because I think that what we've put together here is something that we are proud of. The fact that Wyoming is #1 in the nation, #1 at closing the gap of poverty students, is impressive. Impressive. And that's because we pay attention and we put resources in to classrooms to make sure that we're addressing all the different types of learners that we have in a classroom. And I can tell you they're varied. But I think there's some creative work that we can do. I'm hopeful to hear that, what are some solutions. But to think that we can't address the revenue thing completely, and President Bebout, I was glad that you said that we need to look at that, because I think that's true. We cannot cut our way out of this problem. Lastly, I just want to say that I've had the toughest hiring season that I've had in Sweetwater too, and I've been there 11 years. Utah is spending money on raising teacher salaries, and now they're at $40,000. And when you have a new person coming out of college and they're comparing $40,000 or $46,000, $40,000, $43,000, I can tell you what their choice is. They're going to the larger urban centers where there's more resources, more activities, theaters, all the things that young people enjoy doing. The only reason that we've done well is because some money was infused in our system and put us quite a bit ahead some of these other states like Colorado and Utah. And we're going to end up right back where we were, because I'm seeing it. I cannot believe we had more people leave our district this year for Utah than ever. And they took pay cuts, but the pay cut was worth it when they got more resources. So I'm real close to Salt Lake City. And so I have to pay attention. When we talk about market pressures, there's a lot of them. And Jordan, Utah, it was in the press, they just put $10 million infused in that district to raise teacher salaries. So I know I'll always talk about teacher salaries, but we need to be very, very careful. We're going to end right back up where we were, in my opinion. Thank you.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you mind providing us a copy of that study you mentioned about closing the gap with poverty in kids?
Yes.
At some point. Thank you.
Yes.
Other public testimony? I want to say again, we're taking public testimony on the recalibration update and public education funding outside of Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Committee, Kirby Eisenhower, Campbell County. I appreciate the conversation about Wyoming being rural, and we enjoy our wide open spaces, and that's why many of us probably live here. But there's a cost associated with that, and not just for education, K-12. Using information based from NEA in May 2016 and U.S. Census, Wyoming ranks #1 in spending on health and hospitals, #3 on state and local government, #3 in corrections, #3 in roads, #4 in higher education, #9 in K-12 education, and #10 in police and fire departments. So it's expensive to be rural. It's expensive to have long, wide spaces between roads. And it's also expensive when we have wide open spaces and are trying to educate our kids. So I appreciate the conversation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Briefly, please.
Mr. Chair, committee members, Jerry Chase, Superintendent of Schools in Johnson County. A couple of things, and I'll make it brief. We've had a lot of information, a lot of data, a lot of numbers to look at. Sometimes that can be a distraction from the bigger picture. If we're going to solve this problem, we need to collaborate and work together. The word in collaboration is labor, and it requires work. Three enemies of collaboration are money, ego, and turf wars. If we can set those aside, we've probably got a shot of coming up with a good solution ahead of us. How do we set those aside? Well, let's answer 4 questions. What's the driving force behind the issue you're addressing? What should be the driving force? What purpose is being served? And ultimately, whose needs are being met? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other public testimony? Other public testimony? Public testimony is closed. Committee, we're going to come back in as close to 1:30 as we can. So we'll see everybody in about an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes. Oh, hey, before, I'd like to recognize some people, if I could first. Superintendent Jillian Balo is here in the back. We have other legislators present. We got Senator Michael Von Flatern. We got Representative Jamie Flitner.
Senator Dockstadter's over there.
Senator Dan Dockstader, and I saw Representative Gary Piperina. So,
Representative Eklund, Representative Blackburn, Representative Bovee.
In the other room, we've got a lot more.
They're all.
okay, we'll be coming back in as close to 1:30 as we can.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Getting it? Keep going. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check audio check. Mic 1, check 1. Good? Check one, check one, two, check one. Can you hear me, Francis? Check microphone, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Check, check, check. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check.
Check 1, 2, check. Nope, it's not sounding proper. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't sound right. It's almost voice activated. Sounds like, and it's jumping. There's interference or something. Check 1, 2. Yeah. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Check. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Does that sound better? Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration and Joint Revenue Committee, June 12th, 2017. Check 1, check 1, 2. It's best if you don't directly talk into it, I guess.
Something like this.
Check.
We're talking.
Yeah. 1, 2.
I think the problem is the clipping is occurring at the input of
Yes.
the camera. So putting the Mackie between it doesn't change the fact that the audio is already destroyed.
Do you think it's occurring at the input of the camera?
Before
Not the
that.
mic.
Yeah, I think it's
Oh,
happening before it gets to the camera.
Right, before it gets to the camera, yeah.
And so putting the Mackie between whatever the output is and the camera doesn't change
No,
the fact
it's
that
not
already,
helping.
it's already wrecked. Find some way to mix it down.
Check, check, 1, 2, check. They're not even checking. Check 1, 2, check 1. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 18, 20. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. This is the Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration, Joint Revenue Committee, June 12th, 2017. Check 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Check 1, 2. State of Wyoming Legislature Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration, Joint Revenue Committee, June 12th, 2017. Check 1, 2. Check 1. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check. 1, 2. clipping at some point. Check one. That sounds better. Check one, two, check, check, check. Now it sounds better. Nah, yeah.
Okay, everybody. Oops. Can you hear me? Is this thing working? Hello? Yeah, I guess it.
They're loud.
All right. All right. Okay, everybody find a nest. We're gonna get started here.
Where we missed Senator Geis, and always used to scream out, "Hey, we're trying to have a meeting here."
Well, I might have to resort to that. Well, we have a little, I started a minute or two early just to kind of get them.
Get everybody in there sitting down.
At all lunch hour to do this.
We need you to chair all the meetings. Gotta laugh once in a while in this deal, don't you?
I think I'm going to call for public testimony after both of these are done. The next two. They overlap something terrible. Rick?
Well, I think that's reasonable. There's only two of them, so I think it's reasonable.
Your turn. All right. We're ready to go.
A phone call, a conference call with Rick.
Have to be on Tuesday because we're going to, are you still going out to Jackson? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, due to popular demand, we're going to start. We do have a meeting to conduct here. All right, I think we're getting close. Ladies and gentlemen, we have really two topics, I guess you might say three, but two essentially that we need to talk about, and we're kind of switching from the calibration and the cost side of the model, or of the education model, to now talk a little bit about what options the Revenue Committee has already started talking about and will continue to talk about. The first thing on the agenda this afternoon comes from the content of a memo, a paper that was prepared by Don Richards. Don Richards isn't here today, so we have three surrogates that are going to more or less go over what he's gone over. And then afterwards, we do have Director Noble from the Revenue Department that will perhaps fill in some gaps. And we don't think that the meeting will be quite as long and particularly as boring as it was this morning. Well, it wasn't boring. It was, to some of us number crunchers, it was pretty interesting stuff that we all had to know this morning. So I'm going to turn it over to you three, and whoever wants to start, introduce yourself and what you intend to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dean Temte. To my immediate left is Matt Sackett, and to his left is Ted Hewitt. Matt and I are in the budget fiscal section of LSO. We work for Mr. Richards, and Ted is in our legal division. As you said, we're just here to present the memo presented by Mr. Richards, which is mostly consists of several attachments which describe revenue-raising options for the state, both those that currently exist in statute and those that may not exist yet. Just proceeding from the start, attachment 1, called Major Revenue Options. It's also in parentheses called the Enhanced Pink Report. The Pink Report is a report that's actually put out by the budget fiscal section of LSO, and it ends up being included in the budget fiscal data book every 2 years when we put that out, which is just a good way for legislators to be able to have a thumbnail sketch of how much particular revenue items would raise for the state, whether it's a % of sales tax, whether it's increasing the assessment rate for property tax, whether it's for severance tax or whatever. Just starting with attachment A, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm not quite too sure exactly how much detail to go into. I don't want to read to the committee, but at the same time, I'll just try to hit the highlights, and if there are questions, we'll try to respond the best we can. Starting with sales tax, Mr. Chairman, our current state sales tax rate is 4%. It has been 4% since fiscal year 1994. It was actually increased to 3% in fiscal year 1968 and was 3% from 1968 to 1993, and has been 4% since fiscal year 1994. The current distribution of the state sales tax is 69% to the general fund and 31% to local governments. You'll notice that the Pink Report offers both estimates of what an entire percent would raise in revenue. That estimated at $154.5 million in FY19 and $156.1 million in FY20, and also what a percent in sales tax would raise if it was distributed under the current distribution of 69% to the general fund. Many of these revenue options are actually calculated based on the estimates in the Consensus Revenue Estimating Group projections that come out each October and then are updated every January.
Representative Summers has a question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My question on sales tax, and I'm sure you can provide the committee this document, I know I've seen it at some point, is where do we stand nationwide on our comparison of our sales tax with others, and particularly surrounding states? Where do we compare, so we don't get, so is there cross-border buying because of disparity in sales tax, for example? So,
Mr. Chairman, I can address some of those issues that you have. Currently, Wyoming has the 40th highest state sales tax in America. 1 of 5 states have a state sales tax rate of 4%, the other 4 being Alabama, Georgia, Hawaii, and New York are the other 4 states that have a 4% state sales tax rate. There is only one other state that has a state sales tax that has a lower state sales tax rate than Wyoming, and that is Colorado, whose state sales tax rate is 2.9%. However, in not only looking at the state sales tax rate, but the combined state and local sales tax rates, that information is important too, I think. The combined average state sales tax rate is 5.4%, which ranks number 44th. And interestingly enough, while Colorado has a lower state sales tax rate than we do, their combined state sales tax rate is actually 7.5%. So it really brings up, which is the 16th highest in the nation. Wyoming's combined state sales tax rate is actually ranked 44th. If we were to, just for example, if we were to raise the state sales tax rate from 4% to 5%, Wyoming state sales tax rate would be ranked 33rd, tied with Louisiana, North Dakota, and Wisconsin. And then its combined rate, if it was increased, if you increase the state sales tax rate by 1%, the combined would then increase to 6.4%, which would raise Wyoming to the 31st highest. Incidentally, South Dakota's total state sales tax rate is 6.39%, so it would bring us very close to where South Dakota is now. As far as our other surrounding states, Montana does not have a state sales tax rate that applies in all localities. They do have a limited sales tax in a few of their resort areas, but they consider themselves and say about themselves they do not have a state sales tax.
Follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
My follow-up would be, and you may get to this when we talk about the exclusion of groceries for sales tax, but kind of what do other states do? Is that pretty similar for other states surrounding us to have exclusions on groceries, or if you have any idea of that, I would also be interested in that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, actually, much of my comparison information that I've taken about different taxes comes from the Tax Foundation. They put out a booklet entitled Facts and Figures, and actually they do have a page which even talks about those states that do exempt food from sales tax, and I can certainly just distribute that to you if that would be helpful.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no other questions in regard to sales tax, and there are estimates in this regard as well to the sales tax revenue foregone from the exemption on food tax, and that estimate is $28.8 million per year, and that's just the state portion. The estimate that is foregone by the local governments is nearly that amount. If you do combine the state sales tax rate with the local option taxes, the split between the two really does come pretty close to 50-50. Continuing on, Mr. Chairman, there's also bullet number 4, assumptions of internet sales tax collections. You remember this past 2017 session, there was a bill that had to do with that topic, and there are a few internet people who sell things over the internet that are starting to report, and therefore we have come up with an estimate of $5.1 million per fiscal year. In regard to the next item under that particular category, a statewide lodging tax, it is estimated that we do not have a statewide lodging tax right now in Wyoming. However, we do have lodging taxes in many of our counties where and cities and towns where the lodging tax goes directly to those localities. And based on those current collections, it's estimated that a 1% statewide lodging tax would raise roughly $6.4 million per year. Going on, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead. Just a question, kind of the same as Representative Summers on lodging tax. So our optional 4%, kind of how does that rank us nationally? I've seen some stuff that, much like sales tax, I think, goes a lot.
Could you address that?
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, actually, I will also try to look in the Tax Foundation information that I have as well to see if I can find how Wyoming compares in that regard as well, and I'll try to get that information to you. I don't know that number off the top of my head.
Just a follow-up, Mr. Chairman, and it seems to me the last time it was expressed to me that is it true that about 90% of the lodging tax is paid by out-of-staters or quote visitors?
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, I actually did try to find that one out before now, and actually, based on a recent survey that was done, the survey really did not address specifically the lodging taxes paid, but did address the percentage of travel dollars expended, which we felt is a good proxy for who's paying the lodging tax. And based on that recent survey, it's estimated that 80% of the lodging tax is paid by out-of-state residents of Wyoming, and about 20% is paid by in-state residents.
Okay. Go ahead, Speaker.
Thank you, Dean, for that. What are the ranges, though? Are you going to get back to us, I guess? I mean, you talked briefly about sales tax, but I mean, like when I go somewhere, it seems like everything's 15% if I go south of Wyoming or west of Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, I hope that's in the information. I'll be looking in the Tax Foundation information for.
Yeah, committee, you know, Mr. Noble will be up here too, so he may have some insight that Mr. Tempty doesn't have. Oh, Representative Conley.
Chairman. Dean, I'm curious about the ability of localities to raise lodging taxes as well, and where does that range in the state?
You want to address that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I believe the localities can raise up to a 4% lodging tax in their particular locality. I'm not quite sure what the minimum is, Matt. Okay. The minimum lodging tax is 2%, and it can be as high as 4%. I do recall actually there was a bill to try to even adjust that this past session, but it did not make it all the way through the process.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
Dean, and is that money kept in those localities? Or is any of it remitted to the state?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I think 99% of it does. The state might retain the 1% administrative fee for those, but the rest of it does get distributed to the localities. And I know there are also guidelines on how the localities need to expend those funds as well in regard to spending it on tourism and things like that.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the next category is fuel taxes. The state fuel tax rate is currently 24 cents a gallon. and that was raised by 10 cents a gallon in the 2013 session. And currently, Wyoming has the 33rd highest fuel tax rate, so it's a little lower than in the middle of the 50-state ranks. And actually, according to the Department of Transportation, they provide a breakout or an estimate of the amount of fuel taxes paid by people, in-state residents and out-of-state visitors. And the estimate by the Wyoming Department of Transportation is that 52.5% of the fuel taxes are paid by out-of-state residents.
Yes, good. Mr. Speaker.
For you, Mr. Chairman, and just to refresh maybe all of us, is that tax levied at the distributor level, the fuel tax?
Yeah, it's the distributor, it's not the retailer itself. It's whoever distributes it pays the tax, and it's already prepaid when they're out delivering it to local stations.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just kind of going off memory back to 13, some of those arguments. So are most of those fuel distributors are non-Wyoming companies, is that right? It seemed like there were 300 distributors and only about 50 of them were in-state, as I recall. Maybe the chairman can remember that.
I don't know the exact number, but I know that a considerable number of our distributors, the checks come from other states. Yeah. We have some here, but the majority is from other states. Some are not even adjacent states, actually.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no more questions about that, I'll go ahead and proceed on. In regard to cigarette taxes, Wyoming currently has a cigarette tax of 60 cents per pack. That was increased to 60 cents from 12 cents a pack in the 2003 session. And currently, Wyoming has the 42nd highest cigarette tax rate in the United States. So we do gravitate towards the lower end of the spectrum as far as the cigarette tax rates go. Mr. Chairman, going on in regard to liquor taxes, currently we have a 2 cent per gallon tax on malt liquor. And actually, our 2 cent per gallon tax on malt liquor has been 2 cents since 1935, and it's ranked 50th in the United States. The next highest is actually 6 cents a gallon, which is in Missouri and Wisconsin, and they're tied for 48th. Yep. Mr. Chairman, going on.
Who we got here? Oh, Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, we always have to point out when we look at liquor taxes, with not the beer tax, but the spirits and the wine, that we also have a 17.5% markup that is not what other states do because we're a full control state. So you have to add the 17.5% on top of the taxes we levy to get an accurate reflection.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, that is exactly right. The state of Wyoming is the state's liquor wholesaler. And actually, since 1996, I believe it is, that the state of Wyoming can charge a profit margin up to 17.6%. Before 1996, the profit margin was not even limited, but just up to the discretion of the Liquor Commission at that time, but has been limited at 17.6% since 1996. And going on, actually, in regard to the taxes on wine and the taxes on spirits, as far as the ranking, the Tax Federation does not offer a ranking to the state of Wyoming for that very reason, because the state is the state's liquor wholesaler and charges the profit and collects revenue through that profit margin. Currently, the tax on wine is 28 cents per gallon, and it's been 28 cents per gallon since 1979. It increased from 24 cents a gallon to 28 cents a gallon in that year. The 28 cents per gallon would rank 42nd, but as Senator Case pointed out, the state of Wyoming generates additional revenue by being the state's wholesaler. In regard to spirits, the tax on spirits is currently 94 cents a gallon, and that has also been in place since 1979. It increased from 80 cents a gallon to 94 cents a gallon in that year. And again, Wyoming is assigned no rank as far as the size of the tax on spirits because of that because the state is the liquor wholesaler. Going on, Mr. Chairman, I can go ahead and talk about property taxes. There are 3 classes of property that were actually provided for by constitutional amendment in 1988. And actually, and that was passed by constitutional amendment in 1988, and therefore the assessment rates were as follows. It was, there are 3 categories in the Wyoming Constitution for the assessment of property. There's industrial property assessed at 11.5%. There is all other property assessed at 9.5%. And then mineral production also, there's property tax on mineral production as well, and that is assessed at 100%.
Mr. Temte, I have a question. Maybe Mr. Hewitt will have to answer this, I don't know, but is it possible, when you look at the Constitution, to have a different ratio apply to school mills as opposed to city and county and special district mills? In other words, well, that was the question. I had a bill like similar to this, and I don't think we had it resolved at the time that I had the bill ready, and so if there's anything you could give me on that, I'd be interested.
Mr. Chairman, I think that may violate the constitutional requirement that property taxes among classes, among the mineral class, among the industrial property class, among the residential and personal property class be uniform. So I think that that may be getting into a territory where it could violate the Constitution. I think if you're interested in raising a statewide tax, simply impose an additional mill. I think that.
Well, I don't want to, dwell on this today, but it's something to think about because I guess to argue about it anyway is if everybody pays a school mill and everybody pays a special district mill, in other words, everybody's paying this on the same mills, but if you have a different ratio for some of those mills uniformly within a property class, it seems like you could win that argument. But, maybe we don't know enough about it that we could be sure. I don't know. But that was one of the things we were talking about because, when you look at these dollar figures here, that 49.8 and so on is applicable to across all mill levies. And then, just to kind of put an end to this, the mill levy, changing the mill levy across the whole gamut would apply to all 3 classes of property, right? Which is something we got to think about.
Mr. Chairman, LSO can certainly investigate that and have an answer for you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead. Representative Summers has a remark.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. As it relates to residential rate, of property tax. Do you have an idea how we compare with other states residentially?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I'm glad you asked.
I actually did find, it's called a 50-state property tax comparison study for taxes paid in 2015. And it was a study done by the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy and the Minnesota Center for Fiscal Excellence. And I tell you what, this was really quite a study, because comparing taxation is difficult enough, but when you're trying to compare property taxes, it becomes even more difficult. Mr. Wilmarth talked previously how property tax is really the product of three different variables: the market value, the assessment rate, and then finally the mill levy. So it's very difficult to compare, but this study did a pretty good job trying to compare those. What it did is it compared the largest city in all 50 states, and actually did it in three different categories that I found in this study. One was on industrial property, which is assessed at the 11.5% rate. It identifies and what it did is it calculated an effective tax rate, if you will, basically taking the assessment rate times the average mill levy to come up with an effective tax rate. And in regard to industrial property, the effective tax rate on industrial property and again, what it did is it compared industrial property in the largest city in every state. There were actually 53 comparators in this study, though. They did all 50 states. They included the District of Columbia, which made it 51, and then they actually included two additional cities. They included two cities in Illinois and two cities in New York, just because New York City is, I think it's the largest city in the United States. It has over 8.6 million people. So they included their largest two. The next largest was Buffalo, New York, which has a population of roughly 200,000 people. They also did the same thing for the state of Illinois, since Chicago has a population of over 2.5 million people. They also included the next largest city in Illinois, that being Aurora, Illinois, that also had a population of around 200,000 people. Cutting to the bottom line, Wyoming ranked 50 out of 53rd in the effective rate on industrial property. Wyoming ranked, as far as on commercial property, Wyoming's effective tax rate, it identified it as 0.63%, which was 53rd out of 53. And it also compared the effective tax rates on median valued homes. The effective tax rate on median valued homes in Wyoming is 0.65%, and that ranked 52 out of 53. So in looking at this study, our effective tax rates on property tax for the 9.5% and 11.5% property are towards the lowest in the country.
Representative or Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dean, would you send that report to the committee members, please? I'd appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Senator Office, I would be happy.
Thank you.
I think, just as a side note, I was the one that sent all that to every House member's got this, if they still got their computer from last year. If you look at the commercial rate, if we would change our ratio from 9.5 on commercial to 11.5, we're still 53rd. Okay? And that's a fact. I mean, you can look it up. Just change that number by a factor of 18%, and you will find that we're still lowest.
And Mr. Chairman, just kind of a final thing to mention. The estimates in here in regard to the increase that could take place if there was a 1%, if the 9.5% property was increased to 10.5%, that revenue increase is estimated at $49.8 million. that would actually, that $49.8 million, as far as the breakout, that would not only benefit the school funding situation, but also, that would also increase the property taxes going to counties, to municipalities, and to special districts. The estimate of that 49.8% total, roughly 32 million of that would be represented by the 43 mills, which go for education. So 32 of the $49.8 million would go towards K-12 funding. Mr. Chairman, just going on from property tax there, severance tax, if there was a 1% severance tax increase on minerals, that would, or an increase, you increase the severance tax rate on all minerals, that the estimate is that would generate roughly $91.2 million, $91.2 to $91.3 million per year.
Go ahead, Representative, or Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was that calculated by just adding 1 to all of the values for severance tax, where some of them are 2%, some of them are 6.5%? Was that a +1 all the way down the list?
Can you answer that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, yes. Actually, what we did is we used Table 9, which has all of the mineral production values by calendar year, and we took half of each calendar year to come up with fiscal years, and then just applied the additional 1% number to that. In regard to the severance tax rates, the severance tax was enacted in 1969. The oil and gas severance tax rate is 6%, and it has been 6% since 1981. As you know, there's also a reduced rate for stripper oil of 4%. The severance tax rate on stripper oil has also been 4% since 1981. The severance tax rate on coal is 7%. The severance tax rate on surface coal has been 7% since 1993. Actually, from 1987 and 1992, the rate was 8.5%. And from 1978 to 1986, it was 10.5%. There were some additional percentages added to the coal severance tax for specific purposes. For example, the 1.5% that made it 8.5% above 8.5% instead of 7%, that specifically went for capital facilities. And then there was additional 2% severance tax on coal from which made it 10.5% from 78 to 86, and that particular component of the tax was referred to as the coal impact tax. The Trona severance tax, that's been 4% since 1993. From 1976 to 1992, that rate was 5.5%. And just incidentally, Mr. Chairman, the severance taxes on oil, gas, and surface coal make up roughly 90% of the total severance tax collected in the state. Mr. Chairman, going on, parimutuel events is also included, and actually, one interesting thing, there was actually a bill during the 2017 session that attempted to, as introduced, to increase the tax rate on parimutuel events. And actually, the bill was modified. Its engrossed version, actually, rather than increasing the rate, just attempted to divert half of the tax currently collected. However, that bill did not make it all the way through the process. The estimate for that, increasing that rate by 0.1%, would raise roughly $400,000 per year. The next category in this in this table is the lottery. The state lottery has been in place. The state lottery bill passed during the 2013 session. And included in these estimates is the current amount of revenue, which is currently distributed to the municipalities. the proceeds from the lottery is distributed to the municipalities very similarly to how sales tax is distributed to the municipalities. Also provide estimates in regard to perhaps adding 2 additional gaming products. To expand gaming to Keno products, it's estimated that would raise roughly $1.6 million a year. To expand gaming to scratch ticket products, it's estimated that would raise between $3.9 and $4.5 million per year. Mr. Chairman, I would point out in regard to the lottery, though, and we recently met with the CEO of the Lottery Corporation, and just some things that I think the legislature has learned in the past few years. It does take a little bit of time to get games up and off the ground in regard to the lottery, so it's possible that it would not be an immediate increase in revenue, if you will. Another thing to point out is there's a little bit of a wide range as far as the estimate goes, just because it's a little bit of an unknown as far as how popular the new games may be that might be introduced. In talking to the CEO of the Lottery Corporation, he did indicate that the Lottery Board feels that actually Keno could be started, that game could be started without a statutory change, that it would fit within the current definition of how the lottery is defined on what games would be allowed. However, he also indicated that adding scratch tickets are considered an instant game and are currently to start games with scratch tickets would require a statutory change to start.
Go ahead, Representative Sombers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. How much total revenue has been generated for use in the state of Wyoming or by municipalities by the lottery to date?
Counties.
Towns and counties, whatever.
Can you answer that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I believe it is around the $2.4 million, which is the current estimate in the pink report right now.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, that pretty much does it as far as the taxes that are currently in place. The last 4 categories, real estate transfer tax, gross receipts tax, corporate income tax, and individual income tax. They are not currently part of the state's taxing portfolio. The individual income tax and the corporate income tax were recommended by the Tax Reform 2000 Committee, but have not yet, at this point in time, been enacted by the legislature. In regard to the gross receipts tax, actually exploring the gross receipts tax was assigned to the Revenue Committee this interim, and the Revenue Committee is currently looking at that, as you know. Mr. Chairman, that concludes attachment 1 anyway. The following attachments, attachment number 2, this is a listing of the current sales and use tax options and related estimates that are related to sales tax exemptions.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr.
You have a
Chairman.
question?
And just for the committee, before we move on to the next attachment, last session I had a bill that raised taxes on alcohol, and I just wanted to share that kind of information with the committee. And what I did in that particular bill was look at the average rates in contiguous states and took into account that we're a markup state, and then with our lower excise taxes, what it would be if we raised our excise taxes in relation to our markup and what that figure would be. in terms of wine, spirits, and beer and how much it would raise for us. And because it was raised, I was just able to pull it up, that we could raise $6.8 million a year by raising our excise tax rate in combination with the markup to have our taxes be comparable to contiguous states. So that would mean that taxes on wine would go from 28 cents a gallon to 72 cents a gallon, on malt beverages from 2 cents a gallon to 20 cents a gallon, and on spirits from 94 cents to 3.73. And so hopefully we'll bring that back again, but I thought the committee would like to know what we would raise in taxes by doing that.
Yeah, committee, we're going to be talking, that's going to be scheduled on the September meeting. We're going to be talking about that and some other nuances with the cigarette tax as well, so.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, who we got there? Oh, Representative?
Thank you,
Callahan.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I think we've forgotten the issue of diverting some money. If you'd all look on the section H, page 4, where they talk about the common school account, I averaged up the amount of increase in the common school account for 15 years, and it's $184.4 million per year increase. Now, this money could be available if we had a constitutional change to allow the common school account to be used for school expenses. So that would be $368 million per biennium. And I think that's something that we need to look at when we talk about taxing increases. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, going on to attachment 2, this one basically describes the sales and use taxes that could be raised in regard to items that are currently exempted. You will notice most of the items on page 2, there is no estimate. Some of these are actually, and some of these sales and use tax exemptions are even, for example, interstate transportation of freight, motor vehicle leases, many of these things, as it indicates, the statutory rationale behind them is they're protected by federal law. However, the first 7 items on attachment 2, though, the first one being subject sales of food for domestic consumption to all statewide sales and use tax. That estimate is $28.8 million. And then just the 2 through 7 are also listed there as well. Newspaper sales, farm implements. I just wanted to mention these estimates specifically came from an attachment which was provided by the Department of Revenue. And I guess I would just mention if there are any more specific questions in regard to these estimates, probably direct those to Director Noble, since those came from his shop. And actually, Mr. Chairman, in regard to attachment 3A, sales and use tax excluded services, the estimates found in that attachment 3A were also in that same attachment provided by the Department of Revenue. And actually, this attachment was provided by the Department of Revenue to the Revenue Committee during the May 2016 meeting. It was attachment number 5, I believe. That's right. And if the committee wants copies of that, I actually have some copies of that if you want that attachment.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the next 2 attachments, attachment 3B and 3C, these were actually also prepared by the Department of Revenue, and these are in regard to the current sales and use tax exemptions on professional services. And attachment 3C was also prepared by the Department of Revenue in regard to the exemption or taxation in regard to towing services. And actually, this document gave good examples of those cases where towing services are taxable and when they are not. Mr. Chairman, the next attachment is attachment number 4. And what this one talks about are the current, we do not have a corporate income tax in the state of Wyoming, but we do have, it's referred to as a corporate franchise tax. And that particular tax is and actually that's it. Both there's a corporate franchise tax and a limited liability company franchise tax. Those are in statute in Title 17, and actually that tax is levied on every corporation or limited liability company organized under the laws of the state, or every foreign corporation which obtains right to transact and carry on business in the state. That tax is $50 or 0.2 mils, and that rate is applied to the sum of capital, property, and assets reported by the corporation. And this particular tax structure has been in place, this particular $50 or 0.2 mils has been in place since 2000. The next item on attachment 4, Mr. Chairman, is the insurance premium tax. The current rate, and this tax structure is set up in Title 26 of Wyoming statutes. The current rate on insurance premium tax rate is 0.75%. This particular rate has been in place since the 1991 session. However, one important thing to note, Wyoming is, the terminology used in statute is Wyoming is a retaliatory state. In accordance with Wyoming Statute 26-3-130, companies pay the higher of the Wyoming rate or their state's own rate. And it's our understanding that most companies are paying on their own state's rates in most cases. In other words, their home state tax rate is higher than ours, so they're paying on their own state rate rather than the state of Wyoming's rate. Another wrinkle that Wyoming being a retaliatory state introduces is that an increase in this particular tax rate would not generate a proportionate revenue increase because of that. And Mr. Chairman, I believe the last thing mentioned on attachment 4 was the profit margin, if you will, on liquor sales. We've already talked about that, and that profit margin is limited in statute at 17.6%, and that rate has been in place since 1996.
Going back, Mr. Tempty, to that corporate tax, could you say a little more about where we lie compared to other states in this regard? Or maybe Representative Obermiller could add to that, but that seemed like an important one we should look at.
Mr. Chairman, I can certainly see what I can find in regard to how that specific compares to other taxes like that in other states as well. I'll see what I can find about that one.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any remarks, questions?
Mr. Chairman, if no one has any other questions, I'll go ahead and go on to attachment 5. It's attachment 5, and Attachment 6. These flowcharts are included in the budget fiscal data book and have been for quite a few years. They're a pictorial representation of the federal mineral royalty distribution and the severance tax distribution. Both of these specific distributions have been in place for the most part since fiscal year 2002. There have been slight adjustments or tweaks to it. For example, the additional, the severance tax distribution to the water development account number 3, that was not in place since fiscal year 2002. That was added a little bit later. Another important portion of the severance tax distribution during the 2005 session is when the legislature adopted, it was 2005 Senate File 25, and that's what diverted an amount equal to 2/3 of the amount distributed to the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, distributing that additional amount to the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, effectively increasing the severance tax rate distributed to the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund from 1.5% to 2.5%. And you'll probably also recall actually that additional percent has been diverted by the legislature. It was diverted for the second half of fiscal year 2016, I believe, to the general fund. And in fiscal year 17 and in fiscal year 18, that additional 1% will be distributed to the newly created 1% severance tax distribution account. And those funds are being used to fund operations in the 17-18 biennium, and you can see that in the current version of the fiscal profile. Mr. Chairman, as I had mentioned, these distributions have been mostly in place since 2002. Federal mineral royalties, there's a $200 million distribution cap on federal mineral royalties, and you can see all the distribution percentages on the lower right-hand part of that particular flow chart. And then once $200 million in FMRs are distributed, then it is distributed 2/3 to the budget reserve account and 1/3 to the school foundation program account. In regard to severance tax distribution, similarly to federal mineral royalties, there is a distribution cap for severance taxes, and that distribution cap is $155 million. And you can see the distribution percentage in pretty much the middle part of the page. Under the $155 million distribution cap, the general fund receives 62.26%. Funds also go to cities, towns, and counties. Go to water accounts 1, 2, and 3. Some also goes to the highway fund. And after that $155 million cap is reached, then all dollars in excess of the $155 million cap are distributed 2/3 to the budget reserve account and 1/3 to the general fund.
Any questions from the committee? I have one. I'm looking at the mineral royalty diagram here. In the highway fund, under the cap, we have $60 million that goes into that. And I know there's a reason for that. You know, we have a constitutional requirement that the fuel tax must be spent on roads. But the dilemma is that the highway department has other costs that they have to incur, you know, that isn't really roads. All right, but when it's all said and done, I think part of the $61 million does find its way into roads. And in that regard, how close are we to the limit when it comes to taking money out of the highway department, knowing that they've got other expenses that are other than road maintenance and construction and stuff like that? Is there any is there any amount of fuel tax we could raise that would not, that we could substitute this mineral royalty money that now goes to highways and maybe funnel it into the foundation program, education foundation program. But how close are we to the 61 million all being needed for non-road expenditures? You see what I'm getting at?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Madden, I do see what you're getting at. I have to admit, I am not aware of that specific question being posed to our Wyoming Department of Transportation, and I would feel best about asking them that question and then providing that information to you. I certainly understand how what you could do is divert the federal mineral royalties from the highway fund and replace them, if you will, with an increase in the fuel taxes. But I would certainly appreciate the opportunity to address that specific question to the Department of Transportation and then let you know what they say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Anything else for Mr. Tempe on this issue? I think instead of taking public comment right now, we're going to give Mr. Director Noble up here, and he's going to talk about things similar to this, and then we'll have public comment at that point, if that's okay with everybody. Thank you very much. Mr. Noble. Greetings. Okay, Dan, go ahead and talk to us about what you have here. I know that a lot of this will be clarifying some things that we've just gone through a few minutes ago. Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Dan Noble, Director of the Department of Revenue. My portion of this was to describe the administrative requirements and I guess potential costs associated with the revenue enhancements that were contemplated by the previous speakers. What I'll look at is probably, I'll just go down the list and on a case-by-case basis and look at what would potentially be the revenue impacts and as well as the cost to the state of implementing something like is being contemplated here. The first issue was what would it take to administer a 1% increase in the sales and use tax directed entirely to the state. I spoke with our IT staff about this, and the issue isn't the raising of the rate that is a problem. It's the fact that the distribution formula is going to be changed, and that will require some coding changes unless we do something creative. I broached with them the subject of treating this 1% increase as if it were a specific purpose tax. The local governments currently have the ability to impose specific purpose option taxes for capital construction. And my thought was if this were to be treated as such, so that this 1% was directed towards construction and potentially the school CapCon account, then there would be virtually no programming changes. I'd have some reporting changes that have to be done, but as it relates to the actual functioning of the system itself, it would treat it just like it was any other local option, except for it would be the entire state that would receive the the distribution associated with this. I think it would work. It would avoid about $500,000, $410,000 is what they estimated, of programming costs as well as time, because it could be implemented fairly quickly. If you have to deal with rewriting the distribution formulas, our estimate is $410,000 in costs and potentially deferring it until the beginning of the following calendar year in order for it to become effective. Not either situation is doable. It's just one creates more costs associated with getting it ready. If you use the existing distribution model, probably the only thing that we would have to do is just change the rate, and that's option 2 there, is just to use existing distribution. Changing the rate is not a problem. It is changing the distribution formula. If you were to subject the food for domestic home consumption to the state and local sales taxes, it would have no impact on the state as far as any administrative costs whatsoever. Probably the only thing we would do is obviously put out press releases so that all of our vendor force was aware of the fact that it was coming up, and it'd be implemented as soon as the legislature directed it to be. It would have to begin on a calendar quarter with 60 days notice, so if it was made effective on July 1st of the following year, or of the same year that the legislation was passed, it'd be perfectly fine in getting the notice out in time. Mentions the assumption of internet sales tax collections. This made the paper a few months ago. The largest remote seller in the world, actually, has begun collecting Wyoming's sales and use taxes on any item that they sell themselves. And this is not a trivial amount of tax. We've actually got the first 2 months of collection in, and it is substantial. I can't divulge an amount because that's confidential information, but it is a fact that it is, the estimate that they provided you is probably a little conservative. So, and we're actually having some success with other vendors. After having passed this legislation, we've got some other vendors that are coming forward and beginning to collect voluntarily, licensing even prior to the date. And I would assume that come July 1, we'll probably have 2 or 3 that we will probably go to court with. But we are making progress, and surprisingly, in going through this exercise, we found that there are a number of remote sellers that are already collecting, and some rather conspicuous ones that are not. So it's been a good exercise to go through anyway.
On that issue, how many, this is probably not a fair question, but how many people more would have to be enrolled in this internet sales tax collection before you can disclose the amount? In other words, I know you can't with just one more, but we got Amazon, you got some others, but is there some rule of disclosure that you try to abide by?
Mr. Chairman, we've been disclosing over the last few years, as being part of the Streamlined Sales Tax Project, that we're collecting roughly $2 million a year. If I disclosed what that one vendor was remitting in addition to it, you'd know exactly who it was. Regardless if there's 50 others that are collecting, it would be pretty obvious who it was.
Right.
But once we get, let's put it this way, if we get collection authority, it'll be fairly easy to disclose the entire amount without any problem whatsoever. We're working on making sure that we can keep these people separate so we know exactly how much the remote collection authority is.
Okay, thank you.
For implementing a statewide lodging tax, the administrative burdens would not be too great as long as we treated it on the state level just as we do the locals, and we would assign it a jurisdiction to the state, and that would be passed on to all lodging vendors in the state. Understand that the way a statewide lodging tax works, it would capture even those lodging vendors out there today that aren't currently collecting. Yeah. So if you have a citywide imposed lodging tax, but it is not countywide. It would pick up all of the county vendors that are not there. So it may be slightly more than just using the existing force. I don't think it would be much, but there'd be some more tax out there. We could probably handle any reporting changes with existing staff, develop a report that would report that separately. Yes, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Noble, you saw the number that they gave on this. Was that the right number? I had Kim do a report for me. I thought the number was bigger for a percent, but maybe that's part of the deal, that 6.1 or whatever the number he gave us might be just the jurisdictions that we have to the tax in now or something, because I think it's too low. But.
Mr. Chairman, I think that may be accurate because of the fact that if you look at the existing vendor force that is currently remitting lodging tax and you increase that by 1%, that would probably give you that number. If you add to that the vendors that are not currently collecting, you may have slightly more than that. I don't know that it'd be substantially more, but it would be more.
Could you get that for us by the September meeting, get a firm number?
Mr. Chairman, we will do that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Who was that?
Senator Case.
Oh, Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dan, just so I understand that number doesn't include the exempt lodging tax ones, right? So like outfitters are exempt, and I'm not sure I know why.
No.
But it wouldn't, and like Airbnb, that would be exempt, isn't it, or?
Mr. Chairman,
That?
I can say as it relates to that one vendor you mentioned, we're working on that right now. As it relates to guides and outfitters, they are specifically exempted, so it would not include them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, you mentioned, or mentioned in this was the tobacco taxes. I would say that implementing a new rate would probably have no administrative burden as it relates to the state. We would probably change the color of the tax stamp. We may end up giving up some tax stamps, but if you were to impose a floor tax, meaning that any inventory that was in existence at retail on the day that you change the tax, and we impose that increase on that existing inventory, now you're talking about a reporting requirement that would require several $1,000s of obviously postage to the 1,200 vendors that currently sell cigarettes, as well as a form generated to capture those funds. As it relates to the audit function, it's pretty hard to audit an inventory that only exists at a point in time as it relates to this tax. But the idea would be to do some spot audits to ensure that we capture the majority of the increment between 60 cents and whatever the tax rate gets set at. Liquor taxes, absolutely no change in the administrative burden. Most of those taxes, actually I should say all of the liquor taxes are currently done through a manual accounting process. We send out returns for all of the malt beverage stuff to our distributors. There aren't many returns sent out, so it's not a very burdensome process. The allocation of those funds, if they were diverted to something else, would not be problematic. It's merely an accounting entry, so should be no problem there at all. Property taxes. One of the things that was contemplated in attachment 1 was to raise the assessment ratio by a percentage point for 1 or 2% and I think there was a bill to raise it 2% for both the residential, commercial, and industrial. I spoke with the property tax division, and as far as changing that assessment ratio, it's strictly setting each of the systems that are already out there in existence, and that can actually be done from our office to the new ratios and making that date effective. The next assessment year, it would be based on the new rates. So it would be a very simple process, no administrative burden whatsoever. The 1% increase in the severance tax, if it was based on the existing distribution, There would be no changes administratively. It's really merely just adding a percentage to all of the tax bills. If you were to change the distribution formula, there would be some programming associated with that. The other taxes that were contemplated in this, I'm just going to kind of briefly describe. If you look at a real estate transfer tax, we could probably handle it with the existing sales tax system based on kind of what we do with the E911 tax. It's imposed on a certain subset of the populace, and once that is collected, it would be treated. We would treat it very similarly to how we do the E911 tax. If there's a distribution associated with it, we would just take those funds and remit them directly to that fund. Not terribly complicated. I believe we did the E911 tax for about $280,000, and that was all outside programming resources. We'd use the same user interfaces. We would probably make it a manual return as opposed to electronic, and have it structured so that it could probably begin the following calendar year. It would take a little bit of programming time, but it could be done fairly easily. Gross receipts and income tax, two different sides of the spectrum. When you're looking at a gross receipts tax, it's very similar to a sales tax. I don't know that we would need a huge amount of programming new system. We may end up looking at a different staffing in order to handle this tax, because it is different, but it is fairly similar to what you do with the sales tax. Very small, a much smaller rate, and assessed depending on how you structure it. The administration should be fairly simple. The income tax, on the other hand, is a very different animal. We actually have some experience in a company that has set up these taxes in a fairly quick time frame. They use a commercial off-the-shelf software, and we could probably have the system up and running in less than a year, but it is expensive. I think I quoted you, what we were quoted for the system similar to it was about $12 million. That includes 2 years of maintenance, and I think the cost of the system itself was around eight, so $2 million a year for maintenance of the program once it's up and running. This company that I'm referring to that has this software is currently in 26 states and has income tax programs across not only in the United States but across the world. Very successful at getting systems up and running fairly quickly. They actually bailed out the state of Montana because they were having trouble getting their system up and running, and they had it up and going in 6 months. So it could be done, and one of the things you got to understand is these are really, really rough as it relates to the numbers, and the reason for that is because you'd almost have to write system requirements and have an RFP put out before we'd really have an idea as to how much exactly it would be. But it would not be cheap to implement an income tax in the state of Wyoming. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Well, what about, is that all you wanted to say about the sales tax, expanding and broadening the sales tax?
Well, that's all I had about the existing items that are here. Okay, broadening the sales tax is on the face of it, would not be all that difficult. Really what you'd end up having to do is send out a number of public service announcements to everyone to make sure that professional services and any of the services that you wished to tax were notified, put on notice, given plenty of time to license, and then begin collecting the tax. We looked at the state of South Dakota again because they're relatively similar, but they also tax virtually all services. They have 87,000 vendors with about another third of the population that the state of Wyoming does. So we figured probably 56 to 60,000 licenses, and our current license count is 27,000. We felt by adding a couple more FTEs, we could probably handle that burden. The majority of the non-electronic and kind of administrative stuff is up front. because licensing is the part that takes the time, and we'd probably have to divert some staff from other areas to help with that, getting them licensed and getting them up and running. But once they're up and running, the system does an awful lot of this, then it just becomes a handling the exceptions. The people that, you know, it's the 80% of the people pay their bills on time and it's great. It's the 20% that creates all the administrative work for the department. But it would be a bigger job, and we think that probably a couple of people would handle it.
Any questions or remarks on that part? Yes, Senator Case.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So that's kind of, that'd be kind of a broad-based expansion of the sales tax. If we did a very specific expansion of the sales tax, for example, ski lift tickets, which are not taxed, right? Which are paid mostly by out-of-state people, and I'm not sure why we don't tax them. But anyway, how much would that cost, do you think? Be pretty cheap?
Mr. Chairman, that would probably be something we would implement overnight. It would not, there'd be no administrative burden whatsoever.
And, Mr. Chairman, how about things like guiding services, which I believe also aren't taxed?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that there are enough in that population to really cause an administrative burden either.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Last session, we had a bill that kind of would have brought in a sales tax, and then if traditional revenues came back, you were well aware of it, then the sales tax would go away. So one question I had, and we really didn't have time at the time to hunt you down, but what is the impact of bringing a tax in? And if you have some kind of floating system that, you know, with traditional revenues, particularly with education, what's some of the impacts of taking away a tax, for example?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Summers, we do that every quarter. Every calendar quarter, taxes come on and go off, and our duty is to inform our vendor force what rates they're supposed to charge in each jurisdiction that they're selling into. And we make that available on the internet. We send out a quarterly newsletter saying what rates are changing. So the actual bringing on and taking off a tax is something that we handle as a matter of course. The issue would become if you want to create a tax like an additional 1% state sales tax, the informing the public is not the issue. It is getting it up and running depending on how you structure it. The reason I said if you created a statewide specific purpose option tax, and let's just say that you tied that to capital construction for schools, and you could set it so that you do just like on the local level, once those schools are constructed, the tax could come off. Or if there was a certain threshold of capital left in that CapCon account, then that threshold would trigger turning that tax off. Then it would just be us contacting the vendor force to no longer collect it.
Anyone else? Okay. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Noble. I wonder if somebody in your department might be able to just put together a brief guesstimate of the impact of various of these on the typical family or the typical property. For instance, changing the valuation base on, say, a $100,000 commercial property or $100,000 house, or take whatever the average family income is, guesstimate how much they spend on groceries, putting the tax back on groceries, and not all of them, just the ones that kind of, just so that the average guy or gal could kind of help make a calculation as to what does this really mean to them. You know, it's always WIFM, what's in it for me?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? we're kind of flying around here, but I'm back on that expanding the sales tax base to services. We might, that's going to be on an agenda here coming up in probably August. But when you structure that, is it best to be thinking in terms of of enumerating all the NAICS codes that you want to have covered by this? Or is it better to say we're going to tax all services except these NAICS codes? You see what I'm talking? You know, and I think that, you know, there's certain NAICS codes that, or certain services we probably don't want to tax. You know, if you remember when we were floating this around last year, we neglected to take out embalming services for dead people, and certainly it's not our intention to tax the person involved there one more time before before he's gone. So, you know, those kind of things are important to have thought out before we
Mr. Chairman, at one point we had an estate tax, so we did do just that. So, as you'll recall.
So there's probably a reason why we don't have it anymore.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, when you look at the way that the retail sales tax is currently structured,
Okay.
we tax the retail sales of tangible personal property. And that's about as broad a brush as you can paint with. I mean, and really, when you look at the way the courts have viewed it, they say that they err on the side of the vendor when it comes to, okay, this is a taxable event. They construe exemptions narrowly, and I think one of the things that really is important is to say, how do you want to impose this tax? If you want to impose this with a broad brush, you just basically say that services in the state of Wyoming are taxable, and then you determine which exemptions that you'd wish to include. You look at, and it's kind of interesting because I looked at the state of South Dakota. They tax, well, they're known for taxing virtually everything as it relates to their sales tax. And they don't have much in the way of mineral wealth at all. So they use it very heavily. They tax a lot of things. They started off with a very broad brush, but then in the same tax imposed statute, they outline a plethora of NAICS codes that they want to tax, and then they go into the ones that they don't want to tax, and they have exemptions set aside for NAICS codes that include those types of vendors. One of the things that I found problematic in administering this tax is that NAICS codes are established by a federal entity, and they may or may not align with who you intend to impose this tax on. So you know, a lot of that depends on who do you wish to tax and who do you wish not to tax. And I think that's in 1967, I believe, when they originally passed the services taxes, they had a laundry list of types of vendors that they wanted to tax. I mentioned exterminators. Well, exterminators are no longer taxable in the state of Wyoming because they moved from a laundry list of taxable entities to repair, alteration, or improvement of tangible personal property. Well, they work on real property, so it doesn't work. I mean, they're not taxable just because of the fact that they're excluded from that particular tax-imposed statute. Maybe they wanted to continue taxing the exterminators, but it was not specifically outlined the way that the statutes were restructured. And so we don't tax them today. If you have a very specific list of the people that should be included in this, if nothing else, it makes it very, very definitive as to who should be taxing their services and who should not be. It's really kind of whatever choice you wish to make. Professional services, that could be, you know, whatever, however you define professional. If you go after each and every category that you wish to specifically tax, then you're at least knowing that you're taxing accounting services or you're taxing legal services or whatever. And it's kind of odd because South Dakota does both. They start off with a broad brush, but then they specifically outline different services. And I'm not sure why they did that, and it's been a number of years, so they don't really know either. But that's the kind of conundrum you're faced with. If you wish to begin broadening the tax base, you can either do it specifically or with a broad brush. And either way works. I mean, it works today with our sales tax because we have structured it with a broad brush and then exempted the items we didn't want to tax.
Well, all the revenue committee members can remember this is something we need to work out if we're going to put this forward sometime. But go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Could you give me some of the pitfalls of increasing a sales tax in Wyoming? So, for example, and I kind of brought it up before, so is that going to affect our sales with other states? I hear it's a regressive, some people call it a regressive tax. Could you talk a little bit about a sales tax and what's said about it around the country, and then some of the pitfalls? And then the other thing, and I promised to bring this up by a constituent, is what are we doing to actually capture the sales tax that is out there today, and how are we doing at getting better at actually capturing the sales tax that's due us today?
Okay.
That?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Summers, I guess the first way to attack this is what are we doing to capture the sales tax that we're already trying to collect? We have a delinquency issue as it relates to sales tax in this state. At any point in time, there is probably $20 to $25 million in debt outstanding as it relates to sales and use tax alone in the state. Some of the steps that have been taken already, and one of them is very visible, we publish the names of people that are delinquent on their taxes, of vendors that are delinquent on their taxes on our website, so that in each county you know who those vendors are. We send them routinely to a collection agency after having 120 days of attempted contact with our field reps and phone calls trying to get people to pay their taxes. We go through a process now revoking sales tax licenses when people have ignored us. We've sent them to collections, we've filed liens, we've done all the things that we possibly can to try to get the taxes collected. The next thing is we revoke their sales tax license. That used to be a process that took almost a year to a year and a half, but there's a rule in our statutes that allows me to act as the hearing officer in these types of cases, and we typically revoke 10 to 12 sales tax licenses a month now. And what's amazing about it is that a lot of times you can't even reach the people. These are folks that have probably given up long before this, and most of them are gone. It is a problem, believe me, and it's something that we have worked on for years. At one point, I believe it was Representative Burkhart brought a bill to make sure that the taxes that were paid were not used to pay the collection agency. Well, that bill failed, but the fact is that we actually reduced their tax liability by 12% so that we can pay the collection agency that is collecting the tax from them. And we have a pretty aggressive collection agency. I mean, they collect $300,000 to $400,000 a year for us, but it's also $3 to $4 million a year for us, and it's cost us about $300,000 to $400,000 to do that. The thing is, I think there's a consideration as to whether the state should take on becoming a collection agency itself. There are states that do that. State of Idaho has an integrated tax system that allows them to collect all the taxes from one console. So if you're delinquent on property taxes, you're delinquent on sales, income tax, anything, that all comes up on one screen, and you, Joe taxpayer, owe these 4 different taxes, and they're collecting all those bills from one agency. It's part of their Department of Revenue. Their Department of Revenue collects all taxes. And I'm not advocating a position here one way or the other. The fact is it can be done by separate agencies as well. You just need a common database to make that happen. That is not what we have today. We don't have a common database. But what we do is try to work with other agencies to offset payments. If we have a vendor that is also doing work for the state, we try to intercept those payments before they go back to that vendor to pay their sales tax. And it's effective, but it's really, really labor intensive, and it's the Pareto principle. You use 80% of your resources to try to collect 20% of taxes. And
The other way around.
well, no, I mean 80% of my people spend most of their time trying to collect on the 20% of the taxes that doesn't come in, and it's really problematic because you got the other 80% that are paying just fine, and everything's that's how you want this to be. It is and I think Representative Burkhart has been working on this for some time. I know the latest was to try to get a separate agency, and I think he somehow felt like I was not in favor of that. I really am. I just recognize that when you're collecting $1 billion a year in taxes and you have $20 million sitting out there, are you chasing those dollars at too great a cost? When you should be looking at the billion that you're collecting. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but $20 million is a lot of money to me, and I'd like to have it all collected. And you had one other question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Chairman, thank you. So I guess my follow-up on that is, so is our percentage delinquent, I think I've asked this question of you before, but I can't remember the answer. Is our percentage delinquent getting better or getting worse? And then my other follow-up, Mr. Chairman, my first question was, what are the pitfalls of a sales tax? Kind of what are some of the issues that revolve around sales tax in general?
Now I remember the first question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Chairman Sommers, I don't think any of it's acceptable. When a person collects sales tax, they are collecting tax as a trust relationship with the state. It isn't their tax. It's not them that we're asking to pay it. It is the consumer that pays the tax. They're acting as a conduit of that tax to the state. And we actually have a statute in place that makes it a felony to collect from a taxpayer more than $750 in sales tax and not remit it to the state. It's a felony to do so. We've used that statute maybe twice since I've been there. Very effective. I collected $250,000 in about 5 days because of it. But it is very, very difficult to utilize that as a collection tool. But I don't, I think one of the problems is that, and we try very hard to meet with every taxpayer when they first start out. Every vendor that licenses with us, we try to have a face-to-face visit and sit down with them and talk to them about their responsibilities as a vendor, and to try to stay out of trouble. Set up your tax account as a separate account, so you sweep it every time you make your tax report. You don't commingle it with the things that you use to operate your business, and it happens way too often. So I don't think any of it's acceptable. It is not a huge dollar amount when you look at a state agency or even a business that is collecting $1 billion a year in taxes, but it's still not acceptable. And are we getting better at it? I think we're better at it now than we were probably 15 years ago, and we're still working on it. You folks just passed legislation that turns over that duty that I was doing as a hearing officer and turns that over to the Board of Equalization. They've agreed to operate the same way we did. Hearing to show cause, you come in on a specific date, you show cause of why you should still have your license, and they make a determination within 20 days to make sure that it's either revoked or they have some reason to continue. It's been an effective process for us because we're now getting people to at least get into payment arrangements with us and do a lot of things that they weren't otherwise. Detrimental aspects associated with sales tax. I think the thing that makes it difficult to look at it as a non-regressive tax is to say everybody pays the same amount. Well, the knock on that, if you will, from a lot of entities is, okay, but if a person is only making $20,000 a year, that 6% sales tax that they're paying on things like essentials is a lot more as a percentage of their income than somebody that is making $100,000 a year. I mean, the math is obvious because, you're still paying, let's say you buy $200 a month in groceries, which that might be a good week for me. That 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 $12 in tax to you means a lot, you know, if you don't make very much money more than that. When you look at the taxation of food, we taxed it for a long time. And I remember Ann Robinson, Representative Robinson, I think she was, even before I got to the state, was trying to get that exemption passed. And finally in 2006 it happened through the budget bill. But I mean, the fact is that sales tax can be regressive when you're talking about things that are the essential needs of human life.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Case.
I have a kind of a comment question on.
Yeah, I think so. I do too.
Ask about administration of the wind tax, and I don't know if it's appropriate, but with regards to the regressivity of the sales tax, it is true that, Mr. Chairman, that regressive, and the food tax is a very good example of a tax that can be regressive. But I keep coming back to the point that Wyoming's overall tax structure is mostly paid by the mineral industry, and if we micromanage each tax, we don't achieve balance in the overall way. And this is where we made an error with respect to the food tax, in that in light of the overall tax burden of Wyoming citizens of various income classes, it was a bit of an equalizer that made some sense and helped our very small communities where that was one of the only tax revenues they got. And we killed them by not backstopping that. And we also, it just flies in the face to talk about it alone without looking at the fact that 70% of the taxes in the state are paid by the mineral industry. And it makes our overall tax burden very unregressive. Now, if I do have a question about wind tax administration, I await your pleasure, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Let's finish this one and then we'll get, I think maybe the best time to do that would be under committee discussion.
Okay, but Mr. Chairman, it's a specific question about administration.
Oh, okay. Well,
is that all right?
After we get done with this sales tax.
Mr. Chairman, can I just finish off that one point?
Finish that off.
One of the things we talked about is the taxation of essential human goods and services. There, when you look at our exemption structure, there is a category of things that we don't tax that are considered essential goods, human services and goods. Medical care, for the most part, the prescription drugs, everything that we sell, we don't typically tax. And I think it's probably a recognition of the fact that we don't, we wanted to avoid that. I think, when you look at the way the food tax exemption ultimately ended up being passed, it was with a promise that the local governments would be held harmless at the time that tax was passed, or that exemption was passed in the first place. It was difficult for small communities, and the idea at that point was to backfill it, and that lasted, I believe, 2 years. I think I did the distribution on it for 2 years. Not saying it's right or wrong or indifferent. I'm just saying that those are some of the challenges that you face as it relates to some of these taxes.
You have something else?
Yep. One last follow-up, and I never really did hear it. Are our delinquency rates going up or down or staying the same, or?
Mr. Chairman, I think they're down from what I saw years ago, but they've been pretty stable for the last few years, and I think it's probably because we've been aggressive. We are getting to these people much faster than we were, and it's amazing when you get something on the Attorney General's letterhead. It seems to make a difference on whether, okay, now they're really serious. I maybe need to go talk to them. So it's been effective to incorporate our involvement with the Attorney General's office on getting these things taken care of. And now, one of the things that I think would probably be important for us to provide to the Revenue Committee would be an annual report on where the delinquency rate is. I think that'd be important, and I think it's only fair to the legislature that you know what we're doing, and we can certainly provide you that.
Okay. I think another thing that needs to be said along these lines is that there was a proposal at the May meeting that we would change our collection policy from the standpoint, if you're delinquent, that we would add on the cost of collection. So we're not out anything. And the theory was, there was a lot of testimony that day that said that, well, if you do that, that will change everything. In fact, a collection person from Rollins said that if you do that, that's going to cause people to come in and pay before it goes to a collection agency, because if they owe $2,000 and you're going to add 20% onto it, then all of a sudden it's $2,400, right? So that has a motivation that we think will have a material impact on delinquencies. Okay. Anything else? Now we got Senator Case that wants to talk about wind.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask about administration aspects. If we were to increase the wind tax, I would presume if we maintain the existing distribution, we have 1/10 of a cent per kilowatt hour or $1 per megawatt hour, and it's shared between the state and local governments. And if we were to increase that tax and maintain the same distribution, that's probably pretty easy. But in line with the thinking elsewhere about the sales tax, I'm just tagging on, would it also be pretty easy to say the state decided to take the entire tax amount, maybe earmark it for education or something like that or whatever? Would that increase administrative burdens on your office?
Could you answer that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, we currently use a spreadsheet because there's only 14 or 15 providers that pay us, and it takes probably 2 or 3 hours. Now, you have to mail out the returns and things like that, but I mean, we do that anyway. And the distribution is based on that spreadsheet. All we'd have to do is change the formula and we'd be fine.
And Mr. Chairman, we could accommodate 2 tiers, like if the first 1/10 of a cent went one distribution and the second 1/10 of a cent went another, we could accommodate that?
Mr. Chairman, when you're talking on a scale that small, and I'm not talking about the dollars, but I'm talking about the number of people that will report to us, it'd be very easy to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Noble. Okay, thank you very much. Stand by. We're going to open this up to public comment, if there is any. And if there's questions that one of our experts back there can answer, don't be bashful, because we don't know what we're doing up here. Anyone want to speak on this matter? Anything to do with revenue, ideas, revenue, some of the things well, most of the things, I would say, the majority of things we talked about the last hour and a half or hour, is already queued into our agendas for revenue coming up. And the only other thing I guess we can add is that we do have a discussion on fees, and that's one of our topics in the Revenue Committee, and the scope of those fees is limited to kind of the departments that we have some, they come to us when they have a bill, or we go to them when we need a bill, that kind of thing. It's kind of, they're under our umbrella or we're under their umbrella or something. So we just have a subset. We're not dealing with fees with the health department and stuff like that. But the reason that has some importance here is because we were talking about the markup on liquor a little bit ago, and there's some discussion as to whether or not part of this tax and markup is going to pay for the fact that the fees on licensing liquor establishments or liquor wholesalers and things like that hasn't been changed since 1900 or something like that. And so that's why that might have a positive effect on the general fund if we bring some of that up to date. And that's going to be on our agenda, I think, in September also again. So, anyone else? Anybody want to speak on the dollars? Okay. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. The last thing on our agenda deals with committee discussion. Discussion of the duties of the Joint Revenue Interim Committee and the Select Committee on School Finance Calibration. It's a discussion of future meetings and work plans of the committee prior to the November 10 report from the Joint Interim Revenue Committee. We're going to have a meeting about, I think it is November 10 or in that general vicinity, might be the 8th. or 7th. I can't remember what the calendar looks like in November, but we'll have that in Cheyenne, and we will have something to present to them at that point. So I guess what we're doing here now is allowing for some time for the Revenue Committee to tell the Calibration Committee what we think they should do, and for the Calibration Committee to tell the Revenue Committee what they think we should do. So I'll just open it up to.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead. Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just, Senator Landon and I've talked to Speaker Harshman, and I don't know where we want to go, but the whole issue of school facilities and the cost of school facilities and then solving the school facilities funding. I know that Senator Landon and the chairman of school facilities, maybe Bill or maybe Senator Landon can kind of talk about his thoughts about what he might think would be an appropriate way to look at the school facilities issue. And then we on the select finance committee, we need to figure out how that would fit in with us and whether we need to have maybe a joint meeting with them at the end to discuss what their thoughts are. So I just would like Senator Landon to kind of visit about his thoughts on that issue.
Senator Landon, can you provide us some background there?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Chairman Summers, I appreciate the opportunity to share a couple of thoughts. I was mentioning to Chairman Summers that I had visited with our new chairman of the Select Committee on School Facilities about that very topic. And while it was not sent down from the management group at all with regard to what the Select Committee should take up, I really did not believe that the Select Committee would be doing its job if it didn't at least have some conversation, some suggestions that we could bring back to the Recalibration Committee, or even share a memo back to your Revenue Committee, Mr. Chairman, with regard to how you might go about paying for CapCon and major maintenance. We all know that that is a price tag of 130 to 140 million per biennium, and that does not address the future need of new buildings out there. So I have suggested to the chairman of the Select Committee, Chairman Walters, that we at least include that as a discussion point at that first meeting, Chairman Summers. And then my suggestion would be that we develop a recommendation or two and at least bring it up through the ranks so that you know where that Select Committee stands.
For that, anyone else? Mr. Speaker, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just to respond to that, Senator Landon, is it specifically not included in your interim topics? Is that what you're saying? That it was, I thought it was broad enough that we gave you the latitude to consider all of that. If it's not in your interim topics, you know, what I would appreciate is a letter from you and the co-chairman to the Management Council letting us know that you're doing it, just out of a matter of the procedure we go through with any other committee.
Okay. Yeah. Speaker Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and President Bebout is correct. It is not specifically assigned to that Select Committee. It's assigned to revenue, and it's in that #1 priority for school operations. I'm looking at it right here, and it specifically says school facilities and maintenance. And then also in the Education Committee, part of the cost-saving options and efficiencies is not only in the operations, but then it specifically says school facilities, major maintenance to education, but there's really no mention of school facilities. But I concur with President Bebout. I don't think there's any harm with having many of the same legislators to spend a little time to do that, but I agree. I think a letter to Management Council, we could, you know, so everybody is aware of that, I think it would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, one other thing along that same line too, Senator Landon, if you do that, I'd appreciate the heads up, but you might tell us some of your ideas in the letter. And of course, we had a constitutional amendment in the Senate that was defeated in the Senate that looked at how the local people having some skin in the game. And there's a lot of discussion out there about different from different people, taxpayers, et cetera, about how we get capital construction paid for, and that's an option. Don't know whether it makes any sense or not, but it sure be something you might want to talk about if you were going to go down that lane. Or, as the speaker talks about, either have the revenue committee look at it or wherever it needs to light. We need to have a thorough look at that particular part of capital construction.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate our leaders' suggestions. I'll take those under advisement, and certainly can't speak for the chairman, but there was some sentiment among several that we owed it to a couple of committees to at least share some thoughts. And so if we plan to do that, I'll make sure that we do it in a correct way, and we'll come your direction and make sure that we're not stepping out of bounds at all, but maybe just trying to be helpful as we take on a difficult topic.
Okay. Yes. Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And hopefully, Senator Landon, that letter coming back with recommendation would be kind of at the same time as revenue came back to the Select Finance Committee. So we had kind of all the information going. I'm sure that Matt Wilmarth's going to, at some point, we're going to have to develop a very aggressive schedule. And that will have to be, I would assume, Co-Chair Coe, that you would agree we needed that in a timely manner down the road to deal with. So.
I'm going to have to expose my ignorance on this major maintenance thing. We say we need 100 million or 120 million a year or something for major maintenance. And I want to know about the mechanics of what happens to that 120 million. Is this something we distribute on a regular annual basis to every single school district, whether or not they have any major maintenance projects going or planned or anything? Or is it a deal where if you have major maintenance, you go to the facilities department or office, I guess, and say we need to make application for a major maintenance project? And if my hunch is that we just pass this money out without regard to whether they have a project that's live or not, and they're supposed to keep that money salted away in their account until they need it. And if that's true, that's an inefficient way of doing it. I think you'd be better off to not distribute that money until there's an approved major maintenance project that is appropriate for a given school district, and do it that way. Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to address that. And I noticed that Matt came up, which I appreciate.
Good.
There's actually a very specific process that we go through on major component projects. It's developed from the ground up with a statewide system of representatives from districts in all 4 quadrants. They're all reviewed and brought forth to the commission. The commission vets that list, and then it comes to the select committee. And maybe at your pleasure, if Matt would like to include any additional comments on that front.
Yeah, can you explain the mechanics of major maintenance?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, and this topic actually is part of your select committee's interim work. Not yours, your select committee on school facilities.
Okay.
Has a report due from the State Construction Department School Facilities Division on the major maintenance program. In general, just kind of a 10,000-foot view, there's a formula that derives a dollar amount for major maintenance projects or funding to school districts. School districts have a plan that they submit to the School Facilities Commission for approval on each of their projects. Each of their components within their facilities are scored and ranked on priority and need, and so they have to have those projects, even before they use that money for enhancements, they have to have those projects that are in high need taken care of in their districts before they can use those dollar amounts that are provided to school districts for enhancements. The payment is made on July 1 each year by the School Facilities Division. They just cut a check on the amount that's calculated and send it to the district. Now, some districts do accumulate those funds kind of like a sinking fund. So, that in one small school district, they're not going to generate enough funding to replace a roof at their high school. And so some of the logic is to accumulate those funds to deal with a larger component project. Senator Landon alluded to that in addition just the major maintenance formula, the legislature in the past has appropriated funds for just component projects. So in some instances, a roof or an HVAC or a boiler, which costs millions of dollars, will be directly appropriated to be completed for a school district. But the major maintenance formula itself, it's not too complex, but you look at the total gross square footage, you look at the cost replacement value of that, and it's a 2% weight that we give to accumulate or to derive that major maintenance calculation. There is some factoring in for phasing in new schools and buildings, but it's for both educational gross square footage, office square footage, and warehouse square footage. And each of those square footages have a different replacement value associated with it. And so that's kind of the crux of major maintenance.
Then
there is, I mean, it's very locally control driven. One option the state could do is they could administer it all from the state level.
Well, here's what's bothering me. You've got 48 school districts, and you're cutting a check to each one of them, and some of them have a project and some don't. So it makes me wonder year after year, how many millions of dollars are out there not being deployed simply because we passed it out, and how much more efficient would it be if we had that money within the school facilities office so that school district number 41, if there is such a thing, could call up and say, our roof blew off or is leaking or whatever, so we need a new roof. And then they would say, okay, well, we've got this $120 million that should be able to, that could be a legitimate project, and then we get away from the enhancement. I don't think facilities, major maintenance should be enhancements by any means. That's a separate discussion altogether to putting in a, yeah. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To address that, in the several years that I've been on school facilities, and these gentlemen have also, having money sit there hasn't been a problem with regard to the major maintenance funds. In fact, they tend to spend those as quickly as they get the funds. There are some sinking funds, but really the problem we've had is the opposite. They don't have enough major maintenance to have a sinking fund for when the roof fails.
That's my point.
So, no, the point you're saying is that it's sitting there. It's not sitting there. They can't accrue sufficient funds because of their today needs to actually meet their long-term needs. So the problem is with the component side, where they can't accrue any major maintenance to pay for the big bills, so then they want a separate appropriation. And then the other side of it is that the major maintenance funds, how they relate to the need for a new building or remodeling, where if I deploy major maintenance funds on one building, it might solve a short-term problem, but maybe that was a building that needed to be redone or rebuilt. So that might not be a cost efficiency, or the reverse, where I decide not to deploy major maintenance funds, and that leads to a lower condition score. So there are some inefficiencies in the major maintenance operation, certainly with regard to school facilities, but Representative, I'd say it's exactly the opposite of what your concern is in terms of how it actually plays out or has played out in the last 6 years.
Well, I'm not so sure, because what if somebody calls up at the school facilities and said, we have a major maintenance problem, but we don't have any money. We don't have enough. You sent us a small check. Well, this is a big check deal. Our facilities department says, well, we can't afford to do it for you because we passed out all this money to 47 other school districts that may or may not have a project, and maybe they're spending it on enhancements or something.
Well, Mr. Chairman, so they can't spend it on enhancements. They can spend the major maintenance to maintain enhancements, which is kind of a different thing. So you have enhanced square footage that you have to have maintained as well. And so there's some some nuances to that, but they can't just take their major maintenance funds, not spend it all, and then go enhance a building. That's not something that's going to be approved by the School Facilities Commission. That's not what was meant by the enhancements. With regard to that scenario, in the budget, we have typically built in some contingency funds, which end up getting spent based on exactly that. Now, those contingency funds have been scaled back. That's what we typically cut each and every year, is the amount of money that was for contingencies, for emergencies, for components, for the failed boiler. But I think we've continued to get by so that when there's been an emergency, the funds have ended up available. But we're cutting it pretty thin at this point in time to meet those interests. If you have the time available, then there can be an application for component funding for a critical component. And obviously, the last session, we ended up funding the high priority critical components were what we ended up funding at the end of the session.
Okay, anyone else?
Well, I can't resist, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Speaker.
Keep us here a
Who's
little
right?
longer in Riverton. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, though, part of this piece on major maintenance and enhancements, and it's not the total gross square footage, it's really the allowable square footage, and that's 115%. And that's been, there was a ratchet down, and Senator Coe knows this time, when we made this shift to a state system. But you still have a lot of buildings out there, like Riverton High School, Evanston High School, Sheridan High School is a classic example, Campbell County High School, most of the small schools in the state. Many of them that were built with local funds before the state took this over, they're much larger buildings than what we build today. They have 12-foot wide hallways, they're big buildings, and those are beyond the allowable square footage. And so we've allowed 10% to be used to major maintenance some of those. Now, can some of that be used for other enhancements? What we classically think of as like a swimming pool or some other enhancement, another larger space, sure. But a lot of that, too, is also be used for other parts that are really beyond what's called that allowable square footage. And some of that's really no fault of their own. And we've chosen in the last 10 years to not spend money to make schools smaller. I think we did that in Du Bois, spent a pile of money to take down a lot of square footage. And I know when Senator Coe and I kind of got going on this, is like, we're not going to spend a lot of money to do that. I mean, that'll take care of itself over time. But so, you know, some of this enhancement piece, it's a little more to it than what you normally think is like a swimming pool.
Okay. If you have something? Anyone else? Is there, I don't know if I want to pass this out or not. One of the things we didn't talk about this morning was the variation among, between school districts on the costs of, to the state. There's always an argument on the costs. And I had Matt run a special run on, it turns out that we have school districts that cost more than other school districts. And there is a tendency for, it isn't just the lower 4 districts, size districts that are costing the money. It's some of them that are next door to each other, so to speak. And I just was going to pass that out to the facilities, whether or not you're going to be doing anything on combining some administrations. I'm not suggesting that we, combine, consolidate school districts, or I should say close schools, but, I just went through this, one side of this handout you're getting has the school foundation program costs from state resources, which is everything that the counties or local districts can't raise. And that's on the back side. I think it's the back side is the total school foundation program. And then one of them is the state resources. So you can see that, what's really costing the foundation program a lot of money are these school districts that are small and close to each other. And there's a couple of counties, for example, that you got Fremont County's got 8 districts in it. I think there's 8 here. Anyway, I thought there was 8. I'm pretty sure there's 8. And then if Bighorn County has got 4. You know, Bighorn County is the same size as Johnson County, and we got 1. And some of these districts are no more than 5 miles apart from each other. And there's got to be a way, a way that we don't have, 2 payroll offices and 2 or 4 payroll offices, 4 superintendents, 4. But anyway, that's not my committee, it's your committee. But I heard somebody tell me at the last meeting that you were going to talk about, whether these consolidations could occur. I calculate that if you just put a cap on $12,000, $12,500 for the state, that we'd save 23 to 30 million. I don't know if that's significant or not, but maybe it's not worth the trouble to even look at. But I think it's not got to be addressed sometime down the road. And the reason I bring that up is because other schools, other states don't have this problem. They pass out so much money and say, you guys raise the rest. And so what happens with consolidation in states like Iowa is that they automatically do it. There's an incentive to, because the taxpayers are tired of paying extra amounts of money, and they go out and find somebody to consolidate with. We don't have that here. It's basically, there's no reason why you couldn't run a school district under our formula with 12 students in it, 1 student in each grade, and let it go at that. And there's no tendency, no incentive for this to ever change. So I just thought I'd throw it out. I had Matt calculate all these things, and I thought somebody ought to look at it besides me. Yeah, go ahead. Representative Summers.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so part of the RFP was to ask consultants what they would cost to basically look at consolidating school districts. So that'll be an issue that we can, in fact, hire a consultant to do because it's part of the scope of work of the RFP.
Yeah, well, I think there's some basic stuff there.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one other thing that Senator Case can chime in on this too, that there's a especially unique situation, and I know when I look at the list, there's a lot of Fremont County school districts in there, and that's the situation we have with the Native Americans on the reservation because of funding we receive from the feds and the impacts if you consolidate. And Cale, maybe you know a little bit more about that and the specifics of that than I do, but it seems to me that it's in the millions of dollars that we would have to replace with state funding if we consolidated, that we would not be able to do with the situation that presently exists. And that's all I know about it. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that there's some cases there where it could be detrimental to us to do it. Maybe somebody can jump in.
Do it. I'm just saying that, maybe there is good reasons why you don't, but it just needs to be looked at every now and then. Yeah, go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that is a especially unique circumstance, and I don't know how many are needed there, but the special impact assistance is significantly affected by the makeup of those school districts in Fremont County, and that's a sensitive point that unquestionably, if we did look at reconfiguration of the school districts, we would not want to end up losing that impact funding. But that is unique, and to the best of my knowledge, it's the only case where that's a concern. With regard to reconfiguration of the school districts, the rest of the counties would be net savings, and I don't think there's any impact implications for the other counties. So there's certainly a lot that could be saved. I think we had a number floating around that was about $7 or $8 million last year of administrative that could be saved directly. That was a rough estimate, so it's well worth the discussion, but the impact assistance consideration is critical.
Yeah, and I'm not pitching an end point to this at all. On that list, you'll see there's some school districts that are so remote that it doesn't make any sense. We got one up in our area that could be hour and a half bus rides and stuff. So there's reasons why some of them aren't consolidatable, if that's a word. But whether or not every one of them within that 20-school list would be, have a reason, it is something that your consultant will give you an answer on, I suppose. Is there anything else that wants to be brought before the committee? Yes, go ahead, Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman. So the only other place where impact aid, this is called federal impact aid, and it's based on the number of your students that come from so-called federal properties. And the only other school districts in Wyoming that would have that would be possibly Cheyenne around the base. So the way it works out is if you have a high percentage of students off of federal resources or Native American reservation, then you get paid the impact aid. There are ways to look at that if you, if you keep that in mind, there are different arrangements you can make. There certainly are. But one thing that also I think should be on the table is this ability for school districts, short of consolidation, to cooperate with each other and reduce costs. I just don't understand why nearby districts have to provide the same services de novo. And that discussion this morning that said those contracts could be limited to a total of $50,000, I think that works against us. That you really should open that up and allow for major services to be provided cooperatively, and I think there could be real savings.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's also part of the RFP is to look at shared services. So we also have the ability to ask the consultant to look at shared services. So that's part of the RFP as well. And this is just a note on the size of Wyoming and our rural nature. And I think I've got this number right. Somebody will correct me and tell me I'm wrong, but I was looking it up. Our largest county, I think, is Sweetwater, and I can't remember the square miles that's in it, but it's roughly the same size as Massachusetts, I think. So sometimes we forget how rural we are in Wyoming, and we zip around at 80 miles an hour and get from here to there, and people do that same time frame in 10 miles back east. So we are very rural.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, go ahead, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I've been quiet all day, but I've been looking forward to this part of the meeting. I just want to thank all the educating professionals here that made the effort to be here today. I know summer's upon us, and so it was an effort for you to be here, and I appreciate that. This is going to be a team effort. Hopefully today you've heard some of our challenges that we're facing as a legislature. The money's just not there. So the shortfall is real. It exists, and it's a sizable amount. We've heard comments like we can't cut our way out of this. Agreed. That doesn't mean we can't try to make some reductions, and that's where the team effort comes in. I have the dubious honor of serving on both the Recalibration Committee and chairing revenue, and so I've got the black hat on both. And I'm up for a re-election in another year. My name is Senator Peterson. I'm raising your taxes, and I'm cutting your wages. Vote for me. So we've got our black hats on. Revenue Committee, just to report to the Recalibration Committee, we're looking at everything. We're looking at everything, from exemptions to new taxes to fees, diversions. An idea that I put out last meeting was to take some of that investment portfolio, put it towards towns and counties for roads specifically, and then take some of that $105 million away from towns and counties, because now we replace it with road grants or loans, low interest loans. So diversions like that, every idea we're considering, we're making the effort. So I appreciate you being here, because your challenges are going to be, you're going to have less money to work with, and you know it's coming. We talked about consolidation. We talked about consolidation of not just physical plants, but also administrative services or programs through neighboring schools 7 miles apart. Those kind of things are things that we're all going to have to consider and take under advisement and try to work towards. We need to do it more economically. We know we have to do that. The days of I graduated from a small school with 12 in my graduating class. The school's no longer there. How do you run a school with 75 kids in high school? Four classes. We did it on a pretty low budget, but I think a good quality education. But looking at some of these numbers in these charts, in 1977, we had about 94,000 students in high school, or K through 12. This year, we had about 94,000 students. And we're spending a lot more money. And of course, inflation, that has to be considered. But the challenges that the schools, that the legislature are facing right now are very real. We need to come to grips with turf protection, trying to be everything to everybody, all of those things. 102,000 in 1983. That's right. Really? The figures that I got from Matt were about, there were some increases and some dips, but we're about right where we were about 1977 at 94 some odd thousand students. But as far as the revenue committee is concerned, I just want this recalibration committee to know that it's my hope that before the session begins in January, that the revenue committee has possibly some bills ready to present. We might not be totally in favor of those bills as a committee, but we'll have something in our back pocket to present to the legislature to chew on and let them decide. Hopefully our revenue committee will be experienced and educated enough to explain to other legislators how this tax would affect a certain type of people in Wyoming. But the challenges are real. We have 500,000 people in Wyoming, smallest state in the union. That's one challenge. The other challenge is when you start talking about a 1 or 2% sales tax increase or property tax increase or fees, or the base is so small, you can't spread that out. And so I think of my neighbors across the street. Superintendent Mitchell knows who I'm talking about very well. Fixed income, older couples, seniors. Their only concern is medical costs and how much my prescriptions cost, and how am I going to make my retirement last another 5, 6, 7, 8 years. I can't very well as a legislator go back to those people and say, by the way, your taxes are going up significantly because we just can't make the cuts on education. I got a letter here that I brought with me from a gal who has a mother in the center in Basin. Her concern, this whole letter, was the Medicaid dollars that her mother receives. I think it was like $50, $25 for a cell phone. This was disposable income revenue that she used for cosmetics, feminine products, things like that. Jamie, you probably got the same letter. And my question as I was reading this letter was, does this person really care about K through 12 education? It's not a priority to her, I guarantee you that. Her priority was, how does my mom make $50 a month stretch when $25 of that goes towards a cell phone, another $15 goes towards the internet, and then she's left with 10 for incidentals? So when we speak, and I know I'm speaking to the choir, that education is a priority, it is. Look at our pie charts, it's still the largest section of our budget. Are kids' education important? Yes, it is. Is it the most important thing? I think mom and dad's job's pretty important too, because without those jobs, mom and dad leaves, they take the kids with them, and your school becomes smaller and receive less money. So you tell me what's a priority. Highways, roads, bridges, water, sewer, education, and we always say education is number one. And I think our legislature has proven over and over again that it is a priority, but we can't turn our backs on roads and bridges and infrastructure in towns and counties. There was a gal that wrote me from an email from Gillette saying something of the fact that schools are the backbone of a community, and schools is your number one economic development and all that, yada, yada, yada. And I was thinking, she was portraying the fact that schools was the economic driver of Campbell County. And I was thinking in my mind, chicken and the egg, what comes first? The job and the move-ins and kids going to school? Or the school being built, hoping that kids and families come? And so we got to face reality. Schools come after people come. Families come after jobs. And so what's more important? Mom and dad's job, or a good quality school? And I think the job, and then let them run for the school board and improve that school district, and if there's problems. And so I was just looking at the pie chart, and there's no doubt in my mind. I mean, we're talking 40, 50% of our budget in the state is education, K through 12, and it's huge. It might be a smaller piece of the pie, but it's still the largest piece of the pie that we got. So it is a priority, it always will be, but we can't turn our backs on other things. But I just wanted this committee to know that revenue is working hard, and we'll have something. Whether it be Co-Chairman Madden and I's personal bill, if the committee can't pass something up, but we'll have something to present to the legislature come January to talk about additional. Our assignment was $100, $200, and $300 million in additional revenue, whether it be through diversions or through increased taxes. And so we're going to get there. And it's not going to be popular, it's going to be ugly, and it's going to be not very pleasant. We've even got extra days to work on that project, but that's what we're working on. I'm just asking the other committee, the recalibration committee, and we'll do our part too, because I'm on that committee, to do everything we can to make those reductions. You know, I brought the point last meeting in Casper that there are things that we can do to reduce some of these expenditures. I'm a believer. Being a businessman myself, there are things that we can do. And I know that you know as superintendents and principals and business managers that there are things that we can do. The last thing I would ask the recalibration committee to look at is the funding formula for the different sides of schools. We've got a small school adjustment. Then we've got the larger schools, the 4A and the 3A. In my whole proposal for the last 6 months has been there's a hole in the funding formula. It's not, and the hole is the 2A schools, the 2A size schools. They don't have the AstroTurf, they don't have the pools, they don't have the small school adjustment. And those 2A schools are hurting. Their budgets are probably the tightest of all the schools out there. You know, they don't have the cash reserves to say, let's build a pool. And so keep that in mind as a recalibration. I think that funding formula needs to be reevaluated, and whether we expand the small school or something, but there's a definite hole in that funding formula that we need to take a serious look at. So I'll leave that, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, if I might make a comment too, since the co-chairman from the Senate talked about the taxes, and I've been pretty outspoken about my opposition to raising taxes, particularly this last session. And I would hope that the Revenue Committee, as you move forward and do your work, that would be the last option. I mean, and I'm speaking to you as a businessman as well as a senator, and listen to my constituency and what they're saying and what their thoughts are. And a lot of them understand and recognize the importance of education. You've done a great job of articulating that, Ray, and I appreciate that. But yet that would be, to me, the last option. And if you're really going to do that, and if we really have this huge amount of deficit out there, and we come back with recalibration, and the amount is $300-400 million a year, that's substantial. And if we get to that point, then I would ask you to consider, you know, what's wrong with letting the people decide? Let them decide. You know, we had a constitutional amendment that talks about changing our constitution, the way we do it, and the courts involved versus the legislature. Maybe you consider that. But there's so many different things on the table, the magnitude of it. I just would hope the last thing would just be, it's so easy to run and raise taxes. And I would hope that would be the last option. I know you're nodding your head, and I think all of us realize that and understand that when we talk to our constituencies. It doesn't undermine the importance of education, critical to our state, but there's just different ways to look at it. And so that would be one thing I would ask that you do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative or Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, the flip side to what the president's saying is we don't really have a sense of what the public is interested in with regard to trade-offs between educational cuts and whether they want to raise taxes, and we don't have a direct way to measure that either. It would be fascinating to understand, would the public prefer to see cuts to education, or would they prefer to see additional taxation? And we have no direct means of measuring that. We have our sense from our discussions, but that's another one that if there were a way to get at that information, and maybe there is something that the Revenue Committee can do to find that out, is that a trade that people would be willing to make, or how much cut to education is considered acceptable, how much additional tax is considered to be acceptable. If we could get more information about that somehow, I think that would be beneficial to inform our decision-making process. But it's not like we do a lot of polling or anything along those lines to really understand it. If there's anything the Revenue Committee can do to track that down, it would be handy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to follow up on that, you know, great comments, and I certainly appreciate being a businessman myself. Sales tax, how that will affect us 7 miles from the state line of a state that has no sales tax. We've heard the comments customers pay the sales tax. Untrue when you live next to Montana where there's no sales tax and the customer comes in and says, I can buy it for $1 in Montana and you're charging me $1, 25. You match $1 and I'll buy it. So you subtract the 25 cents from your margin of profit. So who pays the sales tax? And who gets punished? It's the Wyoming businesses. So it's a concern as far as a taxpayer and a businessman. When I start talking about increasing sales tax, I know the effects, and it's going to have a negative effect on every business in Wyoming, taxpayers. At the same time, I recognize this fact too. The boom-bust cycles of Wyoming have got to stop. We are so dependent on our minerals, 70%, 30%. So we hear these rankings of 44th, 40th, 50th on the beer tax. I don't think we're overtaxed. At the same time, I know what taxes do to these businesses, these taxpayers, and to citizens. And I talked about the small base that we got to work with, 500,000 people. Less than that as far as taxpayers. And it's going to hurt. But we've got to somehow wean ourselves off the minerals to the point of this boom and bust. And whether it be 65, 35, tweak it somewhat. I'm in favor of something like that. And so with that, I think that our revenue stream, and I say all this with the same President Bebout, we've got to make our cuts. We've got to live within our means. We have to do that. But at the same time, we've got to address that boom-bust cycle and get ourselves weaned off of minerals somewhat, somehow, some way. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Anyone else? Oh,
yeah, just
Mr.
a couple,
Speaker.
Couple things I guess Chairman of Revenue, you gentlemen have asked. So I think broadening the tax base. Number one, I think we do have a couple taxes that tax primarily out-of-staters. I think you got to look at those. I think lodging tax, we're at 80% of it's paid by out-of-staters. Fuel tax, we know that 53% of the nozzles that are stuck in a car or a truck are out of state, not counting the distribution. The last time we raised the fuel tax, University of Wyoming study showed that a 10-cent fuel tax raised the price of gas 1 penny.
That's right.
Because Economics 101 in disparate taxing jurisdictions, the winner is the distributor. And we know that. And I think Representative Connolly's talked about that with alcohol as well. And so I think we got to think about those things, how we expand from our 500,000 people to more people, out-of-staters. Okay, so there's a couple out there I think are important. I think we got to get the numbers right. And I'd like us to talk about yearly numbers. Sometimes we're bouncing back and forth biennial, yearly, and I think it's confusing. I do think we have to count the spending policy. We passed House Bill 55 for a reason. It was one of the 5 parts of the 5-part plan in House Bill 236. If we say we can't count on that, even though the last 10 years our return has been 5.2%, and we're going to ratchet that spending policy down to 4.5%, if we can't count on it, I think we go to Dr. Hallinan's idea and start spending out of the common school account. I mean, why save that money if we're not going to count on it? And I guess if you can draw this thing out in doomsday scenarios, and pretty soon you don't believe in the United States and you're expecting a meteorite. I mean, we can go all the way down that thing, but at some point you got to believe in something, and you got to base it on something. And I think we passed House Bill 55 for a reason, and I think we got to count that investment, or at least have it marked in there clearly so we know what we're talking about. It's going to be $100 million a year. It's a big amount, and you try to raise that amount of revenue, $100 million a year, that's substantial. And that's why we saved the money. And if not, I'm going to support Dr. Hallinan on the deal, and we got to make it up some way. I think the other deal, I think there's a way that you can think about things. It doesn't have to be one grand swoop. I think it might be, we had a 5-part plan that would solve this last year. I think maybe it's an 8, 9, 10-part plan. And, 45 House members voted for House Bill 236. Would have solved the problem. We wouldn't even be meeting now. And so there's a lot, we nickeled and dimed $60 million in fee increases last year. I don't know if anybody even knows that. They were brought by the Appropriations Committee. And I haven't had one phone call on it. Some of these fees hadn't been raised since the 70s, before many people in here were even driving. And so I think, well, and fair enough, Senator, but I haven't heard any of that. And so I think there's a nickel and dime thing too. There's a lot of little taxes out there. Little bits add up. 6 million here, 6 million there on little things. And, you know, and cigarette taxes, all those things, I think, and I appreciate you saying that everything's on the table. And maybe it's a deal where you can dig out some of the local roads and highways out of FMRs. Maybe that's part of the deal. But I think we got to get the numbers on a yearly basis. I think we got to go out-of-staters, obviously, first. I think Wyoming people support that. And I think you have to count investment income. And then I think we got to spend down our LSRA. I think you got to spend it down to $500 million. How can you raise people's taxes when you're sitting on to protect $1 billion savings? I think we did that in House Bill 236. And I'd hope that we take a similar approach again. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for good comments. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Let's get the senator down here first, and then we'll get you. Go ahead, Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I wasn't going to say anything here at the end, but I did want to throw out something, just an experience I had about a month ago. Some of us had the fortune to go down to a state to the south that has developed some pretty substantial businesses related to the wind energy area. And our interest was, what did that state have that we didn't have? And since the particular company that we were touring was established by 2 Natrona County High School graduates, that piqued my interest even more, because that pains me to see a business of that magnitude springing up in a state other than ours. And so multi-pronged attack was, why did you build it down here? Why can't you come home? Why can't you bring those 120 jobs up to Wyoming? But the economic development lady in that part of the world left me with a couple of impressions. And one was, we're entering a whole new world as we go forward. And it's all about livability. It's not really so much, in her opinion, about tax breaks or how much you're not going to tax anybody if they choose to come to your state. She said it's really all about, what kind of community are you going to offer them? This new generation, if you haven't watched them, they're interested in walking paths and places to ride their bikes. They want downtowns that are vibrant. They want stages downtown where they can have festivals and gather, things like that. And as I flew home, I thought, you know, this is going to play into this interim. And hopefully we can all keep that in the back of our minds, that whatever we do, I've used the analogy that we definitely need to rein in the horse. We've been running a little bit too fast. We need to rein the horse in, but we sure don't want to pull the horse over backwards. And so with care, I think we go forward with the idea that I would hate to see us have to resort to combining Big Piney and Pinedale High School, for example. I use that as an example because that's where I'm from. And I never did like red and white, you know, but when you think about it, that's the character of our state. And all of those little communities out there, I hope it doesn't get to the point where we have to start busing kids from Wind River High School into here. So, you know, that plays into that living factor, because people can live anywhere they want to run their businesses now. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I think, you know, the Select Committee on School Finance and Recalibration, I do think that in the end, I hope we'll have probably a series of bills, but I hope that we pull all of that together so, you know, we don't just have a revenue bill, or we don't just have a new model bill or an updated model bill, that it's all part of the same package. I think that's a more sellable product. And, you know, on education, and I agree with the good senator from who I grew up with, education is, in my opinion, is the most important thing that state government does to service the people of the state and the future of the state. And I think we do not want to go backwards in time where we're providing less of an education for children than when I went to school 40 years ago. That'd be a mistake. Are there efficiencies out there? Probably absolutely. But we need to maintain a quality education in the state of Wyoming if we intend to draw jobs and people to this state. And so hopefully we'll continue to roll up our sleeves and address these issues and come out with some products that we can all look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nobody else? I guess we're going to have to adjourn then for lack of anybody having their hand up. So, thank you very much, audience. You've been very patient and very, very kind. So thank you.